Chapter 201. Binns and his men froze when they heard Ian's words. Immediately, Binns and his men burst out laughing. Binns turned back to his younger brothers and said, "Little ones, did you hear what our little guest said? Boss, this brat seems to call us maggots. Kill him. Boss. Hey hey." One of Binns' men drew out his wand with a grim look. "Boss, it seems like this little brat is waiting for us here." Binns nodded, glanced greedily at the sitting Ian and said, "That brat learned a shape-shifting technique from somewhere. Conjuring that bone chair and the scythe in his hand. He's trying to scare us. Binns doesn't believe that a little devil can make such a chair when he is the Black 043 devil." Then Binns said to his younger brothers, "Catch this brat. Remember, only live ones are allowed. Don't hurt his pretty face." Binns' subordinates said with a strange smile, "Don't worry, boss. He won't be able to walk out today." After hearing the replies from the younger brothers, Binns nodded to his subordinates in satisfaction, and said to Ian, "Little devil, I don't know how you got in. Maybe it was the explosion just now that got you in. But today is your unlucky day, and it is my lucky day." Ian looked at the greedy Binns and shook his head. He was another lunatic whose mind was eroded by black magic and his greedy thoughts were magnified. Even such a weird environment can't cover his greedy heart. When Binns saw Ian shaking his head, he thought he was going to get caught without a fight. Binns said with a strange smile, "Little devil, don't worry, I will sell you." Before Binns could say the word good price, the scythe in Ian's hand on the skeleton throne disappeared in an instant. Binns froze for a moment, but he suddenly felt a warm feeling on the right side of his face. Binns dazedly reached out and touched his right cheek. Was it moist? Then Binns stretched out his hand in front of his eyes and saw that his hand was bright red. Blood? Binns turned his head sharply to look at his subordinate on the right. "I saw a headless body still standing there. Blood was gushing from the cut in his neck." "Ah!" The dark wizards behind the headless body screamed in fright. A cold light flashed just now, and they saw that the black wizard's head was gone. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, and Binns finally realized it. An extremely strong feeling of uneasiness began to appear in his heart. When Binns turned his head, he found Ian standing in front of him with a knife in his hand. He also held a head with a strange smile on his hand. Binns took 2 steps back in fright. "Who the hell are you?" Ian threw the head at the feet of Binns, wiped the blood from the death scythe in his hand, and said disdainfully, "Kill your people. Hope you guys can let me have some fun." When Binns watched the head on the ground roll down in front of him, fear began to spread in his heart. His men couldn't react at all and lost their lives. If Ian aimed at him just now, wouldn't it be him who died? Binns roared to his men behind him. "Quick! Use the killing curse! Kill him!" Binns' men are also feeling chills, and they will target Ian. The wand in his hand trembled a little, and he uttered a spell. Avada Kedavra! Ian swung the death scythe and knocked out all the green spells attacking him. The killing curse hit the walls around the hall, and constant explosions sounded in the hall. The more Binns and the dark wizards looked at Ian, the more fear they felt. "Is this little wizard a wizard? Are you sure you're not a monster in human skin? Can't you just aim for some? Damn it! That scythe can deflect spells as well as a wand. No! I can't hold on any longer." At this time, Ian felt a little tired of playing. Except for the death curse, these dark wizards have little combat experience. And if the death curse blows up, this place will collapse. He didn't want to go out in disgrace. Ian decided to test one last conjecture, the use of transfiguration in combat. So Ian stopped swinging the death scythe and waited for the spell of the dark wizards. Seeing that Ian was no longer defensive, Binns exclaimed in surprise. "Quick! He has no strength to move. Kill him!" The dark wizard heard Binns' words and cast a spell on Ian at the same time. Ian looked at the green light attacking him, and snapped his fingers calmly. Immediately, an earthen wall was erected on the ground, and the killing curse exploded immediately after it came into contact with the earthen wall. Ian just wanted to test the effect of transfiguration on spell interception, and it seems to be pretty good now. It just requires a very high level of spellcasting by the wizard, and the earth wall cannot be deformed too slowly or too thin. And with the instant output of magic power, it seems that only legendary wizards can use it. But if you meet a legendary wizard, you can blow up the king's wall with just one casting of the sumantra. However, if the average wizard has a high level of spell casting, it should be no problem to stop 1 or 2 killing spells. Thinking of this, Ian shook his head regretfully. There were too many ways for him to better intercept the small number of killing curse. He thought he had discovered another way of fighting that he could study with Flitwick. When the earth wall made of transfiguration was hit by the last killing curse, it collapsed in an instant. Binns looked at the smoke and dust from the explosion with a grim expression. He didn't believe that Ian could stop so many killing spells at the same time. Has the boss solved it? A 3.1 black wizard next to Binns asked Binns tremblingly. Binns gritted his teeth and said. Should be fixed. No one can survive so many killing curses. The dark wizards were relieved when they heard Binns' words. The death of that companion shocked them too much. Binns felt a little regretful. If he could catch a job, he would make a lot of money today. Too bad that kid is so weird. At this time, a black wizard pointed to the smoke and dust in horror and said loudly. Look, boss. Binns came back to his senses, his pupils contracted involuntarily as he watched a figure slowly appearing in the smoke. Ian walked out of the smoke with the death scythe, and looked at Binns and the dark wizards coldly. Is there any other way? Otherwise it's up to me. Binns and his men froze when they heard Ian's words. Immediately, Binns and his men burst out laughing. Binns turned back to his younger brothers and said. Little ones, did you hear what our little guest said? Boss, this brat seems to call us maggots. Kill him. Boss. Hey hey. One of Binns' men drew out his wand with a grim look. Boss, it seems like this little brat is waiting for us here. Binns nodded, glanced greedily at the sitting Ian and said. That brat learned a shape-shifting technique from somewhere. Conjuring that bone chair and the scythe in his hand. He's trying to scare us. Binns doesn't believe that a little devil can make such a chair when he is the Black 043 devil. Then Binns said to his younger brothers. Catch this brat. Remember only live ones are allowed. Don't hurt his pretty face. Binns' subordinates said with a strange smile. Don't worry, boss. He won't be able to walk out today. After hearing the replies from the younger brothers, Binns nodded to his subordinates in satisfaction, and said to Ian. Little devil, I don't know how you got in. Maybe it was the explosion just now that got you in. But today is your unlucky day, and it is my lucky day. Ian looked at the greedy Binns and shook his head. He was another lunatic whose mind was eroded by black magic and his greedy thoughts were magnified. Even such a weird environment can't cover his greedy heart. When Binns saw Ian shaking his head, he thought he was going to get caught without a fight. Binns said with a strange smile. Little devil, don't worry, I will sell you. Before Binns could say the word good price, the scythe in Ian's hand on the skeleton throne disappeared in an instant. Binns froze for a moment, but he suddenly felt a warm feeling on the right side of his face. Binns dazedly reached out and touched his right cheek. Was it moist? Then Binns stretched out his hand in front of his eyes and saw that his hand was bright red. Blood? Binns turned his head sharply to look at his subordinate on the right. I saw a headless body still standing there. Blood was gushing from the cut in his neck. Ah! The dark wizards behind the headless body screamed in fright. A cold light flashed just now, and they saw that the black wizard's head was gone. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, and Binns finally realized it. An extremely strong feeling of uneasiness began to appear in his heart. When Binns turned his head, he found Ian standing in front of him with a knife in his hand. He also held a head with a strange smile on his hand. Binns took 2 steps back in fright. Who the hell are you? Ian threw the head at the feet of Binns, wiped the blood from the death scythe in his hand, and said disdainfully. Kill your people. Hope you guys can let me have some fun. When Binns watched the head on the ground roll down in front of him, fear began to spread in his heart. His men couldn't react at all and lost their lives. If Ian aimed at him just now, wouldn't it be him who died? Binns roared to his men behind him. Quick! Use the killing curse. Kill him. Binns' men are also feeling chills, and they will target Ian. The wand in his hand trembled a little, and he uttered a spell. Avada Kedavra. Ian swung the death scythe and knocked out all the green spells attacking him. The killing curse hit the walls around the hall, and constant explosions sounded in the hall. The more Binns and the dark wizards looked at Ian, the more fear they felt. Is this little wizard a wizard? Are you sure you're not a monster in human skin? Can't you just aim for some? Damn it! That scythe can deflect spells as well as a wand. No. I can't hold on any longer. At this time, Ian felt a little tired of playing. Except for the death curse, these dark wizards have little combat experience. And if the death curse blows up, this place will collapse. He didn't want to go out in disgrace. Ian decided to test one last conjecture, the use of transfiguration in combat. So Ian stopped swinging the death scythe and waited for the spell of the dark wizards. Seeing that Ian was no longer defensive, Binns exclaimed in surprise. Quick! He has no strength to move. Kill him! The dark wizard heard Binns' words and cast a spell on Ian at the same time. Ian looked at the green light attacking him, and snapped his fingers calmly. Immediately, an earthen wall was erected on the ground, and the killing curse exploded immediately after it came into contact with the earthen wall. Ian just wanted to test the effect of transfiguration on spell interception, and it seems to be pretty good now. It just requires a very high level of spell casting by the wizard, and the earth wall cannot be deformed too slowly or too thin. And with the instant output of magic power, it seems that only legendary wizards can use it. But if you meet a legendary wizard, you can blow up the king's wall with just one casting of the Sumantra. However, if the average wizard has a high level of spell casting, it should be no problem to stop one or two killing spells. Thinking of this, Ian shook his head regretfully. There were too many ways for him to better intercept the small number of killing curse. He thought he had discovered another way of fighting that he could study with Flitwick. When the earth wall made of transfiguration was hit by the last killing curse, it collapsed in an instant. Binns looked at the smoke and dust from the explosion with a grim expression. He didn't believe that Ian could stop so many killing spells at the same time. Has the boss solved it? A 3.1 black wizard next to Binns asked Binns tremblingly. Binns gritted his teeth and said. Should be fixed. No one can survive so many killing curses. The dark wizards were relieved when they heard Binns' words. The death of that companion shocked them too much. Binns felt a little regretful. If he could catch a job, he would make a lot of money today. Too bad that kid is so weird. At this time, a black wizard pointed to the smoke and dust in horror and said loudly. Look, boss! Binns came back to his senses, his pupils contracted involuntarily as he watched a figure slowly appearing in the smoke. Ian walked out of the smoke with the death scythe, and looked at Binns and the dark wizards coldly. Is there any other way? Otherwise it's up to me. Chapter 202. Binns looked at Ian's intact figure in horror, and shouted. Impossible. Absolutely no one can survive so many killing curses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The dark wizards also looked at Ian in disbelief. The fear in my heart raised another section. Ian ignored Binns, who was already on the verge of collapse. Ian glanced at the dark wizards. Ian's cold eyes made the timid dark wizards drop their wands to the ground in fright. Ian looked at the unbearable dark wizards and shook his head. Maggots, you don't even have the right to make me happy. After speaking, black mist poured out of Ian's body, and he dragged the death scythe towards the dark wizards step by step. The death scythe scraped the ground and made a sizzling sound, which was especially loud in this quiet room. Avada Kedavra. A dark wizard mustered up the courage to raise his wand again and cast a spell on Ian. I saw the green spell hitting the black mist around Ian. The killing curse and the black mist exploded, but the black mist quickly filled up again. When Binns' men saw the black wizard attack again, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and cast the spell again. But it was exactly the same as the result of the black wizard's spell. They can't even penetrate the black mist. Ian is getting closer and closer to the dark wizards, and more spells are blocked on Ian's black garden. Some black wizards even used the fierce fire curse. They no longer care about hurting their companions. But when fierce fire hit Ian's black mist, there was no follow-up. The dark wizards found out in despair that there was no way they could hurt Ian. The fear in the hearts of those cowardly black wizards could no longer be restrained, and they hurriedly ran towards the passage they came from. Binns grew more impatient when he saw someone running away, and he cried out. Don't run! Come back and fight! I'll kill whoever runs away! The fleeing dark wizards didn't take libens at all. If you don't run now, you will die. That's not a monster they can deal with. Even if Boss Binns wants to blame them afterwards, it depends on whether he can survive. Seeing that someone was about to run, Ian raised his left hand to the passage. There are many obstacles. An invisible barrier appeared in the passage where the dark wizards were about to escape. The dark wizard running at the front ran directly into Ian's spell. Ouch! The pain in his head let him know that there was no way out. The dark wizards in the back stopped quickly and drew out their wands to face the barrier. The spell stops. Bones to pieces. But no matter what the dark wizards did, they couldn't destroy Ian's barrier. The magic power gap is really too big. And those dark wizards who tried to escape with portkeys and apparition were even more desperate. As Ian advanced, the dark wizards kept retreating, and they were soon cornered. Seeing that he could no longer retreat, a dark wizard gritted his teeth and threw the wand in his hand, knelt down and said in fear, "My lord! Please let me go. I would like to be your slave." But his begging for mercy was not answered, but the black mist hit him. The moment his body came into contact with the black mist, it began to wither and age. In the end, it turned into a pile of bones and knelt on the spot. Seeing this scene, the black wizards completely collapsed their psychological defenses. Begging, cursing, and cries of fear echoed through the hall. And Ian's killing also started, and the black mist continued to erode the black wizard around Ian. The death scythe harvested the heads of one dark wizard after another under Ian's control. Binns watched his subordinates die tragically one by one with his eyes wide open. Ian has no intention of letting them go. Binns thought that since the spell didn't work, he was going to fight Ian with his fists. Just when Binns rushed towards Ian in the black mist, he felt as if he was being pulled just as he was about to touch the black mist. Binns looked back in a hurry, and saw white bone hands protruding from the ground to hold him tightly. This frightened Binns to death. What is this? Just as the fear in Binns' heart continued to expand, Ian's cold voice came. "Maggot, you haven't reached the point of death, after all, I can't break my promise." When Binns heard Ian's voice, hatred and fear erupted in his eyes. "Why are you killing us? Obviously we don't know each other." Apparently Binns had forgotten his greedy thoughts. Ian ignored Binns and continued killing the dark wizard. The screams and the flying stumps stimulated Binns. These are his subordinates. Binns began to regret at this time. He cried and said loudly to Ian, "Please, let us go. We can recognize you as master." And Ian ignored Binns again. It was too late to beg for mercy. And there is no need for the fallen maggots to live. Seeing that Ian was still indifferent, Binns completely despaired. Not long after, there was no one alive in the hall except Ian and Binns. Desperate Binns was firmly grasped by the bone hand, and now he can only wait for the end that Ian gave him. After Ian finished killing, the surrounding black mist dissipated. The bone armor on Ian's body was still bright, without a trace. Instead, the hall was littered with blood, bones and minced flesh. After seeing the scene in the hall, Binns spit it out. "Ax! You devil! 120! Executioner!" Binns' eyes were red and he kept cursing Ian. Even if he is a dark wizard, he is far less cruel than Ian. Ian ignored Binns' curse, but walked to the skeleton throne and sat down. Ian looked at the space around him, smiled and murmured, "It really is a good material." Binns didn't know what Ian was looking at, but he didn't expect Ian to be smiling after doing this. Before he could continue cursing Ian, Ian smiled and said to Binns, "The person who seeks revenge on you is here. Then you can enjoy yourself." After speaking, Ian waved his hand to release the invisibility magic on Bist. Binns' terror reached its peak when he saw Bicester. He recognized it. It was Bicester. His men. No wonder he never came back after sending Bist out today to scout for information. Now Bicester is floating in the air like a black ghost. The flesh and blood on his body was completely withered. The eyeballs in the eyes are replaced by two groups of purple flames. Binns can feel it. Bist is staring at him. It's like he's going to eat him. Ian then laughed and said, "How is it? An extremely good wraith." Seeing that Binns was petrified, Ian suddenly lost interest and said to Bist, "Go, Tian Fan." Chapter 203. The wraith roared and rushed towards Binns. Only then did Binns react, and shouted in fear, "No! Beast! It's me! The wraith doesn't care who you are, it only knows to tear apart the creatures in front of you. Eat his soul. Wraith rushed to Binns, the fire of soul in his eyes seemed to be very calm, so he looked at Binns quietly. But from the perspective of Binns, he didn't think so, he only saw Bysister's face like 1,000 households filled his sight. The purple flames in the eyes stared into his eyes. Binns swallowed, suppressed the tension and fear in his heart, and said, "Bysister, remember me. I'm your boss." Wraith tilted his head, and it looked at Binns. Binns breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Wraith was not approaching him. He felt that his own words had made a difference. Under the instinct of survival, Binns squeezed out a smile and continued. "I'm Binns. Do you remember that I gave you a bite of your meal?" After Binns finished speaking, he waited quietly for the reaction of Bist, a drop of sweat dripped from his forehead, and now he just wanted to live. The fire of soul in Wraith's eyes trembled a little after hearing what Binns said. But then its soul fire started beating wildly. The Wraith also began to roar at Binns. Ian watched this scene with great interest, and said with a smile, "I have to say, you are the first person who dares to bring up the source of resentment in front of the resentful spirit." Binns is not in the mood to listen to what Ian has to say now. He just felt that the Bysister in front of him wanted to tear him apart. "Bysister." Binns hadn't finished speaking. The Wraith opened its mouth and bit Binns on the face. Ah! The severe pain instantly made Binns scream. The Wraith will tear him apart bit by bit. Ian felt that he had relaxed enough, so Ian took out the parchment and quill in the space ring. Wrote on it, "Start cleaning Nocturne Alley." Then Ian summoned a dead bat and handed the parchment to it. "Go, give it to Mo." The dead bat took the letter with its mouth and flew outside. Moth and Mogard were chatting outside. "You just said that Sir is going to hand over an undead to Andes." Moth stared at Morkard with wide eyes. Mogard nodded and said helplessly, "Yes, Sir and Lord just said what they said. My old man told me." Moss immediately envied Andes, this kid was a blessing in disguise this time. He's also learning Ian's undead magic, but right now he's just getting started. It's okay to let him be an undead puppy by himself, but if it's compared with Ian's undead, it's too far away. Moth said to Morkard enviously, "I wish it was me who was attacked this time." Mogard laughed when he heard Moth's words. "Brother, I'm not talking about you. If it was your dark wizards who were attacked, you would have killed them a long time ago. Do you still need Mister to help you avenge?" Moth was a little embarrassed when he heard Morkard's words. But Moth still patted Morkard on the shoulder vigorously, and said, "Stop teasing, wait for the order of the Master to come, we will kill more black wizards than anyone else." His Mokad took a breath, feeling the pain in his shoulder, this Mosi was really ruthless. Mogard said helplessly, "Come on. Who doesn't know your strength? Comparing with you is simply making me suffer." "Right, the first person of the younger generation." Just when Mo Xixiang was about to refute, a dead bat appeared in front of the two with the parchment in its mouth. Moth and Kermode stopped fighting the moment they saw the dead bat. They know it's Sir's order coming. The dead bat threw the parchment into Moth's hand, and it turned into a ball of green flames and disappeared. Moth opened the parchment in his hand, and Morkard moved his head over. After seeing the words on the parchment, Moss became excited. "It's finally time for their saints to enter the arena." Mogard also said excitedly, "Order quickly, Moth. Today is our first step in the British wizarding world." Moss nodded, pulled out his wand against his cheek, and said loudly, "Letter from Sir. Start to act." The saints immediately cheered when they heard Moth's words. They have already had itchy hands. And the elemental magic taught by Mr. can finally be used. Grindelwald and Nico were looking for the body of the dark wizard in the alley of Knockdown Alley. Now these things are valuable research materials, and they must not be wasted. The two of them also heard Moth's voice. Grindelwald said with a smile, "It seems that Ian has vented enough. Mailer, are you going to take action?" Nico shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's leave this opportunity to the little guys. They need to practice their hands in actual combat." Grindelwald nodded approvingly, and said, "Since we all gave them the chance, then it wouldn't be too much for us to take some loot as compensation." Nico nodded and said, "It's rare for the first time in nearly 100 years that we agree." "I think so too." Although both of them were smiling, they were secretly cursing each other's old fox in their hearts. On the other side, when Karaktaku's Bok returned to his Bojinbok shop, he was still complaining incessantly. Damn it, why did you mess with these lunatics from the voodoo party? Pack up your things and run. Karaktakus stared at the door of his shop, Qian Zhao, and was stunned. His lock was broken. This made Karaktakus, who was already very anti-curse, instantly furious. Damn thief! Let me catch you, I will definitely let you try to be tortured to death by the Cruciatus curse. Karaktakus directly drew out his wand and pointed to the door of the store. Avada Kedavra. The magic wand in Karaktakus' hand shot a green light, hitting the front door of Bojinbok's shop. The door was blown to pieces in an instant. Mundungus Fletcher, who was watching secretly outside, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The old man Bojin is probably going mad with anger. It's a good thing I came out early, otherwise I would have died. After speaking, Mundungus shook Lucius' bag in his hand. But this harvest is really good. Now take advantage of the chaos and run, tiger. I can be cool for a while after going to the Hog's Head and finding a buyer. Chapter 204. Although Karaktakus was very angry, he blew up the store door on purpose. Now he needs to pack up his things as quickly as possible and run to hide in the basement of the store that no one knows. Blowing up the storefront so that the saints can see it as if it has been looted will reduce the risk of him being found. As for why not just run away? The peace guarding and all the protection in the sky cannot be broken by him alone. He's not a legendary wizard like Dumbledore. And what kind of magic those saints know, he has no idea. If the detection magic that the saints know is very powerful, then he will basically be unable to escape. It is still the most reliable in the basement of your own store. In the store, Karaktakus packed the valuables that Mundungus didn't have time to take away or didn't know, and he planned to hide them first. When packing, Karaktakus was getting more and more angry. Damn thief, even stole that bag from Lucius. He really had a bad day today. After packing up his things, Karaktakus refilled the hurricane curse in his shop. 113. Then the Bojinbok shop seemed to be completely ransacked. Then Karaktakus came to a bookshelf in the store, and he held out his wand. Secret words, Bojin's secret. After Karaktakus finished speaking the secret language, the bookshelf slowly descended, revealing a secret passage leading underground. This is the final hiding place of Karaktakus. He doesn't believe the saints can be found here. Karaktakus walked into the secret passage, his expression became more ferocious as he walked in, and he murmured. Wait until this time is over. I'm going to find that damned thief. Use the Cruciatus curse to torture him to death. And those damned saints. One day I will have my revenge. After Karaktakus walked in, the bookshelf slowly rose up again, blocking the position of the secret passage. On the other side, Mundungus has already started to retreat, he just needs to jump out now. As for the fireplace in Bojinbok's store, he dared not use it at all, after all, the records could be found on Flowo.com. It's just that Mundungus still doesn't know, the way, the entire Nocturne Alley space is blocked. Mundungus walked very discreetly in his black robe in Nocturne Alley. He could not be spotted by the Death Eaters now. I don't know if the fireplace in the black market is guarded now. Perhaps I should have bought a portkeyet. Mundungus was thinking in his heart, he wanted to leave Byandeo Lane as soon as possible. He had already tried apparition just now, and now he can't use this magic at all. Let's use the fireplace. These dark wizard portkeys are selling for too much. And the stakes are high. After making his decision, Mundungus started walking towards the black market in Nocturne Alley. At this time, the saints have all received Moth's order, and the doctor asked them to start cleaning up the overturned week. Hey! Captain, where are we going? A young saint excitedly asked the captain beside him. When asked, the captain of the saints thought for a moment and said, Let's take someone to look for the Bojinbok store. I heard it's the most famous black magic item store in Nocturne Alley. Karaktakus Bork, the shopkeeper, is known in Nocturne Alley as Mr. Boggin. And Karaktakus Bok is also a descendant of the Bok family of the Sacred 28 clan. The young saint heard the captain's words and said disdainfully. What? This kind of sewer rat deserves to be called Mr. Then the young saint changed the subject and continued to speak to the captain with great interest. However, Captain, you said he is from the Holy 28 clan. Then he must have something good in his hands. Let's go and kill him, and dedicate the thing to Mr. The captain of the saints said with a smile when he heard the words of his team member. Of course. The time has come for us to show ourselves to Mr. But Sir will not covet your spoils. And let me say that the attack on Andes this time must have something to do with him. After finishing speaking, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the captain of the saints. This local snake in Nocturne Alley had to die. Hearing what the captain said, the young saint couldn't wait to try elemental magic. Then what are you waiting for? Captain. Let's go. The captain of the saints nodded, drew out his wand and led the saints in his team towards Bojinbok's shop. At this time, explosions began to occur in many places in Nocturne Alley. The flames filled the entire Nocturne Alley, and the black wizards were killed one by the saints. During the battle, the natives of Nocturne Lane discovered that the fighting power of these black-robed wizards was outrageous. Their wands are amazingly powerful. As long as they are slightly touched by their wands, they will either die or be disabled. Even if werewolves and vampires have relatively high magic resistance, the magic of those black-robed wizards will cause serious injuries to them. The werewolves and vampires who usually hid here were killed by the saints. The werewolves found desperately that their leader, Fenrir, had never returned since he just left. Now the companions are being slaughtered by these black-robed wizards, and they have no power to fight back. Aren't they Death Eaters? Why are they killing us? Run! Why are you still standing there? Now is not the time to think. Can you run away? There is nowhere to run in Nocturne Alley now. A sense of desperation filled the air of Nocturne Alley bit by bit. When the saints broke through the stronghold of the werewolves, they saw a scene that made them extremely angry. Lots of wizarding and muggle kids locked up in basements by werewolves. Merlin's beard. What the hell did they do? A saint gritted his teeth and looked at the children in the cage, and said angrily. Another saint also clenched the wand in his hand angrily. I really regret letting them die so quickly. Why did werewolves catch these children? They can think of anything with their duodenum. Food and new sources of werewolves. The werewolf infection is transmitted through wounds caused by teeth and claws. And some degenerate werewolves would love white meat. The deep wounds on some of the children indicated that they had been infected. Others were missing arms or legs. The saints suppressed the anger in their hearts, looked at their captain and asked. Captain, what should we do? Chapter 205. The captain of the saints scanned the surrounding scene and said. Let's see how many children are infected. Which ones are wizards' children and which ones are muggle ones? Be careful not to get infected. The saints nodded when they heard the captain's words. The saints came to the cage where the child was held, and the child in the cage was suddenly frightened. Those ferocious werewolves and wizards who usually guarded them were killed by them just like chickens in front of these black-robed men. Instead of comforting the caged child, the saints need to identify the infected child first. After being infected by werewolves there is no antidote. A saint pulled down his hat and asked the children with a smile. Calm down, I need to know where you are from. Just when some saints were counting the children's situation. At this time, some werewolves had their hands and feet blown off by the saints with magic spells, and they were kept as captives in the cages prepared by the saints. They were originally intended to be used as experimental materials. But now the saints have changed their minds. Werewolf as experimental material only needs a small part. The captured werewolves watched in horror as the angry saints surrounded them. What are you going to do? Our boss is Fenrir Greyback. He won't let you go. Boss is at a Death Eater party. When the boss comes back, none of you can escape. The saints looked at each other when they heard the werewolf's words, and couldn't help laughing. Those Death Eaters at the party were all turned into soul lamps by Mr. The werewolves don't know this yet. The captain of the saints patted the shoulders of the saints beside him and said. Don't let them die too comfortably. The saint smiled back and said. Captain, don't worry, I know what to do. Captain Saints nodded, he needs to report the situation here first. A saint raised his wand to a werewolf and said. It just so happens that we have no intention of letting you go. Cruciate. Ah! A shrill scream came out of the werewolf's mouth. After a while, Moss received a report from the saints on the werewolf stronghold. Moss frowned all the time he checked the parchment. He handed the parchment to Morkard beside him. Look at it, Morkard. How do you think it should be handled? Morkard opened the parchment that Moth handed over, and after reading the contents, he was silent for a long time. Let's save it first. The subsequent processing depends on Mr. S. thoughts. Werewolves, after all, are not very controllable. Morkard raised his head, sighed and said helplessly. Moss nodded and said, I think so. After speaking, Moth took out the parchment and quill, and wrote, Protect those children first. Waiting for instructions from Mr. after the war. Then Moss called the owl. Go ahead and send the letter back. The owl hooted twice and flew away after hearing Moth's words. After doing this, Moth said to Morkard. Let's go. We also have to clean up where the most garbage collects. Morkard nodded when he heard Moth's words. Their goal was the Black Market in Nocturne Alley, and the two led the Saints to continue walking to the Black Market in Nocturne Alley. There are gathered the most powerful dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. Moss, let me come first this time, I want to try how destructive elemental magic is in actual combat. Cord said to Moss. Moth heard Morkard's words and said helplessly. Morkard, you haven't learned elemental magic for long. Don't control your magic well and blow up the entire black market. There are still a lot of magic materials in the black market. Morkard scratched his head in embarrassment, his intention was to blow up the entire black market. Seeing Morkard like this, Moth knew he had guessed right. Moth shook his head and said. Wait until you move the things out before you blow them up. After all, those things. Having said that, Moss didn't say any more. He felt the detector given by Mr. in his right pocket was heating up. It means someone is watching them around. Morkard looked at Moth suspiciously and asked. What's wrong? Moth didn't answer Morkard, but turned his head suddenly to look to the right, pulled out his wand and said sharply. Avada Kedavra. The green light shoots to the right of Moth. A figure rushes out from the corner on the right, rolling and crawling. The killing curse exploded instantly when it came into contact with the wall, and the embarrassed figure was still unable to gain a foothold. The Saints had already surrounded him and drew out their wands to aim at him. Moss looked at the slovenly little wizard in front of him with cold eyes, and said. Not bad illusion spell, if it weren't for the alchemy item given by the master, I would have missed you. Mundungus was already sweating profusely. He just passed through here to go to the black market, but just ran into the Death Eaters team. And he was very puzzled about what these Death Eaters were doing. The screams and explosions from all over Nocturne Alley indicated that these Death Eaters were slaughtering the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. But why would Death Eaters do this? Mundungus felt that it was necessary to gather some information and give it to Dumbledore first. This will not only prove his loyalty, but also earn a fortune of galleons. Mundungus is still very confident in his magic such as the disillusionment charm. But he didn't expect to be picked out by Mosi so soon. That. I said I was passing by, did you believe me? Moth ignored Mundungus's words and said directly. I don't care who you are or what you're going to do. Dark wizards in Nocturne Alley are going to die today. Killed. When the Saints surrounding Mundungus heard Moth's words, the wands in their hands suddenly lit up green. Mundungus was frightened, he said hastily. Wait. I'm from Dumbledore. Aren't many of you still imprisoned in Azkaban? You can trade me and Dumbledore. Moth and the Saints were stunned when they heard Mundungus' words. Didn't Dumbledore's men leave long ago? Mundungus was relieved to see that the wizards didn't cast the killing curse immediately. Survival instincts overwhelm Mundungus' devotion. Mundungus wiped the sweat from his brow, and said tremblingly. Do you need my proof? Chapter 206. Moss looked grimly at Mundungus, if he really belonged to Mr. Dumbledore. What a disgrace to Mr. Dumbledore then! If it were a saint under him, Moss would directly turn him into an undead, so as not to be ashamed. Moss would not choose to bet on him, and said indifferently. Tie him up and bring him back to Mr. Dumbledore. After hearing Moth's words, Mundungus was relieved. It seems that I don't have to die. But suddenly he felt that there was something wrong with Moth's words. Mundungus recalled Moth's words well. Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore. Mundungus said in shock. Are you from Dumbledore? Aren't you Death Eaters? A saint beside Mundungus slapped Mundung 20 Gus in the face. Mouse, don't talk until you are told. Mundungus was stunned by the slap. His right cheek swelled up rapidly, and one of his teeth was knocked out. Moth waved his hand and said, "Tie it up, don't waste time, we still have things to do." Morkard on the side pointed his wand at Mundungus. "Quick imprisonment." A rope flew from the tip of Morkard's wand and clung to Mundungus' body. Then Moth said to the saint who beat Mundungus, "Kramer, take care of him. If he dares to make a fuss, he will be killed directly." Kramer nodded, and took out the wand from Mundungus's robe. "Okay, Lord Rozier." Moss nodded, and continued walking towards the black market with the saints. Kramery held the rope that bound Mundungus, seeing that Mundungus hadn't reacted yet. Kramer frowned, kicked Mundungus to the ground, and dragged him on the ground. Only then did Mundungus react. He spat out the blood and fallen teeth in his mouth, and looked at the saints in the wasteland. "You can't do this to me. I'm from Dumbledore too." Kramer, impatient with the noise from Mundungus, drew out his wand. Silence and silence. Mundungus could only make a woo-woo sound. In this way, Moss and others dragged Mundungus to the black market in Nocturne Alley. Many dark wizards from Nocturne Alley have already gathered here. They are all servants of these merchants in the black market. "What did you say?" Those Death Eaters started slaughtering the wizards of Nocturne Alley. Anscart stood up violently when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. The subordinate was very frightened at this moment. Yes, my lord. They blew up a lot of houses with a spell they hadn't seen before." Anscart knew that his subordinates did not dare to lie to him. And the constant explosions from outside verified the subordinates' words. So Anscart said nervously to another black market boss next to him, "Stern, what do you think? The sound of those explosions shows that the opponent has a lot of people. Probably not something they can handle." Stern said darkly, "I think this thing is very wrong. 12 years ago, the Dark Lord would not have casually killed people in Nocturne Alley." Anscart nodded, agreeing with Stern's words. Anscart continued to think for a while, and said, "There has been no news from the Dark Lord for 12 years, but the Death Eaters suddenly appeared again. This is really weird." Stern narrowed his eyes and said, "Then I don't think those people are Death Eaters." The black market bosses and shopkeepers around looked at Stern in surprise. "You mean?" At this moment, a huge explosion interrupted the discussion of the dark wizards. The gate of the black market was blown open by magic. Several servants were affected by the magic explosion and were blown to the place where the black market merchants were discussing. All the black wizards in the black market looked towards the gate. "I saw a figure in a black robe walking out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. It seems that you are all gathered here. It just so happens that we don't need to look for them one by one." Anscart drew his wand nervously, pointed at Moth, and said sharply, "Who are you? Why attack Nocturne Alley? We shouldn't have any intersection with you." Moss looked at the dark wizards with a gloomy face and said, "You attacked our people. You should know that you started the war." The merchants in the black market frowned, recalling quickly in their minds. It is impossible for them to attack people with background. Could it be that someone has slandered them? Only Anscart and Stern's pupils constricted, and they remembered the wizard they planned the attack with Borgin during the day. "So they're here for revenge?" Stern said nervously. "My friend, I think this is a misunderstanding. We can compensate you. And Binns did it. It's none of our business. We can turn Binns over to you." Hearing Binns' name, the black market merchants reacted. It was the mysterious wizard who was attacked. Anscarter followed up Stern's words and said to Moth, "That's right. Friends. We still have a lot of people here. If there is a war, you will die too. Now you are only one person, and you won't survive even if we do anything. How about we sit down and talk?" The threat in Anscarter's mouth is self-evident. Moss felt very funny looking at the unfriendly eyes of these dark wizards. When can mice negotiate terms with humans? Moth clapped his hands and said darkly, "There are no conditions to negotiate. Sir said you must all die." 4.7 As soon as Mosi finished speaking, a killing spell flew out behind Mosi. A black market dealer next to Anscart was hit by the death curse before he could react in time. The black market dealer who was hit fell directly to the ground and died. Anscarter's face turned pale with fright, and the rest of the black market merchants took several steps back. They were the ones who almost got hit. But at this time, Anscarter and Stern also looked behind Moth suddenly. Because of the darkness just now, they couldn't see the position behind Mosi clearly, and thought he was alone. But now, following the casting of the death curse, the saints behind Mosi all came out. Anscarter and Stern looked at the people in black robes behind Moth, and they swallowed. I'm afraid this matter will not be good today. Chapter 207. The black market merchants panicked when they saw the black-robed man on the opposite side killed someone. What are you waiting for? They are all cursed. Fight back! Quick! Get moving! When the subordinates heard their boss ordering them to fight back, they all hurriedly pulled out their wands and cast spells on Moth and the others. Death curse and other black magic strikes Moss and others. But Moss and the others were not in a hurry at all, their combat experience was much better than those of the dark wizards. I saw that the saints either cast spells to block the magic of the black wizards, or used their wands to directly pick up the flying spells. Seeing this scene, the black wizards on the opposite side were stunned on the spot. Those black market merchants were also dumbfounded. Are those black-robed wizards so powerful? After waving his wand to fly away a killing spell that was attacking him, Moss said. Now let's check your recent training results. Remember. Don't embarrass your husband. The saints immediately laughed when they heard Moth's words. Master Roger, as for those rotten fish and rotten shrimp, we will deal with them quickly. That's right. I will never embarrass my husband. The one with the scar on his face leaves me 27. Anscarter and Stern looked at Moth and the others in disbelief. After hearing the ridicule from Moth and others, Anscart was so angry that his face turned blue. He said grimly. You laugh now. After I catch you, I will make your life worse than death. Ans Carter thinks that Moth and the others are just pure luck. How could so many powerful wizards appear together? Stern, who was beside Anscarter, thought completely differently from Anscarter. He often deals with the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, and he knows that those wizards on the opposite side must not be good. Elite Aurors can't do it so easily. And Moth heard Anscarter's words, and said to Morkard. The wizard catches him later. After capturing him, give him the way he wants to die. Morkard clenched his wand excitedly, and Moth agreed that he had shot. All right Moss, I promise there will be no accidents. Then Moth said. Only basic elemental magic is allowed. Morkard's face immediately collapsed when he heard Moth's words. Morkard whispered in great disappointment. No need, no need. I originally wanted to try intermediate magic. Moth smiled and patted Morkard on the shoulder. If you are really allowed to use powerful magic, then there is no need to move things in the night market today. Then Moss retreated behind the saint. After arriving at the back of the line, Madoka said to the saints. 10 minutes, solve them. Okay. Master Roger. After the saints responded, they raised their wands and turned into black mist and rushed towards the black wizards. Morkard casts the first spell. Fire explosion. A flame shot from Morkard's wand and flew towards the dark wizards. What kind of spell is this? The black wizards have never seen such a spell, and they don't know what effect it has. But looking at the rapidly flying flames, a black wizard reacted. Never mind what kind of spell it is, it's definitely not a healing spell that is shot at the enemy. He hastily waved his wand and cast an iron armor charm in front of him. Armor protection. A transparent barrier was formed in front of him. Seeing this black wizard cast a spell, the black wizards beside him also came back to their senses. Now block the wizard's magic on the opposite side. One after another defensive spells were cast in front of the dark wizards. Anscart from behind laughed and said. A flame curse. You still have. Before the other magic could be said, the flame had already hit the defensive spells of the dark wizards. Only a loud bang was heard. Boom. The defensive spells of the black wizards were instantly blown to pieces. The aftermath of the flames spread among the crowd of dark wizards. The black wizards in front were shaken up by the impact of the explosion. The body of the black wizard who was at the front of the explosion was blown apart. A severed arm fell in front of Anscart, and his expression froze. The fear in Stern's heart, who was about to escape, became even stronger. That's the kind of curse that Anscarter's younger brother just said. Before the black wizards could recover from the explosion, the saints had already rushed in front of the black wizards and started casting spells. Colorful elemental magic exploded in the dark wizard. The sound of screams and explosions resounded continuously in the black market. Mundungus, who was tied behind, watched the scene of the saints slaughtering the black wizard with chills all over his body. Now the silencing spell on him has expired. Trembling, Mundungus asked Moth beside him. "You, who are you guys?" From what he knew, Albus Dumbledore would never do such a thing. And those wizards are ridiculously strong, killing those notorious dark wizards is like killing a goblin. Not to mention Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic can't produce so many elite wizards. Moth glanced at Mundungus and said. "We're just a magic wand in MR. Mundungus swallowed, and asked again. "Then what sir are you talking about?" Moss glanced at Mundungus coldly, and said quietly. "I can answer you, which is the greatest 583 tolerance for you. Don't push yourself too hard. I didn't bring Veritaserum with me for this battle. After you see Mr. Dumbledore, if you lie to me, I promise, you will die a terrible death." Moth's icy words scared Mundungus out of his wits. Mundungus nodded hastily and said anxiously. "Yes. I'm really Dumbledore. You have to trust me." Moss snorted coldly and didn't talk to Mundungus again, and said to Kramer at the side. "Look at him." Then Moth took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at the time. "Well, not bad. 4 minutes cleaned up about half of the dark wizards." Mundungus suddenly turned his head to look at the battlefield when he heard Moth's words. He saw that the black wizards have collapsed now, and the voices of black wizards begging for mercy are everywhere. "Please, let me go." A black wizard knelt before a saint, frantically begging for mercy. But the saint just raises his wand indifferently. "Sir," said, "no prisoners. Avada Kedavra." That green light and the fallen wizard were deeply reflected in Mundungus' eyes. His fear of the saints was now at its height. These wizards are more cruel than dark wizards. Chapter 208. Moss ignored Mundungus' emotions, but looked at Mocard in the middle of the battlefield and smiled. Anne's cart was held by Mocard like a dead dog at this time. Stern, who was about to escape, was also caught by Mocard. Morkard came back with the two of them. Anne's Carter and Stern both had Morkard's levitating charm. Morkard threw the two of them in front of Moth. Morkard then handed Moth the wands of Anne's Carter and Stern. Moth didn't take the wand, but took out his wand and waved it, burning the two wands to ashes. Anscart, who was thrown in front of Moss, had already passed out, but his face was full of horror. Stern looked at Moth in horror, but now he couldn't even move his fingers. Moth crouched down, lifted Stern's chin with his wand, and said, "What will I ask later, and what will you answer? Just nod when you know." Stern nodded hastily and let out a woo-woo sound. Moth lifted Stern's silencing spell with a flick of his wand. Stern took a deep breath, and immediately said flatteringly to Moth, "My lord, what do you want to ask?" Moss frowned. Today's situation is really uncomfortable. Whether it was Stern in front of him or Mundungus just now. As long as he doesn't have Veritaserum on him, things won't work. And face disgusting people like Stern and Mundungus. Moth swears. He must learn legilimency when he returns. As for why the Imperious Curse is not used, that is because it is too unsafe. The Imperious Curse can break free through consciousness, and there is no feedback. If the person under the Imperious Curse breaks free and pretends to be in control, the risk is too great. Moss suppressed his distaste for Stern and said, "Where is the warehouse where you store your stuff?" Stern rolled his eyes and said, "I can tell you, can you let me go?" Hearing Stern's words, Moth waved his wand. Cruciate. Severe pain instantly covered Stern's whole body. "Ah! I say! I say!" Stern screamed. After more than 10 seconds, Moss stopped the Cruciatus curse. He looked at Stern indifferently and said, "Tell me the location of the warehouse." Stern looked at Moth's eyes full of fear, and there was a trace of deep hatred buried in his eyes. The torture of the Cruciatus curse made him tremble all over, and Stern said tremblingly, "It's in the secret door behind the black market." Moss got up and nodded, and kicked Stern who was lying on the ground. "Lead the way." Stern got up tremblingly, and took Moth to the black market warehouse. Moth turned to Morkard and said, "Brother, give the rest what he wants. Let him die sober." When Nurmengard heard what Moth said, he laughed and said, "Don't worry, I promise he will be awake the whole time." Moss nodded with a smile before continuing to walk forward. Nurmengard took out a bottle of potion from the space ring, and the effect of this potion is very simple. It is a powerful refresher that guarantees that a person will wake up and not fall asleep. Or Snape's latest research. Nurmengard smiled and moved Anskart's mouth away, and poured the whole bottle of potion into him. Then Anskart woke up instantly, but before his memory recovered, Nurmengard had released the Cruciatus curse on him. And Stern, who was leading the way, had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't dare to turn back now. Then Anskarter's screams from behind made him sweat. These mysterious dark wizards are going to kill Anskart with the Cruciatus curse. Moss, who was behind Stern, saw Stern's legs trembling, and kicked him again. Stern was kicked and rolled around on the ground, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid that Anskart's treatment would fall on himself. After a while, Stern took Moth to a secret door behind the black market. Stern said in horror, "My lord! The warehouse is here." Moss looked at the wall in front of him and continued, "Open the secret door here, don't play tricks on me. Otherwise you will definitely die." When Stern heard what Moss said, his heart froze. He quickly raised his hand and knocked on the brick on the wall of the hidden door. As Stern unlocked the secret door, a secret passage appeared in front of Moss. Moss nodded in satisfaction, and asked again, "Is there any other secret door besides this?" Stern shook his head and said in fear, "No more, my lord. Black market stock is here. But the inventories of those merchants may have been hidden in some other places. Need me to help you find it?" Moth shook his head, quickly raised his wand and fired a killing curse at Stern. Stern's disbelieving expression froze on his face. He didn't expect Moth to kill him so directly. Mosi looked in front of him and secretly thought no understanding of King Stern's slowly falling body. Moth waved his wand to detect the presence of defensive magic. "Hurry up and show up." A white light flashed, and the black magic in the secret passage was marked. Moss looked at the black magic in front of him and murmured, "Looks like it's going to take a while." On the other side, after Ian finished eating the wraith, he looked at the bloody skeleton in front of him and said, "Now this man is really called Red Skull." After speaking, Ian shook his head, "Now it's time to go to my Arthur." Ian walked out of Bin's lair with the wraith, and the saints waiting for Ian at the door saw Ian coming out, saluted and said, "Sir Nords, is there anything else I need help with?" Looking at the saint in front of him, Ian thought for a while and pointed into the tunnel and said, "You take a few people to pack up what's left of them. Do you know where Michael Arthur is?" The saint nodded upon hearing Ian's order, and said respectfully, "Yes, sir. Lord Caro is now in command west of Nocturne Alley." Ian nodded, patted the saint's arm and turned into a black mist and flew westward. This saint is feeling very excited. Just now Mr. actually patted him. After the excitement, the saint immediately came back to his senses. "Now I have to complete the task assigned by my husband first, and then I can boast about it when I go back." Then he shouted to the envious saints around him, "Mr. wants us to pack up the things below. Move quickly. You can't live up to the trust of your husband." Chapter 209. After the saints came to Bin's lair with their hands, they saw the skeleton throne and the tragic scene as soon as they arrived in the hall. Many newly joined saints also spit it out directly. Seeing the appearance of these newcomers, the old saints burst out laughing. A newcomer resisted the discomfort and said, "Has Sir always been this powerful?" Hearing the words of the newcomers, an old saint laughed and said, "Just get used to it. Mr. has never shown mercy to his enemies." Another old saint who was at Ian's dark creature farm, who has a bit of a distaste for the puking newcomers. "What is this? You haven't seen Mr. doing undead experiments?" He pretended to forget when he threw up all over the floor. "Ha ha ha, Albo, don't scare the newcomers. You were the one who vomited the most. A certain person seemed afraid to eat meat for 3 days." The saint named Albo was a little annoyed immediately, and these colleagues answered his shortcoming at this time. An old saint ignored the mutual jokes of his colleagues, but smiled at the newcomers and said, "Sir is very kind to us. You have to get used to it slowly. After all, war is cruel." The newcomers 363 forcibly stabilized their minds and nodded. A newcomer pointed to the corpse of a bloody skeleton on the ground and asked, "Why does this corpse look like it was bitten?" After hearing what the newcomer said, Albo gave up on exchanging faults with his colleagues, and said with a smile, "That's Mr. S. undead, a wound caused by the bite of a kind of undead called wraith. I saw it in the lab." When the newcomer heard that it was Mr. S. undead, he immediately nodded enthusiastically. Albo went up and patted the newcomer on the shoulder, saying, "Take your time, as long as you follow Mr., you all have a chance to become strong. But I think the throne should be moved back for Mr." Another team of saints came to the Bojinbok store. They looked at the dilapidated facade in front of them, and they were a little disappointed. "Oh, why are you so unlucky? This shop has been raided long ago. These damn dark wizards." Although listening to the words of the team members, Saint, as the captain, feels that things are not that simple. He used to come here to buy things often, and he knew that there should be no dark wizards in Nocturne Alley who would dare to take advantage of the chaos to attack here. A saint saw that the captain's expression was a bit wrong, so he asked, "Captain Daniel, what's wrong with you?" Daniel shook his head and said, "I always feel like something is wrong here." The saints' players felt a little confused when they heard Daniel's words. Daniel continued, "Few outsiders know that Borgin is the uncrowned king of Nocturne Alley. No one in his shop would dare to do that. Except for those mad rats from the Death Eaters. People who are not familiar with Nocturne Alley will really be deceived." Hearing Daniel's words, the team members suddenly realized. The Death Eaters were put on by them, and they wouldn't have raided here in advance without Mr. S. orders. It's just that the team members looked at Daniel strangely. "Then how do you know so clearly, Captain?" Daniel blushed and pulled out his wand, saying, "I used to be a regular customer of Bojin. I hadn't met Mr. at that time. Don't you look at me like that. Let's check to see if there are any living people in the attachment. I suspect that old Boken is hiding." The team members rolled their eyes at Daniel when they heard what Daniel said, "So you told us that you heard it from the beginning. It turns out that you are embarrassed to tell us the reason." But the team members knew that this was not the time for jokes, and they drew out their wands and approached Bojinbok shop vigilantly. "Hurry up and show up. Show me the way." The event reappears. The team members kept casting spells outside the Bojinbok shop, but their detection magic didn't, give them the slightest response. "Captain Daniel, there may be no one here. There is no response from our detection magic. Perhaps Borgin has run away." Daniel shook his head and said, "Impossible. Bojin can't get past our blocking spell. And there are legendary wizards such as adults sitting in the town. 10 Bojins can't escape." Hearing Daniel's words, the team members looked at Daniel with some disappointment. This can only prove that they are too weak and have no way to complete the task of Mr. Looking at the appearance of the players, Daniel smiled and comforted. "It's okay, you are still young, and you will have a lot of time to study in the future. Leave it to me next." Then Daniel waved his wand. Soul detection. After Daniel cast the spell, an invisible ripple spread out. A magical light appeared in Daniel's mind, and there was a soul behind a bookshelf in Bojinbok's shop. Daniel suddenly opened his eyes. This magic taught by Mr. is really easy to use. The team members looked at Daniel, who was very surprised, and asked, "Captain, have you found anything?" Daniel stretched out his wand and pointed at the bookshelf. "Boggin is right behind." The saints immediately surrounded the bookshelf as soon as Daniel finished speaking. "What should the captain do now?" Daniel looked at the rare magic books on your bookshelf. He thought about it and said, "Just blow it up for me." In the Chamber of Secrets, Callictacus was sitting in a chair and waiting for the matter to pass. "I'm safe here, and now I just hope things pass quickly." "Witchies, just wait. Even if I can't kill you, I will make you trouble. And that damn little." Callictacus hadn't uttered the word steal, only an explosion sound came from the passage of the secret room. The powerful shock wave directly knocked Callictacus to the ground. Callictacus hurriedly got up to check the situation, only to see a wizard rushing in with the saints. Callictacus stared blankly at the saints in front of him. How could they know the secret way? Obviously he has released so many shielding and concealing spells. Daniel stepped on the debris from the explosion, looked at Callictacus with a smile and said, "Mr. Borgin, glad we met again." Callictacus looked at the wizard in front of him in shock. Daniel Ness. What are you? Daniel laughed and said. Mr. Boken, thank you for remembering my famous minister. But now your embarrassed look really suits you. Chapter 210. Callictacus frowned and looked at Daniel in front of him. How could this previously embarrassing wizard lead so many people now? And Daniel seems to be joining the saints now. Callictacus ignored Daniel's ridicule, but said. Daniel, how did you find me? Daniel just spread his hands and didn't answer Callictacus's question. No matter how many shielding spells you release, you would never think that he passed the soul detection, right? He wouldn't tell Callictacus that there was a new spell. Seeing that Daniel did not answer, Callictacus did not continue to ask, but said. Leave, Daniel, you know my strength. Callictacus does not want to clash with the saints right now. If he is dragged by Daniel, there will be more and more saint wizards, and he will only die here. He wants to run out and hide now. As for the explosion just now, Callictacus believed that Daniel would not be able to cast that powerful spell. It should be an explosion caused by a precious alchemy product. Daniel just looked at Callictacus with disdain, and said. Bojan, do you still think I'm that Daniel who dared not resist after being robbed by you? Now I have a bigger purpose. I'm not going to be a sewer rat like you again. When Callictacus heard Daniel's words, anger ignited in his heart. When did a low-level dark wizard dare to say that about himself? Very well, Daniel, it seems that now that you have a new backer, you have forgotten the previous things. As long as I kill you, no one will know what happened today. The saints laughed instantly when they heard Callictacus's words. Did you hear that the mouse said to kill us? Of course. It seems that he thinks he can definitely win. Captain Daniel, kill him. Daniel heard the words of the team members and said with a smile. I think it's better to leave him in the hands of Mr. The knowledge of the Bork family may be of interest to Mr. Callictacus felt insulted as the saints spoke. When will the great Bork family be underestimated by these wizards? But Callictacus was not impulsive, but asked Daniel. Daniel, who are you talking about, sir? Hearing Callictacus's question, Daniel said frantically. A sir is a sir. In the words of a sir. A maggot like you is not qualified to know the great name of Mr. Facing Daniel's successive insults and provocations, Callictacus could no longer hold back his anger, and invited Daniel to a duel. Daniel Ness, I, Callictacus Burke, challenge you to a duel in the name of the Burke family. The honor of pure blood cannot be insulted. Daniel looked at Callictacus who had performed the duel etiquette, and said disdainfully. Cough, so-called pure blood wizards. But Daniel felt that now he could play with Callictacus slowly for a while. He is very confident in his current strength. And it's time to put an end to those previous hatreds. Then grant Callictacus' request. Daniel immediately returned a duel etiquette to Callictacus. Callictacus' eyes became serious, and he waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. Daniel sideways dodged Callictacus' killing curse. But Callictacus did not miss this opportunity and continued to cast spells. Cruciate. Daniel dodged again. Callictacus casts spells faster and faster. Daniel was just purely defensive. But Callictacus became more and more frightened as he fought. How could that weak Daniel do such a thing? Now he suspects that the Daniel in front of him is an elite saint who has been transformed by drinking polyjuice potion. Daniel is actually very helpless in his heart now. He underestimated the strength of Callictacus. Moreover, the basic elemental magic he knows is impossible to use in this small space. If this continues, he will lose. Then Daniel called out to the saints behind him. Shoot! Take him down together! When the saints heard Daniel's order, they immediately started to act. 4 or 5 spells were shot directly at Callictacus. Callictacus looked at Daniel angrily, and shouted. Vile mudblood! You have ruined the holy duel. Daniel shook his head with a strange smile, and said. Mr. said, don't talk about morality and agreement with your enemies. And the most disgusting thing is you extreme pure blood. Callictacus had no time to respond to Daniel's words, and now he could only be tired of dealing with the siege of the saints. But the prolonged battle made Callictacus' physical strength and reaction power drop, and finally he was accidentally hit by the saint's imprisonment curse. Callictacus, who was tied into a rice dumpling, no longer had the strength to resist. His magic wand was also broken by the saint at the first time. Callictacus stared at Daniel like he was about to tear him apart. Daniel came to Callictacus and knelt down, said with a smile. "How are you feeling now, Mr. Borgin?" Callictacus looked at Daniel with endless anger in his eyes. "You'll regret it, Daniel. I am a descendant of the Holy Family. Other pure-blood families will avenge me." Daniel was even more disdainful at this time, and stepped on Callictacus' face. "They may be in danger now. Borgin. Mr. said that the strength of the wizard is paramount. You rubbish who are still living in the fantasy of blood, let the gentleman help you play the final role." Then Daniel ignored Callictacus' curse and said to a saint. "Drag away and hand him over to Mr. Leave 2 men to search his stash, sir may need it." While the saints were cleaning Nocturne Alley, Dumbledore finally got the people from the Ministry of Magic. "Oh! Thank you Merlin for your blessing. Headmaster Dumbledore. You're here." Immediately after Fudge finished speaking, he saw the huge barrier behind Dumbledore that surrounded Nocturne Alley. "My Merlin! What happened here?" The people from the Ministry of Magic also stared at the white magic barrier dumbfounded. "Isn't this the kind of magic that is only used in Wizard Wars?" Chapter 211. Dumbledore looked at the Ministry of Magic people, smiled and said. "Connolly, there's no way I'm not coming when the Death Eaters show up." Rufus Scrimgeour and Barty Crouch came to their senses first, and they asked in horror. "Mr. Dumbledore, what's going on with the Death Eaters in the alley? Are there any casualties, Dumbledore?" Rufus Scrimgeour and Barty Crouch clearly have different concerns. Dumbledore answered Barty Crouch's question first. "There were casualties, but they should all be dark wizards. Mr. Grindelwald and his friends have gone in to save lives." In Barty Crouch's heart, his suspended heart was relieved after hearing Dumbledore's words. As long as the Death Eaters didn't come back and there were no wizard casualties, then he wasn't worried. In case Barty Crouch Jr., his son, lost the control of the Imperious Curse on September 47. Knowing the news of the Death Eaters again, he couldn't imagine what would happen. And Rufus Scrimgeour is in a roller coaster ride right now. After hearing the casualties, he raised his heart. The word Black Wizard made him breathe a sigh of relief again. But Grindelwald and his friends bring the vengeful Auror Chief of Staff's worries to a head. At this time, Minister Fudge, who came back to his senses, hurriedly said to Rufus Scrimgeour. "Director Scrimgeour and Director Crouch, please investigate the situation in Diagon Alley first. It is not ruled out that some Death Eaters are still in Diagon Alley." Minister Fudge wanted to dismiss Rufus Scrimgeour and Barty Crouch, and apparently he had something to say to Dumbledore. Scrimgeour is very displeased with Secretary Fudge's orders. He figured it was time to rush in and arrest the Death Eaters. And he has good reason to suspect that the descendants of Grindelwald have summoned the Saints. Even Dumbledore was fooled by him. But when Scrimgeour was about to explode, he was stopped by Crouch. Crouch gave Dumbledore and Minister Fudge a deep look. So he dragged Scrimgeour to carry out Minister Fudge's order first. After walking a few steps, Scrimgeour shook off Crouch's hand and said angrily. "Crouch, why are you stopping me? We should go catch the Death Eaters now." Crouch frowned and said. "You're not the Minister for Magic yet, Director Scrimgeour. Since Dumbledore is there, we trust them." Scrimgeour became even angrier when he heard Crouch's words, and said. "Then are we going to let those dark wizards get away with it like this?" Then Scrimgeour pointed to the location of Nocturne Alley. "Don't you tell me you didn't see the fire and spell lights in Nocturne Alley." Crouch didn't get used to Scrimgeour, and said directly. "I'm not your subordinate, please pay attention to your tone, Judge Klinger. Is there anything else? Do you think you can break the magic net that is guarded by Pingon? Now Dumbledore and his men have surrounded the dark wizards. Then let's not make trouble." Crouch certainly wouldn't let Scrimgeour in. It wouldn't matter if Dumbledore or Grindelwald's men wiped out the Death Eaters. But people at the Ministry of Magic are different. He wants to put an end to any accidents. Can't let his son know any news, even if there is only a slight possibility. Scrimgeour was blue with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Scrimgeour stared at Crouch and said. "Director Crouch, I hope you will not regret it." Crouch straightened his coat and hat, and said solemnly. "I trust Dumbledore's judgment. Now, we need to investigate the situation in Diagon Alley." After Scrimgeour and Crouch left, all the people Minister Fudge asked to go followed them. Dumbledore said to Minister Fudge, "Tell me, Connolly, what do you want from me?" Since the last time Minister Fudge was threatened by Dumbledore, he is now completely afraid to show off in front of Dumbledore. Minister Fudge asked anxiously. "Headmaster Dumbledore, did the Death Eaters kill anyone tonight? Also, have you seen that, the mysterious man?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "No, the Death Eaters were already in Nocturne Alley when I came." Dumbledore's words reassured Fudge. Dumbledore would not be able to make waves among the Death Eaters, and even the mysterious man was afraid of Dumbledore. So Fudge looked at the lively Nocturne Alley and said, "Then I'm relieved, I trust Headmaster Dumbledore and your people." After Minister Fudge finished speaking, Dumbledore looked at Minister Fudge, and said directly, "Perhaps you have other business." When Minister Fudge heard Dumbledore's words, his heart froze immediately, but he still said with a smile, "Still can't hide it from you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I want to ask, is Mr. Ian Grindelwald in Nocturne Alley now?" Dumbledore squinted at Minister Fudge and nodded, saying, "I should have told you, Connolly. Don't focus on Ian." Minister Fudge was chilled by Dumbledore's eyes, as if he was being targeted by a predator. Minister Fudge said hastily, "Not what you think, Headmaster Dumbledore. I just want to make a deal with the Norwegian Ministry of Magic." After hearing Minister Fudge's words, Dumbledore withdrew his scrutiny. "Oh? Deal, you can talk about it. I think I, a bad old man, can help Ian decide something." After Minister Fudge withdrew his gaze from Dumbledore, he felt that the feeling of being watched by a beast just now disappeared. Minister Fudge took a breath, and said hastily, "Of course. This thing is a win-win for us. I want to buy some Norwegian ridgeback materials at the Ministry of Magic. The reticents at the Ministry of Magic need this dragon material for their research. And only Norway has this kind of dragon breeding farm in the whole world. 5.6. Plus, the relationship between Mr. Grindelwald and Minister Andy Blake seems to be very good. I thought that would be easier to talk about. As long as you can get in touch with Ian Grindelwald, your network will definitely be bigger." Although Ian Grindelwald didn't give him a good face, but he believed that Ian would be defeated by the temptation he gave. Time to turn against Ian Grindelwald, add some of Ian Grindelwald's men to the Ministry of Magic. Even if you're Dumbledore, Fudge has a way of getting Dumbledore out. As long as Dumbledore steps down, there's another excuse to purge Ian Grindelwald's people. Then the British Ministry of Magic completely fell into his hands. On the big ship of power, Fudge is the professional captain. Buying a fire dragon is just an excuse. Chapter 212. Minister Fudge's heart was already filled with the thoughts that had arisen in his mind. After Minister Fudge finished speaking, he waited nervously for Dumbledore's reply. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then said, "I have nothing to say here. But the final decision rests with Ian. I thought you could ask him yourself after the matter is over." Then Minister Fudge laughed. "Of course. Headmaster Dumbledore." It's just that Minister Fudge didn't know that Dumbledore was looking at him like a troll. Dumbledore had already read those thoughts clearly with legilimency. Someone to put Ian in the Ministry of Magic? I don't know how Fudge's brain has grown, and only you, the Minister of Magic, will be emptied at that time. If you don't have enough strength, you want to control the overall situation by yourself. As for picking him off with Dumbledore and Ian, this is even more non-existent. Ian's character will definitely not be with these people from the Ministry of Magic. But that's also a good thing. It means that when they need to rob the British Ministry of Magic in the future, they can take the British Ministry of Magic without launching a war. In this way, Dumbledore and Fudge decided this matter with smiles and thoughts. Ian also came to the place where Arthur was on May 28. After seeing Ian, Arthur hurried forward to report the situation to Ian. "Sir, we've taken 80% of Nocturne Alley. The Saints are cleaning up the remaining rats." Ian nodded with a smile and said, Arthur, you guys are doing a great job." Arthur smiled excitedly and said, "As long as Mr. satisfied." After speaking, Arthur took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Ian. "Sir, this matter needs to be decided by you. Nocturne Alley involves wizards and werewolves, as well as some muggle situations." Ian took the parchment with some doubts. It is understandable that there are werewolves and wizards in Nocturne Alley, but how can it involve muggles? Ian took the parchment and looked at it. After a while, Ian frowned and put down the parchment. Me Arthur, what do you think we should do about this matter? Werewolves and wizards are easy to deal with, and it just so happens that some byproducts of his and Nico's research can solve this trouble. But those muggle kids gave Ian a bit of a headache. This reminded him of the time when his teacher picked it up as lich material. At this time, my Arthur was also a little undecided. After thinking for a while, he said hesitantly. Sir, this matter. Hey! Ian, finally found you. Grindelwald and Nicole, who had gained a lot, walked towards Ian with a smile, and interrupted my Arthur at the same time. Grindelwald and Nico walked up to Ian. Grindelwald said with a smile. Ian, this time I have a wizard's corpse. Say it first, these are mine. Nico glanced at Grindelwald and said. The other part is mine. Don't even try to keep it to yourself. Ian ignored the joking Grindelwald, but handed the parchment to Grindelwald and said. Old man, how do you deal with these things? And what about you? Ian don't know how to handle. Don't you normally go straight to the troublemakers? After Mayor Thur saw Ian handing the parchment to Grindelwald, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is better for such a sensitive issue to be decided by these two bigwigs. Grindelwald finished reading the parchment within a short while. He thought about it and said to Ian. Ian, I think it would be better to kill those infected werewolves. After all, that dirty thing is uncontrollable. They bite everyone after they turn into werewolves on a full moon night. Killing them may be their relief. The cost of Wolf's poison potion is too high, and it's not worth investing in. And the Wolfbane potion is only temporarily suppressing werewolves. As for the wizarding and muggle children who are not infected, we can take advantage of it. When Nicole heard Grindelwald say the word werewolf, he moved his head closer. After glancing at the contents of the parchment, Nico said with a smile. Ian, our offcuts might be useful. Grindelwald looked at Nico in puzzlement, and said. Mailer, what do you mean by offcuts? Nico didn't answer Grindelwald, but looked at Ian. What do you think, Yak? Our improved Wolfbane potion may come in handy. Grindelwald and my Arthur were very surprised when they heard what Nico said. These two also improved Wolfsbane potion? Ian nodded and said. I thought so too, Nicole. It's just the muggle kids that bother me. I promised Dumbledore not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. After speaking, Ian raised his hand and made an unbreakable oath. Grindelwald didn't care what Ian said about the muggle children's fare and asked eagerly. When did you improve the Wolfbane potion? How effective is it? Ian looked at Grindelwald's eager look, and said with a smile. You know I've been studying dark creatures. Do you still remember the werewolf that Holman sent me? Grindelwald nodded. The werewolf sent by Holman almost broke Dumbledore's defense. It wasn't until Holm explained to Dumbledore that he was a werewolf criminal that Dumbledore let Ian begin his brutal research. 940. That's when you started working on it. Didn't you tear those werewolves into pieces? At this moment Nicole said helplessly. We're not rookie wizards. Ian and I will definitely squeeze the most out of the experimental material. Ian also looked at Grindelwald speechlessly. Grindelwald couldn't help blushing. He thought that the two of them simply used werewolves to study magic. He forgot that both of them were actually potions masters. Grindelwald quickly changed the subject and asked. I'm most curious about your improved Wolfbane potion. Tell me how it works. Ian didn't break through Grindelwald's cover-up, and said with a smile. It's now possible to keep werewolves sane during a full moon. And remove part of the werewolf poison. Theoretically, if it is taken for a long time, it should be able to completely remove the werewolf toxin. Ian can't guarantee that, after all, he and Nico haven't had time to continue feeding those werewolves with medicine. The two felt that this experiment was unnecessary. They didn't want to save werewolves, but were interested in whether the undead made by werewolves were werewolves or wizards, and whether the werewolf poison affected the type of undead. Those werewolves were used by the itchy Ian and Nico to do undead experiments. Chapter 213. Now it was Grindelwald's turn to look at Ian and Nico speechlessly. What is should? But Grindelwald also guessed that Ian and Nico probably improved the werewolf potion for research. Grindelwald then asked Nico. Then what is the cost of the Wolfbane potion you researched? Grindelwald knew about cost and asked Ian, a man without common sense, that there would be no result. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Nicole said with a smile. The cost is very low, thanks to those magic plants that Ian brought. The fruit of Ian's swamp man-eating tree. After speaking, Nico glanced at Ian and continued. In addition to the delicious wine, it is very stable as a potion material. And it has the effect of suppressing magic viruses. Grindelwald was very surprised to hear what Nico said. No wonder Severus always took a sip every time he drank. Grindelwald nodded and said. That's fine, as long as you can control Wolf's poison. Then these children are worth cultivating. Grindelwald thought for a while and said. Me Arthur, go and investigate the families of those children when you go back. If there are parents, let them pick them up. Remember to clear your memory first. Orphans are left to be raised as preparations for saints. On the side Ian and Nico improved the Wolfsbane potion, and Michael, who was numb from shock, immediately came back to his senses when he heard Grindelwald's words. My Arthur saluted hurriedly. Good Lord, where are the Muggle children? Grindelwald glanced at Ian and said. Stay here, after all, we can't let them go back to the Muggle world now. Cultivate for a period of time first, and train as a member of St. Anne after confirming your loyalty. We will also need some people in the Muggle world in the future. Ian, what do you think? Ian thought for a while, nodded and said. Kin. Seeing that Ian and Grindelwald have unified their opinions, my Arthur said respectfully. Obey, Doctor, because of people. At this time, a saint ran over to report the situation in Nocturne Alley, saluted and said. Sir, my lord. Nocturne Alley has been cleaned up. Now doing the finishing touches. Grindelwald heard the reports from the saints and enjoined. Remember to take all the dead bodies and belongings. The saint respectfully said. Lord Mothroger is organizing manpower to clean up the battlefield. After getting the saint's reply, Lou Lindeveau nodded with satisfaction. He is very relieved that Moth is doing things. Ian smiled and said to Grindelwald. Old man, let's be old man. It's time to have breakfast when we get back. At this moment, Scrimgeour and Crouch, who had searched Diagon Alley, came to Fudge and Dumbledore. Looking at Dumbledore and Fudge, Scrimgeour suppressed the anger in his heart and reported. Minister, Headmaster Dumbledore, we've searched all of Diagon Alley. Except for the wizards at the Leaky Cauldron who were all unconscious, no other wizards were injured. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries has been contacted and therapists have picked them up. When Fudge heard Scrimgeour's words, his tense mood immediately relaxed. As long as there are no casualties in Diagon Alley, his approval rating will not drop too much. Fudge smiled easily and said. That's good, Director Scrimgeour, thank you for your report. Then now. Without waiting for Fudge to continue speaking, Scrimgeour stared directly at Fudge and said. Minister, I think we can go into Nocturne Alley now and catch the Dark Wizard. Fudge's expression froze immediately, but before Fudge could attack, Crouch said. Minister, now we just have to wait for those who just come out. Headmaster Dumbledore's people will take care of this. We shouldn't have killed Aurors. When Scrimgeour heard Crouch's words, he roared angrily. Crouch! Are you going to cover up those dark wizards? How many wizards would die because of them? Have you ever wondered? Did you forget the war 12 years ago? And your son? Crouch heard Scrimgeour mention 12 years ago and Barty Crouch Jr. Crouch's complexion became ugly in an instant, he directly drew out the magic spell and pointed at Scrimgeour, and said sharply. Scrimgeour, do you mean to fight me? Not to be outdone, Scrimgeour drew out his wand. Come on! You patron of the Death Eaters! Looking at the two people in front of him, Fudge could no longer control his emotions. Do you still see me as a minister? Scrimgeour, Crouch! I command you to put down your wands. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic in the back was dumbfounded when they saw the two men who were about to clash and Minister Fudge with an ugly face. How did their leaders fight so fast? But the habit of staying in the Ministry of Magic all year round made them quickly run behind their boss. All three parties confronted each other immediately. And the eyes of those reporters who had arrived long ago but had been hiding all the time suddenly lit up. This is big news. The reporters quickly took out their magic cameras and secretly filmed them. It seems that it is not right to dare not come today because of the fear of the Dark Lord and Death Eaters. In the confrontation among the three parties, the people belonging to Dumbledore looked at Dumbledore for help, hoping that Dumbledore could make a move. Looking at the three confronting parties, Dumbledore shook his head. A powerful magical power erupted from his body. Dumbledore's magical power swept through the Ministry of Magic, making Scrimgeour, Crouch and Fudge, Zhao Zhao Zhao, instantly stiff. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic behind was even more miserable, and some were so frightened that they dropped their wands. Fudge and the others turned their heads stiffly to look at Dumbledore, and Scrimgeour's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Crouch looked at Dumbledore in great surprise. Scrimgeour swallowed, and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, do you want to meddle in magical matters?" Hearing Scrimgeour's words, Fudge's face was very ugly, but now he dare not show it. Dumbledore's magic power erupted at this moment, and the threat was already very obvious. Just to let them stop provoking conflicts, he has the final say on matters here. Seeing the three of them looking at him, Dumbledore withdrew his burst of magic power and said with a smile, "Director Scrimgeour, I'm not interested in your Ministry of Magic. It's just that my people are back now. Maybe we should welcome them first." Chapter 214. Ian and Grindelwald and Nico came out after tearing apart a portion of the security guard. For ordinary wizards, it may be very difficult to pass through the safeguard. But it was not difficult for Ian and the three legendary wizards. But just after Ian and others walked out of the safeguard, Ian immediately sensed many souls. Ian guessed that someone from the Ministry of Magic should be here. But what is the situation in front of this three-way confrontation? Grindelwald and Nico were also stunned. The magician was about to fight himself? After hearing Dumbledore's words, people from the Ministry of Magic, such as Fudge, wanted Ian and others to look over. My God! That's Nico Mailer! And who is that blonde wizard? It seems to be the patriarch of the French Roger family. The appearance of Ian and others caused a commotion in the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour watched Ian and the others immediately want to rush to arrest them. Scrimgeour wanted to call out to his men, but he couldn't. He felt like he couldn't move his body. The only thing Scrimgeour can move is his eyes. He rolled his eyes and saw Dumbledore staring at him with a smile. His clothes were immediately drenched with cold sweat. Scrimgeour knew that Bouledoux had limited his actions. And Fudge is very excited now. Nicole's appearance in 873 is completely a surprise to him. Fudge walked forward quickly, he smiled and said to Ian and others, "Mr. Grindelwald, Mr. Mailer, Mr. Roger. Nice to see you all again." Ian gave Fudge a disgusted look, ignored him, and walked straight to Dumbledore. Nico followed behind Ian, just like Ian, ignoring Fudge directly. Nico said to Ian, "Ian, I'll go back when the matter is settled." Ian nodded and said with a smile, "I will ask Moth and the others to send the materials harvested this time to the laboratory." Nico nodded with a smile. "See you in the lab." "Goodbye Ian." After speaking, Nico used apparition to leave. Fudge's smile, who was ignored, suddenly collapsed. Today, he, the Minister of Magic, has lost face. But at this moment Grindelwald smirked and said to Fudge, "Hi, Minister Fudge, what can I do?" Fudge heard Grindelwald's words and barely stabilized his emotions. At least one other person is willing to talk to him, maybe he can ask the Patriarch Raquel to help him talk. Abd, he forced a smile and said to Grindelwald, "Hello, Mr. Roger. I need to talk to Mr. Grindelwald about a business cooperation. In the name of the Ministry of Magic, of course. But, you see, Mr. Grindelwald seems to be..." Fudge didn't go on, the Roger Patriarch in front of him must understand what he meant. Upon hearing Fudge's words, Grindelwald pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and said, "Oh I see. I thought you could talk to me about it. I'm managing Ian's business after all." When Fudge heard Grindelwald's words, the haze in his heart was swept away immediately. Who doesn't know that the French Roger family is the largest vassal of the Grindelwald family? Since the Patriarch Roger is willing to talk to him, it is a good start. If the Chief Roger is dealt with, he will have a chance to contact Ian Grindelwald sooner or later. Thinking of this, Fudge said to Grindelwald excitedly, "That's right, I just told Headmaster Dumbledore as well. We need to source some Norwegian ridgeback material." While Fudge was talking to Grindelwald, Ian had come to Dumbledore's side. Ian asked Dumbledore. Old man Deng, what are these people from the Ministry of Magic planning to do? Dumbledore winked at Ian and said. They seem to have misunderstood. But now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Ian didn't ask any further questions, he wasn't interested in Ministry of Magic matters. Although he felt very bad emotions in these Ministry of Magic crowds. But Ian doesn't mind the bugs being mean to him. If you cause trouble for yourself, just kill it. At this time, Crouch came to Ian and Dumbledore. He took off his top hat and greeted Ian and said. Hi, Mr. Grindelwald. Let me introduce myself first, I'm Barty Crouch. The current director of the Department of International Magic Exchange and Cooperation. Ian froze for a moment when he heard Crouch's words. Is this the father of the big filial son? Perceiving Crouch's nervousness and eagerness, Ian frowned and asked. What's your business? Seeing Ian's reaction, Crouch was prepared. Crouch had heard that Ian didn't like seeing people from the Ministry of Magic. Crouch continued with a smile and said. Sorry, Mr. Grindelwald, I just wanted to ask. What happened to those dark wizards and Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley? Ian casually said. All dead. Crouch breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Ian's reply. Crouch let go of his nervousness and said. Then I would like to thank Mr. Grindelwald on behalf of the British wizarding community. Then Crouch approached Ian and whispered. If you need help with the aftermath, Mr. Grindelwald can contact me. I'll take my leave first. After speaking, Crouch turned and left. Dumbledore asked Ian curiously. Ian, have you ever crossed paths with Crouch? Hearing Dumbledore's question, Ian shook his head. He's for his Death Eater's son. Dumbledore looked at Ian in surprise, and said. You mean Barty Crouch Jr.? Isn't he already dead? Ian shook his head again and said. No, Crouch lied to the Ministry about his son. Now Barty Crouch Jr. is probably still under his control. Hearing Ian's explanation, Dumbledore smiled and said. To be honest, Ian, I really don't understand your ability to predict. You can still know the past, much better than Gale. Ian gave Dumbledore a blank look, and said. If you want to take the idea of the British Ministry of Magic, you can start with Crouch. His son is his biggest weakness. Ian's words made Dumbledore laugh out loud. It should be us, Ian. And you don't have to worry about that. Someone is about to deliver the British Ministry of Magic to us. After speaking, Dumbledore pointed to Fudge who was talking with Grindelwald. Chapter 215. Ian followed Dumbledore's fingers, and he wasn't surprised to see that fool Fudge. Dumbledore then told Ian about Fudge's plans. Ian nodded and said. That's it, you and the old man decide. At this time, the conversation between Fudge and Grindelwald also ended. I saw Fudge and Grindelwald walking towards them with smiles all over their faces. Grindelwald pulled Ian closer and said. Ian, Dumbledore should have told you just now. Well, do you agree? Grindelwald sighed in his heart. It turns out that there are people in the Ministry of Magic who don't hate it. This FG in front of me was very pleasing. Actually offered to let Ian's people into the Ministry of Magic. Much more polite than the former Norwegian Ministry of Magic last time. Fudge looked at Ian expectantly, waiting for Ian's reply. Ian didn't look at Fudge, but nodded to Grindelwald. Old man, you can make up your own mind, I don't care about these things. Grindelwald felt very helpless looking at Ian's expression. The trouble is that Ian is not involved at all. Grindelwald sighed, and said in his heart. Just be busy, this is my own child, alas. And Fudge heard Ian's words. Fudge was very happy. Finally getting a little closer with Ian Grindelwald. Fudge stepped forward happily and said. Mr. Grindelwald. It was a pleasure working with you. Ian just glanced at Fudge, but never looked at him again. Fudge felt very embarrassed again, and Grindelwald smirked and said. No way, Ian is just like that. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Fudge quickly adjusted his emotions and said. I understand, Mr. Roger. Mr. Grindelwald is just a little shy. Grindelwald couldn't help but actually laughed at Fudge's words. But Grindelwald held out his hand and said. Ha ha ha, maybe so. Since Ian agrees. Then wish us a happy cooperation. Fudge also happily held Grindelwald's hand. Happy cooperation. Mr. Roger. Just after the two confirmed their cooperation, the magic net of penguin guards that surrounded Nocturne Alley gradually disappeared. Fudge looked at Nocturne Alley suspiciously, and asked Grindelwald. "Mr. Rochelle, what happened?" Grindelwald smiled and said. "Minister Fudge, it looks like our guys have cleared Nocturne Alley." As soon as Grindelwald finished speaking, 5 wizards in black robes walked out of Nocturne Alley with a floating bag and walked towards them. There was a riot in the ranks of the Ministry of Magic, and the black-robed wizards still had dust from the explosion. Combined with the continuous explosions in Nocturne Alley just now, we know that they are very difficult to mess with. And why is that floating bag shaped like a human? It was only when they saw Scrimgeour that the people from the Ministry of Magic suppressed their uneasiness a little bit. Or Director Scrimgeour has the courage. So many people who look like dark wizards will not panic when they appear in front of them. Not even a little shaken. Truly a top student of Gryffindor. It's just that Scrimgeour wants to die now, as someone who has dealt with black witches all the year round. Although the faces of those wizards could not be seen, he could tell from their aura at a glance that the first 3 wizards definitely had more than one life in their hands. He didn't dare to stand directly in front of such a black wizard when he met such a black wizard, so he could only bring others to arrest him. Now is a very good opportunity. But he can't move at all now. And Fudge was suddenly nervous. Those dark wizards are Dumbledore's people? I saw the dark wizards coming to Ian and Grindelwald. The first 3 black-robed wizards saluted together and said, "Sir! Your Excellency! Nocturne Alley has been cleared." Fudge's calf was already trembling. He didn't want to stand in front of these very evil-looking wizards. Ian came up to the 3 of them, smiled and said, "Moth, Albert, and you are? I remember your name is Daniel." Upon hearing Ian's words, Daniel said excitedly, "Yes sir. I am Daniel Ness. Thank you sir for remembering me." Looking at the excited Daniel, Ian smiled and said, "You guys are doing great." "Thank you sir." The 3 of Moss said excitedly in unison. Fudge looked at Grindelwald with a pale face, and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Rozier, are they dark wizards?" Grindelwald shook his head and said, "There are no dark wizards here, Minister Fudge. They're just friends of Ian's." Grindelwald puts extra emphasis on the word friend. "Ah, yes, yes. They are friends." Fudge showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He feels that these people are the legendary saints. Fudge knew he should order these men arrested now. But the cooperation with the Grindelwald family has just been confirmed. These 3 people may not become his Fudge's people in the future. After thinking about it like this, Fudge decided to pretend not to see Mosi and the other 3, and for the sake of power, he endured it and passed. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction at Fudge's reaction. Suddenly Grindelwald thought of Daniel, so he said to Ian, "Ian, I have an assignment for Daniel." Ian nodded when he heard Grindelwald's words, and said to Daniel, "Go, Daniel, the old man is looking for you." Daniel is so excited that he almost fainted now. Is he finally going to be entrusted with important tasks now? "Yes. Yes. Thank you sir. Thank you my lord." But the floating spell cast by Daniel accidentally interrupted the control. The black bag fell directly to the ground. With a pop, some red liquid spilled out of the bag. The eyelids of everyone present jumped. Couldn't be a dead body in that bag? Fudge asked Grindelwald with a stiff expression. "Mr. Rozier, is that a corpse? I want the orator to check it out." Grindelwald didn't even look at Fudge, still curious about what was in the bag. He just said casually, "It's paint." How could Fudge believe Grindelwald's words, and continued, "I think it's better to check." Before Fudge could finish speaking, he saw Grindelwald turn his head. "It's paint, Minister Fudge. If you don't know, maybe Director Barty Crouch is a talker. What do you say?" Chapter 216. When Fudge heard Grindelwald's threat, he suddenly didn't dare to insist on checking. Now the first goal is to overthrow Dumbledore, and he can't do it without Grindelwald's support. For this goal, it is not a bad idea to let the people of Grindelwald and Rozier. Even if many people saw it and asked him why he didn't check the bag, he just had to answer that it was paint. After all, no one saw what was in the bag. "Haha, that's right. It's the paint, Mr. Rozier." Fudge immediately changed his expression and said. Grindelwald nodded, but his disdain for Fudge became more and more in his heart. These Ministry of Magic people still disgust him. Daniel panicked when he saw the bag fall. That's a trophy for Mr. Ian sensed Daniel's emotions and the soul in the bag, smiled and said to Daniel, 597. Interesting, after the old man arranges tasks for you, come to see me with your things. Now maybe you can put your stuff in the bag. When Daniel heard Ian's words, he hurriedly took out the bag of the untraceable stretching curse, and put the black bag in. Then Daniel saluted Ian and ran to Grindelwald. Seeing Daniel approaching, Grindelwald said to Fudge. Minister Fudge, how about I just let him into your magic? Fudge shuddered when he heard Grindelwald's words. He felt that this Daniel was too dangerous. Fudge was very sure that what was in the bag just now was a corpse. Now this murderer is going to the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's face was ugly, but he still forced a smile and said. Do you think you can change someone? I don't think Mr. Daniel. Mr. Ness might be a good fit. Grindelwald didn't speak, just looked at Fudge with a smile. This puts a lot of pressure on Fudge. There was more and more cold sweat on Fudge's forehead, just when Fudge couldn't hold back any more. Grindelwald touched his chin and said. Since you disagree, Minister Fudge, then forget it. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief, but Grindelwald's next sentence made Fudge extremely nervous. I only heard Grindelwald say slowly. Daniel is a young man I trust very much. Since you disagree, Minister Fudge. Then I'd better find Director Crouch to cooperate. After all, the list of fire dragon materials is still very important. I'm not relieved that Daniel is not involved. Fudge was completely flustered now. If Ian Grindelwald's men went to Crouch's side, maybe the Ministry of Magic will really have nothing to do with Fudge in the future. Fudge said in a hurry and panic. Mr. Rozier. That's not what I meant. I just think this Mr. Daniel Nice might fit in a better position. Look at my secret. How about the recorder in my office? Fudge originally wanted to say it was his secretary, but then he thought it was a murderer. Fortunately, he came to his senses, and Fudge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Grindelwald smiled and said. Of course, no problem. Daniel, why don't you thank Minister Fudge? Daniel has not recovered until now. In the past, he was just a wizard in Nocturne Alley. He was not corrupted by black magic, but came to Nocturne Alley to avoid his enemies. But after joining the Saints by chance, he proved his loyalty and faith in Mr. in half a year. Now his identity and strength have undergone tremendous changes. It's all brought on by Mr. and Mr. Instead of thanking Fudge, Daniel kneels in Grindelwald's and Ian's direction. Thank you, sir and lord. Daniel Ness swears by it. I will never let down the trust of Mr. Ni and your lord. While Grindelwald and Fudge were discussing Daniel's entry into the Ministry of Magic, Moss said respectfully to Ian. Sir, there are two people here that need your attention. After finishing speaking, Moss pulled down the hats of the two people behind him. All I saw was the pale Lucius and the terrified Mundungus. Dumbledore was a little surprised when he saw Mundungus. Hadn't he already told him to retreat? But then Dumbledore shook his head at the thought of his greedy character. Let's see if we can save him later. And Fudge's eyes almost popped out when he saw Lucius. Before Fudge could speak, Crouch on the side asked sullenly. Lucius. I knew you were a Death Eater. Lucius was taken aback when he heard Crouch's words. Lucius said hastily. Crouch, I'm not a Death Eater. Crouch didn't believe Lucius at all, but said. Then why are you here? Lucius smiled wryly and said. It was just an accident. Just when Crouch wanted to continue asking, Lucius felt the unfriendly eyes from Moth and others. He wasted too much time. Sir is not here to waste time with you. So Lucius hurriedly knelt down on the spot facing Ian, and said reverently. Mr. Grindelwald. Please accept the following of the Malfoy family. Lucius' words shocked the surrounding wizards. Is the Malfoy family standing upright? And some people in the Ministry of Magic's faces became very ugly. They are the people of the Dark Lord, lurking in the Ministry of Magic waiting for the return of the Dark Lord. That's how Lucius betrayed them right in front of them. Damn Lucius! How dare he betray the Dark Lord? Walton McNeil gritted his teeth and murmured softly. Cobain Yaxley beside him also looked at Lucius with an unfriendly expression. Although they all thought that the Dark Lord was finished, today's dark mark gave them some hope. As long as it is confirmed that the Dark Lord is resurrected, they will immediately kill the traitor Lucius. 5.8. And Lucius was terrified today, he was horrified by the cruelty of those saints slaughtering the Black Wizard. And the strength of the saints is also very strong. Coupled with those never-before-seen magic, Lucius believes that no one can match Ian. So what if the Death Eaters knew he had betrayed him? The strength of the saints cannot be challenged by those Death Eaters. And under Ian Grindelwald, they're treated really well too. I didn't see Ian killing people like Voldemort at every turn, and he didn't use the Cruciatus curse to punish his subordinates. Voldemort still needs to use the galleons of his followers. Lucius has already asked, there is still a salary for working under Ian. Every now and then some magic items are given out too. He is fully qualified to jump ship. Voldemort? That's really unfamiliar. Chapter 217. Ian was a little surprised when he heard Lucius' words. But Ian understands that this shrewd Lucius now chooses to stand in line because he wants to protect himself. After seeing the combat power of the saints, his fear of the Dark Lord's power also decreased a lot. And if he doesn't choose to join the saints, then after today's incident, what awaits him may be the forgetting curse and so on. Ian looked at Lucius, thought for a while and said, "Get up first." Lucius stood up in surprise, and Ian didn't reject him directly, so it means he has a chance. Just listen to Ian continue. "Let's talk about that later, Mr. Malfoy. If there is nothing else, I think you can leave first." When Lucius heard Ian's words, he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. I am waiting for your notice at Malfoy Manor." After speaking, Lucius saluted Ian. Just when Lucius finished saluting and was about to leave, Moss whispered, "If someone asks you, remember what to say. If you say something that shouldn't be said, then you know the consequences of 01. Lucius glanced at Moth in horror. He had seen the whole process of how ruthless this mighty saint had just shot. Lucius responded softly with some palpitations. "No problem, my lord. I won't say it." Moss nodded, then watched Lucius apparate away. People in the Ministry of Magic felt that this was inappropriate. Here things are completely up to Ian Grindelwald to decide. But seeing that the three bosses didn't speak, no one wanted to be this early bird. It's just that they didn't know that Scrimgeour couldn't move at all. Now the anger in his heart was about to explode. And Crouch did not plan to intervene in this matter today. As long as the saints can kill Death Eaters, they are on the same line. And the saints didn't cause the deaths of wizards in general in the British wizarding world. Even the wizards in Nocturne Alley killed today are just some dark wizards. Crouch can't wait for those dark wizards in Nocturne Alley to die cleanly. A Malfoy is not worth offending Ian at all. Fudge is even simpler, now that the Grindelwald family is his ally, then he has no reason to take care of this matter. And if the Malfoy family joins the Grindelwald family, it will increase his bargaining chips. The happiest one is Fudge. Then, Mundungus, who was tied up, could no longer hold back the fear in his heart. He was very excited after seeing the people from the Ministry of Magic. Finally someone can save him. But what happened next made him slowly and completely desperate. The Ministry of Magic and those dark wizards are on the same team. The bookend was beaten so badly that it flowed out of the bag. But no one cares. That proud Malfoy didn't have any strength to resist. Kneeling directly in front of the descendant of the Grindelwald family. The Ministry of Magic just pretended they didn't see them. Mundungus called out to Dumbledore in despair. "Dumbledore! Dumbledore! It's me! Mundungus Fletcher! Help, woo-woo!" Before Mundungus Fletcher could finish speaking, Moth directly waved his wand and cast a silencing spell on him. Shouting is not allowed in front of Mr. Moss looked at Mundungus indifferently and said. Mundungus' eyes were full of fear, and he got wet directly. Ian took a look at Mundungus. This is the Mundungus who fled. It's just that Ian didn't like him, and his escape killed Alastair Moody. Speaking of not seeing Moody today, has he retired by this time? Ian is still very interested in Moody, the Mad Wizard. Dumbledore, who was beside Ian, sighed and said. Ian, that's my phoenix. He also had a lot to offer against Voldemort. Just let him go. I'll put a secrecy charm on him. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian nodded. You decide, old man Dang, I'm not interested in such rubbish." Hearing Dumbledore and Ian's words, Mundungus lay on the ground trembling all over, not daring to lift his head, completely ignoring the filth on the ground. Moss gave him a disdainful look. "Don't stain the eyes of Mr. here." After speaking, he waved his wand and cast another stun spell to send Mundungus flying to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the unconscious Mundungus lying in front of him, and sighed again. But Dumbledore didn't say anything. Ian and Grindelwald and the Saints all looked down on weak wizards, and Mundungus deserved it himself. Dumbledore used the levitation charm to set Mundungus aside. Don't ask why he didn't. Mundungus was already very dirty, and with his behavior just now, if Dumbledore hadn't checked the time, he would have wanted to give Mundungus a cleansing spell first. Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been in the Ministry of Magic team all the time, looked at Ian with complicated eyes. They also hate 980 Mundungus, but they are still colleagues after all. But they knew that it was no wonder Mundungus was not killed by the Saints on the spot to save face for Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore didn't tell them what was going on behind them, they always felt that something big was going to happen. Compared with the Second Wizarding War, this matter is no less important. Then Arthur and the others looked at Daniel beside Fudge, and it seemed that the Ministry of Magic might no longer be peaceful in the future. At this time, a black-robed wizard approached to Moss, and the appearance of the black-robed wizard attracted the attention of everyone present. People from the Ministry of Magic watched the black-robed wizard warily. Fudge asked Grindelwald. "Mr. Rozier, is that one of yours?" Grindelwald looked at the wizard who had just appeared, and he knew that the children's affairs should have been dealt with. Grindelwald smiled and said to Fudge. "Yes, but I think he should have some good news for you, Minister Fudge. It's a meeting ceremony." The people in the Ministry of Magic relaxed a little after hearing Grindelwald's words. It seems that it is not the sudden appearance of Death Eaters. They are very afraid that there will be fish that slip through the net. But Fudge looked at Grindelwald and the wizard suspiciously. "Good news? Greeting ceremony." Chapter 218. I saw a few words whispered in Moss's ear, then Moss nodded and came to Ian's side and asked respectfully. "Sir, the situation of those children has been counted. The portion of the children that are being sent back have had their memories modified. The memory of the Saints killing the Black Wizard has been replaced." Ian nodded and said. "Then do as the old man says." Moss nodded, pointing his wand at the sky, and a red spark shot out from the wand. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic looked at Moth's move suspiciously. "What is this for? Who is he signaling to?" Just when everyone in the Ministry of Magic was wondering, there was movement at the entrance of Nocturne Alley. I saw 4 wizards in black robes walking out carrying 2 iron cages with the floating spell. It seems that there are still many small figures locked in that cage. When the Saints controlled the cage and got closer, the magic crowd saw the items in the cage and suddenly there was an uproar. "Look! Is it a child? My Merlin! That's the little wizard!" They all seemed terrified. The eyes of Fudge and Crouch were also 643 shocked. Just listen to Grindelwald say. "That's the little wizards rescued in Nocturne Alley. It's a pity that some little wizards have been infected by werewolves. How about this gift, Minister Fudge?" Fudge and Crouch turned their heads stiffly to look at Grindelwald. Fudge said in disbelief. "In other words, the children are still safe, right?" Grindelwald smiled and nodded. Seeing Grindelwald nodding, Fudge was suddenly ecstatic. "Oh! Merlin's beard! Thank you so much, Mr. Rozier. Associating with you and Mr. Grindelwald is simply the most correct decision for me. That's a huge feat. His approval ratings are only going to go up. In addition, the cancer of Nocturne Alley has also been eliminated, and only a little article in the newspaper is needed. First put the blame for the loss of these little wizards on the former minister. Just change Nocturne Alley and the fall of the Death Eaters to say that the Grindelwalds assist the Ministry of Magic. That way he's a good minister who's all about fighting crime." Crouch frowned and said. "Mr. Rozier, Minister Fudge, what should we do with those little wizards infected by werewolves? Maybe the families of those little wizards will blame us. And those little werewolves may threaten the safety of the wizarding world when they grow up." Fudge waved his hands indifferently, and said. "It's not our fault. Isn't the child sent back to them intact? We did our best. Fudge has automatically ignored those little wizards infected by werewolves. If it fell into the hands of a black wizard, it would be nice to be able to save it. What more is there to ask for? Crouch heard Fudge's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to continue to say something. Crouch, he wants to take these little wizards into custody first, and then let those silent people who eat nothing to improve wolf poison. I have studied magic and those mysterious things for decades, but I have not seen any progress in magic. But seeing Fudge's indifferent look, he didn't continue talking. Fudge is the minister, he is just the director of the Department of International Exchange and Cooperation. He cannot interfere with the decision-making of the Ministry of Magic in the British wizarding world. His son has fallen, and he doesn't want to see a little wizard fall into darkness again. When Crouch was lost, Fudge asked Grindelwald. Mr. Rozier, may I ask if there is a little werewolf wizard in that cage? Grindelwald smiled and said. The one in front. Fudge nodded with a smile, and then walked forward hypocritically to check on the situation of the little wizards. Now it's time for him to perform Fudge, Abka, to leave a good image of a loving little wizard. It's just that he directly ignored the iron cage where the little werewolf wizard was imprisoned. Fudge came to another cage, took off his hat, and asked with concern. Oh! Children! How are you? It's just that the little wizard in the cage looked at him in fear, and said in a trembling voice. Please, please don't hit me. My meat doesn't taste good. Fudge pretended to be distressed and said. Child, don't be afraid, we are from the Ministry of Magic. You're safe, kid. Then Fudge turned back and shouted to the Ministry of Magic. Hey! What are you still doing here? Hurry up and prepare hot water and food for the children. Hearing Fudge's words, Arthur and the others, who had already been unable to restrain themselves, ran forward to help the little teachers. Son, show me your wound. Merlin. These damn dark wizards. It's okay, kid, don't be afraid. From the initial fear and vigilance, the children burst into tears when they saw these wizards taking care of them. They are finally saved. It's just that there is a strange figure in the crowd. She was wearing a pink dress with loose skin on her face and a black bow on her head. Damn, disgusting, dirty werewolf pup. And those little ghosts, this crying is really annoying. Dolores Umbridge hated watching the little wizards, and when he saw Arthur Weasley let those damned werewolf cubs out, she ran away. When Umbridge wanted to curse, Fudge turned to look at her, and G's eyes signaled her to take care of the little wizard. Umbridge immediately swallowed what he wanted to say. As a member of Fudge's faction, and with the idea of raising her status, she could only come to the side of the uninfected little wizards with reluctance. Damn it! One day I'm going to torture these brats. Umbridge thought viciously. Dumbledore felt relieved when he saw the little wizards. He asked Ian in a low voice. Ian, where are the other Muggle kids and poor little wizards? Ian patted Dumbledore's arm and said. Don't worry, Morkard has gone to take care of them. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile. Thank you, Ian. Ian spread his hands and said. You don't have to thank me, I've been through this too. At that time, I also fantasized about someone coming to save me. It's just that I can only save myself in the end. Dumbledore looked at Ian's indifferent look, sighed and said. Sorry, Ian. It's okay, it's over, and now I have a home too. Chapter 219. Dumbledore heard Ian's words and said with a smile. Yes, Ian, we are all your family. At this moment, Crouch walked up to Ian and Dumbledore. Ian looked at Crouch in doubt, and he felt the emotion of gratitude in Crouch's emotion. Is there anything, Mr. Crouch? Crouch did not speak, but took off his politeness and said seriously. Excuse me, I came to thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. You saved those children. And destroyed the Death Eater plot. When Ian heard Crouch's words, he shook his head and said. I'm just passing by. Crouch nodded and said with a smile. If I were the Minister of Magic, I would definitely award Mr. Grindelwald another Order of Merlin this time. Ian's face darkened when he heard Crouch's words. Dumbledore looked at Ian with a smile and said. Look, Ian, I just said you deserve another Medal of Honor. Little Hermione will be jumping for joy when she finds out. Ian gave Dumbledore a blank look, and said angrily. If you want to take it yourself, I don't have time. After speaking, Ian turned his head to look at the children who had just been rescued. Crouch looked at Ian with some doubts, and asked Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this Mr. Grindelwald? Dumbledore winked at Crouch and said. He is like this, Ian is very afraid of trouble. Crouch was speechless after hearing Dumbledore's explanation. Did you cause less trouble tonight? Just when Crouch wanted to use his relationship to help Ian get the medal and persuade Ian by the way, Fudge came over. Seeing Fudge approaching, Crouch reluctantly bid farewell to Ian and Dumbledore. He needs to see how the children are doing. When Fudge came to Ian and Dumbledore, he looked at Crouch who had just left. He asked Ian nervously. Principal Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald, did Crouch have anything to do with you just now? Ian ignored Fudge, but walked towards Albert. Albo also waited for a long time, but Anne felt that he seemed to have something to give to himself. Fudge was getting used to ignoring Ian. It was just awkward, but Fudge kept smiling at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head and said. Nothing, just a discussion about what happened in Nocturne Alley tonight. Fudge heard Dumbledore's words and sighed. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Barty's son. Now the position of Minister of Magic is still his. Barty's grudge against the Death Eaters runs deep indeed. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile, and said. I will not interfere with your Ministry of Magic affairs. Connolly, don't test me. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge obviously didn't believe it, but he knew that he couldn't try any more. Then Fudge said. Headmaster Dumbledore, there is one thing I would like to. Before Fudge could finish speaking, Grindelwald came over and interrupted Fudge. Minister Fudge, Albus usually doesn't care about these things. I thought you could discuss it with me. Grindelwald wasn't worried about Dumbledore meddling with people like the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore's mind of power seemed to him to be that of a 3-year-old. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald who was approaching and said helplessly. Jack, I think I can handle it. No, you can't. Grindelwald directly refused Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the determined Grindelwald, and said helplessly to Fudge. You see, Conley. You can talk to Jack about the rest of the matter. Fudge was disappointed to hear Dumbledore's words. He wanted to take this achievement and the benefits of Nocturne Alley without paying anything. Obviously the best option is to talk to Dumbledore. But that shrewd Jack Roger cut them off, and now he might have to pay something. Fudge immediately adjusted his mind, smiled and said to Grindelwald. Mr. Roger, it is so. I think the Ministry of Magic can take the main credit for this incident. Of course. The Ministry of Magic will compensate some of your losses. Hearing Fudge's words, Grindelwald slightly narrowed his eyes, and it was true. In fact, Grindelwald doesn't care about their thoughts at all, and the credit for this time can also be completely given to the Ministry of Magic. It's just for publicity for them to take over the Ministry of Magic in the future. Now they just need to preach that the Grindelwald family is friendly to the wizarding world. It is not time for the voodoo party to reveal its ambitions. But the interests must be maximized. Grindelwald smiled and said. Then what can we gain? Fudge's heart froze. Coming. Fudge pretended to think for a moment, and said. How about the right to use half of Nocturne Alley for 50 years? I can help you destroy the black magic items in Nocturne Alley. And I can give you official papers from the Ministry of Magic. Good guy, how dare this greedy fool Fudge speak? Grindelwald exuded a wave of magic power. Fudge suddenly felt the pressure on his body become very heavy, and Grindelwald gave him a very dangerous feeling. This feeling was no less oppressive than Dumbledore's. At this time, Grindelwald still smiled and said. Minister Fudge, it seems that you are very dishonest. We won Nocturne Alley because of strength. I don't mind another person supporting me, and it's not just you, Fudge Oswald Connolly. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Fudge suddenly became terrified. According to the script, shouldn't you negotiate the price first? Why did you just flip the table over? But Fudge knew that he had no way out now. He cannot do without the support of the Grindelwald family. So Fudge suppressed the fear in his heart and said. What does Mr. Roger want? As long as it is reasonable, I am willing to agree. Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction and said. Nocturne Alley will now belong to the Grindelwald family. As for the Nocturne Alley stuff, it's our spoils. Do you understand now, Minister Fudge? When Fudge heard Grindelwald's words, he wanted to jump up and curse. If he dares to agree to these conditions, then the pure blood families behind him will never support him again. Because they didn't get half of the benefits. Just as Fudge was about to speak, another spell fell upon him. This familiar feeling is Dumbledore. Fudge looked stiffly at Dumbledore aside. Dumbledore also looked at him with a smile, but it was very cold. Grindelwald walked up to Fudge, looked down at Fudge and said, "I'm just informing you, not discussing with you." Secretary Fudge. Chapter 220. Fudge felt that his body could hardly bear the magic power of the two of them. Just as Fudge was about to pass out, Dumbledore and Grindelwald withdrew their magic. After breaking away from the oppression of the two, Fudge immediately took a big mouthful of air. Grindelwald looked at the embarrassed Fudge, smiled, and said to Dumbledore, "Ion's use of magic outside is really easy to use." Dumbledore stroked his beard and said, "I've figured it out, you." Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, then looked at Fudge, and asked, "Minister Fudge, how do you feel now?" Fudge looked at Grindelwald in horror. "Dangerous. Very dangerous. Does Fudge feel like he made a mistake in deciding to team up with the Grindelwalds? They are powerful wizards." 560. But now there was no room for Fudge to repent. Grindelwald's attitude in front of him is to let him choose. Either change someone, or cooperate well. Between his own status and the interests of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge decisively chose his status. Fudge said to Grindelwald in horror, "No problem." "Of course no problem." Grindelwald nodded with a smile and said, "Wise choice, Minister Fudge." "So?" Grindelwald looked at Daniel behind him and said, "Daniel, follow our beloved minister. Tell him to bring you the Ministry of Magic documents, and you come and give them to me." Upon hearing Grindelwald's order, Daniel saluted respectfully and said, "Yes, my lord." Grindelwald nodded, then walked up to Fudge. Grindelwald reached out and helped Fudge tidy up the messy collar. In Fudge's nervous and fearful eyes, he said, "Cornel Oswald Fudge. Since you want to cooperate with us, you need to know. Never again try to provoke us for the benefit of other purebloods. Our Grindelwald family can bring you more than those rotten purebloods. Malfoy today is an example. By the way, after the documents are delivered, the cooperation notice from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic will arrive within 3 days at most. And, have a good day, Minister Fudge." After saying that, Grindelwald left directly. Dumbledore shook his head and left with Grindelwald. Only Daniel was waiting for Fudge in place. After Grindelwald and Dumbledore walked away, the clothes behind the partition were already wet with sweat. After he came to his senses, Fudge looked sharply in the direction Grindelwald and the others left. But Fudge only saw Daniel's half-smile face. "What's the matter, Minister Fudge?" Fudge took a deep breath, trying to adjust his expression. At last Fudge smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just that today is a day to celebrate, right?" Daniel smiled and said, "Of course. Minister Fudge. Cooperating with the Grindelwald family will be the most correct choice for you." "The most correct choice?" Fudge clenched his fists, he could only go one way to the dark. After leaving, Dumbledore asked Grindelwald, "Are you trying to bring Fudge to the Saints? Usually, you would have cast the Imperious Curse long ago. I have to tell you, Gale, the Connolly and the Fudges are not a good choice." Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a blank look, and said, "That's just a dog. I wouldn't have much fun with a nice toy like this if Imperious was used on it. You always want to leave something for me to play with. And the little ones also need to see the style of the Ministry of Magic. So they know what to change." Dumbledore smiled and nodded when he heard Grindelwald's words. "That's it, you decide these things. But to be honest, that Daniel's mean, smart character is not like yours." Grindelwald heard Dumbledore's words and said mockingly, "It's not my decision, but you can make the decision? I don't even know if I've been sold. And it's you who are the most despicable. An old pervert who played with Harry Potter." Ian came to Albo, and Ian smiled and asked Albo, "Is something wrong?" "Albrozier," Albo said to Ian excitedly. "Sir, I brought your things back for you." After finishing speaking, Albo took off a bag of the untraceable stretching mantra from his waist, and handed it to Ian respectfully. Ian took the bag with some doubts. Did he miss something? He opened the bag, and a faint light entered the bag. Ian saw a skeleton thrown in the bag. Ian smiled, closed the bag, and threw it to Albo. Seeing that Ian had thrown the bag back, Albo caught the bag in a hurry. Albo looked at Ian in puzzlement and asked, "Sir, isn't this your thing?" "It shouldn't be. That throne is completely in the style of Mr. Ian shook his head with a smile and said, "It's mine, I gave it to you. It's just a chair I made out of nowhere. But I didn't expect to be brought back by you." Albo was a little dazed by Ian's words. He only heard the words "sent you off." When Albo came to his senses, Ian had already gone far. In this way, Albo used apparition to return to the place where the saints gathered in a daze. At this time Albo's friends came around and asked, "How is it? Albo, has the throne been returned to Mr. Albo said in a daze. "Mr. said he gave it to me." "What?" The saints looked at Albo in disbelief. Albo looked at the shocked saints 4.4, and a feeling of wanting to show off came up in his heart. Albo straightened his body and said proudly, "That's right. It's exactly what you think." Several saints of the Rozier family looked at Albo with unkind eyes. "Albo, you are not kind." "Yes. Take it out and have a look. You must treat me tonight." Albo looked at them, clutched his pockets tightly, and said vigilantly, "Treatment is fine. See you at the Pig's Head bar tonight. But none of you will try to touch it." Ian saw that things were almost handled. Ian looked at the bright sky, yawned and said to Dumbledore and Grindelwald who had just arrived, "I'm going back first, a night without sleep is not good for a child like me." Chapter 221. When Dumbledore and Grindelwald heard Ian's words, their faces darkened. "Are you still a child? Is there any child who is all black magic?" Dumbledore looked at Ian with a dark face, and said, "Ian, is this your excuse to stay out of trouble?" Ian shrugged and said, "Original Deng, you were the one to deal with these troubles. You promised me. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to catch up on sleep." Grindelwald laughed out loud when he heard what Ian said. Ian was right, Albus. I'll leave the rest to you. Grindelwald was about to walk to Ian when Dumbledore held him back. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a smile, and said, "Gale, this is something that Ian provoked, and you should help him deal with it. He's the only one going to the meeting? That's impossible. You Grindelwald don't even try to run away." Grindelwald pursed his lips and slapped Dumbledore's hand away. "Albus, I went to no avail at all. Besides, Tian Hui is you." When Dumbledore heard Grindelwald's words, the veins on 03's forehead jumped. "Gale, don't try to run today!" Snapped. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, he and Grindelwald heard an apparition explosion nearby. The two quickly looked towards the place where the explosion sound came from. I saw that Ian who was by their side had disappeared. "Ian, he ran away." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, and he wanted to run away like Ian. But when Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, he dismissed the idea instantly. Because he saw Dumbledore's Elder Wand had been drawn and was looking at him with a sneer. Grindelwald immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, "Albus, it seems that I'm the only one with you. I'm not going to run, can you put your wand down first?" Afterwards, the incident in Diagon Alley finally came to an end. Dumbledore and Grindelwald embarked on a journey for a meeting again. But this time it was a meeting limited to the British Ministry of Magic. The meeting went exceptionally well. Fudge, who had come to an agreement and feared the Grindelwalds, could only support Dumbledore's opinion. But what makes Fudge ecstatic is that the Grindelwald family is willing to give him the main credit for this time. He had the cheek to ask himself an Order of Merlin, first class, and Dumbledore agreed. This made Fudge no longer doubt Grindelwald's words, the Grindelwald family can really bring him more honor and wealth. This time Crouch also sided with Dumbledore and the others. Even if some pure-blood wizards insisted on opposing Nocturne Alley to belong to the Grindelwald family, they were resolutely suppressed by Dumbledore and others. No one dared to object to Dumbledore's serious words, not to mention that Fudge and Crouch also stood on Dumbledore's side this time. The pure-bloods had nothing to do, they just stared at Fudge. "This fat guy has turned traitor. It is a pity that Scrimgeour was not able to attend this meeting, having been restrained by the spell for a long time." Enraged Scrimgeour passed out after Dumbledore lifted the spell on him. Moss brought people to Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa looked nervously at Moth and the black-robed wizards in front of them. Although Narcissa has already heard what Lucius said about last night. But Nocturne Alley was destroyed overnight, which made her a little unbelievable. And now the culprit who destroyed Nocturne Alley was sitting on the sofa opposite him. This made Narcissa very nervous. I only heard Mousy say slowly. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. I don't think you need to be too nervous. I heard that the young master of your family is still a student of your husband. Then we have a relationship. Lucius smiled nervously and said. Lord Roger is right, so sir, do you see the matter of us joining the saints? Moss took a sip of the red wine and said slowly. I can make you a saint. Well, it should be said that the Malfoy family joined us. When Lucius and Narcissa heard Moth's words, they immediately became excited. In this case, the remaining Death Eaters would never dare to take revenge on them. Their safety is guaranteed. However, I also have conditions. The smiles of Lucius and Narcissa froze instantly. Moss looked at the expressions of the two and said with a smile. Well, it's not a harsh condition. It's just an unbreakable oath. Hearing this, the hearts of Lucius and Narcissa turned cold. Unbreakable vows are no joke. If the oath is too difficult, it's worse than the dark mark. But Lucius still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, he had no way out. Lucius tentatively asked Moth. Master Roger, what is the oath? Narcissa also looked at Moth nervously, waiting for his answer. Moss put down the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile. Just you 253 swear not to be enemies of the Grindelwald family and not to harm the interests of the Wusa party. This is not a harsh condition, after all, you are not enemies. Both Lucius and Narcissa looked at Moth in shock. Lucius asked in great surprise. It's that simple. He thought he would have to pay a very high price like the Death Eaters. Moss spread his hands like Ian's forehead, and said. We are not some evil organization. And Mr. Malfoy, you didn't attack us. But Mr. Malfoy, please don't talk about what happened today. Mr. Malfoy, you have seen what happened to those wizards in Nocturne Alley. We will not be soft when dealing with the enemy. When Lucius heard Moth's words, he thought of those wizards who were blown to pieces, and he couldn't help shivering. Don't worry, Lord Roger, I swear on the honor of the Malfoy family. Lucius didn't dare to do anything, he didn't dare to bet that Ian would see Draco's relationship and not kill them. Moss nodded with a smile, and then Moss said with enthusiasm in his eyes. I believe that the goals of Sir and Lord can definitely make you follow them willingly. Now, let's complete the unbreakable vow first. Chapter 222. Hermione looked at the photo of Ian on the bedside as usual after waking up. Morning, Big Log. Hermione said to Ian in the photo with a smile. Then Hermione got out of bed and packed up, dressed and walked out of the room. When Hermione walked down the stairs, she saw Monica cooking and Wendell eating breakfast. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Monica heard Hermione's voice, turned her head and said with a smile. Good morning baby, let's go take a shower. It's time for breakfast. Have your favorite bacon burger today. When Hermione heard her mother's words, she hurried to wash up. Wendell looked at the back of the frizzy Hermione, smiled and shook his head. I really don't know how this kid is still so careless. Monica brought the family's breakfast to the table. Hearing Wendell's words, he smiled and said. Maybe Ian's kid took care of it. Wendell's face collapsed when he heard Ian's name. Monica looked at Wendell's expression, covered her mouth and chuckled, and said. Let the children decide for themselves. But is today's daily prophet here? Wendell shook his head and was about to say something. At this time Hermione had already packed up and came out. Seeing her parents seemed to be discussing something, Hermione stepped forward and asked. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Monica rubbed Hermione's little head and said. Your dad and I were thinking about today's daily prophet. It hasn't come yet today. The usual time should have arrived. Hermione also felt very strange, just when Hermione was about to speak. A snow-white owl flew in from the window, holding a newspaper in its mouth. Mom, Milan is back. Hermione said, looking at the owl in surprise. This owl was given to the Grangers by Grindelwald. Since Grindelwald took the Grangers around the wizarding world last time, the two have become more curious about the wizarding world. The Grangers, who also had a lot of galleons on hand, decided to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. This is their first source of information about the wizarding world. After Milan threw the Daily Prophet in front of Wendell, he flew to the place where it was eating on the dining table. The wizarding owl is so humanized that the Grangers already consider it part of the family. Wendell picked up the newspaper and said with a smile, "This is the first time that the Daily Prophet is late, and it seems that not all wizards are on time." Hearing Wendell's words, Hermione murmured softly, "Ian won't be late." Hermione's muttering was heard by Monica. Monica smiled and said, "Looks like Hermione is still thinking about Ian. Ian will be at home after a while." Monica's words made Hermione's little face blush. Wendell automatically ignored what the two said, and now he needs newspapers to divert his attention. Wendell took a sip of the coffee in hand, and then he opened the newspaper and read it. But when Wendell saw the headline on the first page of the newspaper, Wendell spit out all the coffee in his mouth. Monica and Hermione looked at Wendell suspiciously. Monica wiped the coffee on the table, and asked Wendell suspiciously, "Honey, what happened?" Hermione also looked at Wendell puzzled. It was the first time she saw her father lose his temper. Wendell came back to his senses when he heard Monica's words. He wiped the coffee from the corner of his mouth, handed the newspaper to Monica with a wry smile, and said, "Look for yourselves, Ian has done another incredible thing." Hermione heard Ian's name, quickly put down the knife and fork in her hand, and ran to Monica's side. On the newspaper in Monica's hand, it was written in bold font in the most prominent position. "The Dark Wizard of Nocturne Alley is officially history. Minister Fudge, the Ministry of Magic is resolute in cracking down on dark wizards, and will prevent any black wizards from infringing on the magic exhibition. Ian Grindelwald, the future patron saint of the wizarding world." At this time, the British wizarding world has already exploded because of the Daily Prophet. Nocturne Alley is gone. Did you know that? I know. I was in Diagon Alley yesterday, and the Death Eaters showed up. I heard that they were wiped out by the descendants of the Grindelwald family together with the Ministry of Magic. Is that the heroic little wizard from the Battle of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic? He also solved the Goblin Rebellion in France. This time, he rescued many little wizards who were captured by dark wizards. Damn dark wizards! Long live Ian Grindelwald! Fudge's approval rating has skyrocketed today. This made Fudge laugh from ear to ear, and the danger of cooperating with the Grindelwald family was directly thrown away by him. After the Order of Merlin first-class medal comes down later, his support rate will only be even higher. Looking at the besieged Ministry of Magic outside the office window, Fudge was filled with passion. The families of the little wizards who were rescued wrote him a lot of thank you letters early this morning. This made Fudge feel ecstatic. He fantasizes that one day he will become the president of the International Federation of Wizards. He could be a wizard like Dumbledore too. No. He's going to overtake Dumbledore. Daniel was beside Fudge, smiling at the high-spirited idiot in front of him. Let Fudge be happy for a while now, and I hope you'll still be laughing when Sir is ready. My husband said that the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Daniel is looking forward to that day. Although Daniel thought so in his heart, he still smiled and said to Fudge, "Minister Fudge, I think you can turn over the documents and procedures for me now. My husband and Mr. Rozier are waiting for it." Hearing Daniel's words, Fudge came out of his fantasy, and said with a smile, "Of course, Mr. Nice, we are solid allies of the Grindelwald family." And Ian's name resounded through the wizarding world again. There are many wizards who have troubled the dark wizards for a long time. According to Grindelwald's request, and in order to please Ian, Rita Skeeter wrote Ian as a brave black wizard, buying precious time for the arrival of the Aurors. This time, Ian and the Ministry of Magic joined forces to deal with the cancer of Nocturne Alley, which made wizards change their views on the surname Grindelwald in the wizarding world again. More wizards are beginning to think that Ian Grindelwald is not a dark wizard like Gellert Grindelwald. They should redefine the last name Grindelwald. Chapter 223. But there are also some small newspapers that say it's a conspiracy between Ian and the Ministry of Magic. Fudge is under control. Everyone in the British wizarding world is next. The most typical of these is the newspaper The Quibbler. But most people take this newspaper as a joke. At its most outrageous, The Quibbler had Fudge raising an army of goblins. Whoever believes is a fool. But there are also some papers that say that the Ministry of Magic almost started fighting themselves. But this news was quickly overshadowed by other news. Some people believe it, and some people don't believe it at all. It has become an after-dinner conversation among wizards. Harry and Draco at the burrow also saw this newspaper. Harry! Look! It's Ian! Draco said excitedly to Harry. Harry also looked at the newspaper reports excitedly, but he was a little puzzled. I see, Draco, but why is it written like this here? Harry pointed to a place in the newspaper, and there it read. Ian Grindelwald persisted until the arrival of the Aurors. After reading it, Draco said disdainfully. Must be the work of those at the Ministry of Magic. I tell you, Harry, my dad said so. 270 They just like to add credit to themselves. Harry nodded approvingly when he heard Draco's words. With Ian's strength, even the Dark Lord is a plaything, let alone those dark wizards. George and Fred put their heads together. Cool. Another big thing Ian did. Is that why Papa went last night? Absolutely. Harry and the others gathered together, attracting the attention of Ronald and Percy who had just come downstairs. What are you looking at? Ronald rubbed his eyes and asked, yawning. Percy also looked at them puzzled, they seemed very excited. George and Fred put their arms around Ronald and said with a smile. Oh! Our poor brother is still dreaming. He doesn't know about Ian yet. From now on, when we go to Diagon Alley, Mom can no longer stop us with unsafe reasons. Yes. Long live the Dark Lord Ian. Ronald slapped off the arms of the two, and said angrily. Shouldn't you guys tell me what happened first? Percy also asked at this time, you're talking about Diagon Alley? So do you know about Dad? Dad left in a hurry last night. Hearing Percy's question, Inga and Fred laughed and said. Certainly. Have no idea. But before Percy got angry, Inga and Fred went on. Where Ian is, Dad will be fine. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. After speaking, George threw the newspaper into Percy's hands. Percy gave his two younger brothers an annoyed look. Can't you be more calm? Afterwards, Percy ignored George and Fred, who were playing tricks, and opened the newspaper directly to read it. Ronald also stuck his head in the past, he was also very curious about what happened. Not long after, Ronald opened his mouth wide in surprise, and asked Harry. Harry, do you think this is true? Those dark wizards disappeared overnight. Harry nodded, and said seriously. That's right. If Ian makes a move, it will definitely work. Ronald, you have seen Ian's strength. The Ministry of Magic must have strengthened Ian this time. Percy heard Harry's words, looked up and said. Harry, do you think Ian is too big? No one can stand against the combined forces of many dark wizards. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore can't help it either. Only the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors can do it. Percy's words drew booing from George and Fred. You can pull it down. Dad said that most of the Ministry of Magic are wizards who are just eating and waiting to die. Only you believe in the Ministry of Magic so much, Minister of the West. Ian's strength can scare you to death. Percy turned purple with anger at what George and Fred said. Just as Percy was about to teach George and Fred a lesson, Charlie's voice came from the kitchen. Hey! Kids! Isn't today's daily prophet here? George heard Molly's words and said aloud. Here comes Mom. We're watching. Then Molly's voice came again. Then bring it to me quickly, you guys have to eat too. Ronald. Go wake Ginny up. The Ronald and Weasley brothers responded. Okay. Here comes Mom. This scene is being played out in the homes of little wizards at Hogwarts. Especially the little wizards in Ian's club, they think they are just taking credit for Ian's work. They watched Voldemort become fodder. They are more willing to believe that Ian has been replaced than if Ian can't even deal with a few dark wizards and has to wait for the Aurors. While the British wizarding world was having a carnival and the little wizards were questioning, Ian, who had just finished his sleep, looked at the pile of letters in front of him with a dark face. Newbie, you said those wizards sent letters to thank me. Nubby nodded respectfully to Ian and said. Yes, Master, your deeds have been published in the newspapers. Nubby looked at Ian with admiration, the Master is the most powerful. Ian rubbed his sore temples and said to Nubby. Besides people I know, please get rid of other letters for me. And bring me the newspaper. Hearing Ian's order, Nubby hastily used magic to clean up those redundant letters. Then Nubby snapped his fingers, and a newspaper flew in. Ian took the newspaper, and seeing the content on it made Ian's face darker and darker. What, the White Wizard of the Grindelwald family? Descendants of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Hope for the future of the wizarding world. Ian bet his scythe. These things are definitely something Grindelwald and Dumbledore came up with. So you don't forget to make trouble for me. In Ian's hand, a dark blue fiend fire ignited and burned the Daily Prophet to ashes. Ian thought about it, and the time to deal with the follow-up issues of this incident should not be too long. After all, it is only the problem of the British wizarding community itself. Thinking of this, Ian found the quill and parchment on the table. A stern look flashed in Ian's eyes, and he murmured, "If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous." After speaking, Ian picked up the quill and wrote on the parchment. Help me find the dragon's breath pepper. Chapter 224. After the Nocturne Alley incident passed, the British wizarding world returned to calm. But Dumbledore and Grindelwald's life is not peaceful at all. Dumbledore was busy with meetings, and Grindelwald was dragged along by Dumbledore. The two travelled back and forth between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic every day. But Ian is constantly receiving letters, which makes Ian very impatient. Except for his friends' letters, Ian basically burned them just by looking at their names. One wizard named Gilderoy Lockhart is the most annoying. Write to Ian every day, asking about Ian's story. And Gilderoy Lockhart also invited Ian to a friendship duel. Ian naturally knew what kind of person Gilderoy Lockhart was. Ian picked up another letter from Gilderoy Lockhart and said to Nubby, "Newbie, burn the letters from this person in the future. Seeing his name is a waste of time." When Nubby heard Ian's words, he saluted and said, "Yes, master." Then Ian nodded and asked Kirby, "How long can Old Man Deng and the old man finish their meeting?" The dragon's breath chili that Ian asked Holmes to find has been found. He intended to treat the two old men well with a feast. Let them know that he has given him so much trouble, and he will give them a little surprise too. Newbie said respectfully again, "Master, Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald will be back at 7 o'clock this evening." "Then this time is enough, there are still 3 hours before night." Ian waved his hand, and the documents and letters on the table were arranged automatically. Those magic books also flew to the bookshelf by themselves. Ian went to the kitchen and opened a box that said "Danger. Do not touch." Inside is a box full of red peppers. There is a faint flame-colored light flowing on these peppers. Not bad. It seems that the old men can have a good meal tonight. Ian looked at the dragon's breath pepper in the box with satisfaction. The magic dragon's breath chili that Holmes obtained from Asan was different from the dragon's breath chili from the British Muggle Research Office. This magic dragon's breath pepper is very spicy, and you will feel like a fire dragon is breathing fire in your mouth after eating it. And the skin will quickly turn red, like a red-hot prawn. The wizard's strong physique didn't dare to eat this thing directly. Eating muggles is probably the result of direct spicy death. Due to the unique taste of the dragon's breath pepper, no one dared to make it into the potion except Asan. Even Snape would shake his head when he heard the name of this potion ingredient. Ian pulled out the magic spell and waved it, and all the dragon's breath peppers in the box flew up. Ian used a magic spell to put the dragon's breath pepper in a grinding plate and crush it by hand. During the crushing process, the dragon's breath pepper burns bundles of dragon flames, and the brain will explode if you are not careful. Ian carefully and slowly grinds it into a powder, and finally packs it into a seasoning bottle. Ian wiped the sweat from his brow when he was done. No wonder Severus loathes this thing so much. Unstable, not suitable for adding to potions, and the taste is stimulating. But let's have barbecue tonight, so that the powder with dragon's breath pepper can't be seen. Ian thought so. Start making when you think about it. Norwegian ridgeback meat, giant two-horned bullfrog meat, the decision is yours. Just as Ian started cooking supper, Dumbledore and Grindelwald finally finished their meeting. As long as the meeting papers are brought over later, and Dumbledore signs them, the two of them can return to their leisurely days. Dumbledore took a sip of water, moistened his dry throat, and said to Grindelwald, "Gale, I've always had some ominous premonition these days. Can your prophetic eyes see anything?" Grindelwald shook his head when he heard Dumbledore's words. The prophecy cannot be triggered at any time. Instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about what you're going to have for dinner tonight. Dumbledore nodded resignedly. Indeed, as Grindelwald said, prophecies are not always available. Maybe it's just that they were too busy during this time and didn't see Ian, which made him a little paranoid. Still, Dumbledore joked to Grindelwald. Gale, your ability to predict is not as good as Ian's. Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a blank look, pointed to his own eyes and said. Can it be the same? Ian, it's episodic and short-term. Mine has spanned a long time, and it is very clear. Dumbledore knew Grindelwald was making excuses for himself. Dumbledore laughed and said. Oh yes yes yes. So Gale, what do you think you will have for dinner tonight? Grindelwald wanted to get mad at Dumbledore's flirtatious tone. But after hearing what to eat for dinner, Grindelwald immediately suppressed his temper. He thought for a moment, and said. Albus, I think it's dragon meat. Dumbledore heard Grindelwald's answer and said with a smile. I think so too. I heard from the house elf at Hogwarts that there's a new spice from Ian. Dumbledore's words caught Grindelwald's eyes. So, there will be a new flavor today. That's right. Dumbledore and Grindelwald's saliva trickled down from the corners of their mouths. At this moment, Dumbledore seemed to think of something, and said. Then I want to call Aberforth tonight. Let him get in touch with Ian first, after all he's joined us. Hearing the name of Aberforth, Grindelwald couldn't help but think of the child holding the goat in the sky. Spoiled him and Dumbledore every day as a kid. Grindelwald pouted and said. You miss Ariana, don't you? That boy Aberforth probably hates me to death. Dumbledore smiled and winked at Grindelwald, and said. I do miss Ariana. But I think Aberforth should reach out to Ian first. It's time for you two old friends to meet. Grindelwald said disdainfully. Who is he friends with? After speaking, Grindelwald ignored Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and knew he was acquiescing. He smiled and touched his beard, this is what he hoped most. Everyone around is alive and well, and no one is harmed. Days like this will last forever. Chapter 225. In the evening, Ian finally cooked the ingredients made of dragon's breath chili. Grilled two-horned bullfrog and charcoal-fired salt and pepper dragon meat. Done. Ian looked at the dishes in front of him and felt very satisfied. Because there is not much chili added, the garden product looks relatively refreshing. But the scattered red particles on the top are all dragon's breath peppers. Ian just wanted to add some fiery color to the upcoming dull life of the two old men. When Ian brought two dishes to the table, there was a knock on the door of Ian's lounge. Ian looked at the clock in the room, it was exactly 7 o'clock. Looks like Dumbledore and Grindelwald are coming. Ian said to the door. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald walked in. Dang 673 Bulado smiled and said to Ian. I could smell the fragrance right at the door. It seems that today's supper is very exciting. Grindelwald had already seen the food on the table at this time, and swallowed. Ian, is today's dragon meat cooked with new spices found by Hallmen? I wanted to eat dragon meat a few days ago. Ian nodded and said with a smile. And the two-horned bullfrog, have you finished your business? Dumbledore heard Ian's question and said helplessly. It's not a good thing you guys did. It's been hard for me, a bad old man, these days. Ian glanced at Bruto and said. It's just a meeting for a few days, okay, come over for dinner. When Grindelwald and Dumbledore heard it, Ian's face darkened. Dumbledore said with a dark face. What do you mean by having a meeting for a few days? Grindelwald also said. Then you try, you come to the meeting. Ian spread his hands and said. It was your business. I can't have those meetings. But old man Deng, don't you let the two people at the door come in. Hearing Ian mentioning Aberforth and Ariana outside the door, Dumbledore said with a smile. Ian, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. To be honest, your magic to perceive the soul is too convenient. Ariana, Aberforth, come in. Ariana hid behind Aberforth in embarrassment. Stretched out his small head to look at Ian. And Aberforth was blown away by the luxury of Ian's lounge. Originally, Aberforth was shocked by the goblin silver and armor in the corridor on the way to Ian to rest. But the luxury in Ian's lounge is more outrageous than all the goblin silver put together. Did they bring the goblin's treasure house here? Aberforth brought Ariana to the dining table stiffly. He looked at Ian, smiled a little reluctantly and said, "Hello, Mr. Ian Grindelwald. I am Aberforth Dumbledore. I heard from Albus, and I am very grateful for Anna's affairs." After speaking, Aberforth gave a big gift to Ian. The image of the little wizard riding a bone dragon in Hogsmeade that day was still deeply imprinted in Aberforth's mind. And now Aberforth knew of Dumbledore's plans. Coupled with the fact that he had just played against Grindelwald outside again, Grindelwald easily defeated him. Those elemental magics that he had never seen before, as well as the weird black magic, made him even have no chance to resist. Although the previous Grindelwald could defeat him, he still had some resistance. And the one who caused these effects was the 12-year-old legendary wizard in front of him. Ian waved his hand, and a burst of magic power helped Aberforth up. Sensing Aberforth's emotions, Ian said with a headache, "It's just a matter of convenience, you don't need to do this. Also, just call me Ian." Then Ian didn't wait for Aberforth to continue talking, looked at Grindelwald, and said, "Old man, have you already said hello?" Grindelwald put himself on the sofa and said casually, "I said hello earlier, but it was not very nice. Certainly not a friendly hello. Forget it, now it's Dumbledore who has to worry about these things. Ian doesn't care about their family conflicts. It's just that Ian is thinking now, let's prepare some other food first. Ariana is still a child, and she will definitely not be able to bear the dragon's breath pepper." So Ian said, "Sit down first, I'll add another dish. Since there are 2 more people, these dishes should not be enough. And these dishes are not suitable for little wizards. Also, help me to get the wine, the drink is behind the wine cabinet." And Aberforth watched Ian walk into the kitchen and the table was full of a lot of food, and asked Albus puzzled, "Albus, brother, are these dishes made by Ian Grindelwald? I remember Hogwarts had house elves." Dumbledore nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, and Ian's cooking is delicious. House elves are no match. If you don't believe me, you can ask Anna." Ariana said excitedly when she heard Dumbledore's words. "Brother Aberforth, the dishes cooked by Brother Ian are really delicious." Now it was Aberforth's turn to be even more surprised that a powerful dark wizard was not corrupted by black magic. It can also cook well. Ian's image in his mind didn't match up with the ruthless leader of the saint. Not long after, Ian walked out with a plate full of gourmet food floating beside him. Ian put the plate on the table with a floating spell, raised his wine glass and smiled at 5.8 and said, "Come on, welcome back, old men." Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald raised their glasses with a smile and said, "Certainly." Then Dumbledore motioned to Aberforth who hadn't recovered yet. "Aberforth, come, let's go together." Aberforth came to his senses after hearing Dumbledore's words. He looked at the people at the table, his brother, his sister, and that annoying Grindelwald, and the Ian who saved their sister from death. Aberforth's eyes gradually became moist. He had been looking forward to this scene since he was a child. Now it has finally become a reality that their family can be reunited. Aberforth raised his wine glass, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Cheers! Chapter 226. Grindelwald glanced at Aberforth, and whispered in Dumbledore's ear, "Albus, look at Aberforth." Dumbledore nodded with a smile and said, "He has lived with regrets for more than 100 years, let him vent." Then Grindelwald smiled and looked at the food on the table. Suddenly Grindelwald remembered someone. Grindelwald asked Ian. "Ian, what? Why didn't you see him today?" Ian spread his hands and said, "Nico and Pernelli are travelling. By the way, go to Devonshire to get his alchemy materials. He's planning to teach an alchemy class at the beginning of school." Hearing Ian's words, Grindelwald nodded. No wonder the old monster is not here today. Usually he is the best eater. At this time Grindelwald noticed the small red particles on the dishes. Grindelwald asked again, "Ian, what is the spice that Holmes sent this time?" Hearing Grindelwald's question, Ian smiled and said, "This time it's the spicy 03 ingredient from Asan's side. The taste is a bit strong, so I didn't put too much." After speaking, Ian waved his hand, and the delicacies on the big plate automatically flew to the plates of everyone on the table. Dumbledore looked at Aberforth with a smile at this moment, and said, "Aberforth, Anna will be worried if you are like this. We still have a lot of time in the future." Aberforth held back his tears when he heard Dumbledore's words. Ariana also looked at him worriedly. Aberforth took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and said with a smile, "I'm fine, Brother Albus. And Anna, I'm sorry for worrying you." Dumbledore nodded with a smile, and Dumbledore took a piece of dragon meat into his bowl with a fork. "Look at the crispy skin and the aroma that whets your appetite." Dumbledore couldn't wait to eat the piece of meat. The same goes for Grindelwald next to Dumbledore. Ian smiled and looked at the two of them. "Eat quickly. I'm waiting for you to eat." And Ariana just looked curiously at the dragon meat on forks in Dumbledore and Grindelwald's hands. Because she and Ian didn't have those two delicious-looking foods on their dinner plates. Ariana asked Ian curiously, "Brother Ian, Brother Albus, and Brother Gellert, what are they eating?" When Ian heard Ariana's question, his heart skipped a beat. But Ian still pretended not to care and said, "Those things are not suitable for children. You can eat it when you grow up." Ariana nodded obediently when she heard Ian's words. "Then I have to grow up quickly, I can eat." At this moment, Grindelwald looked at Ian playfully, and said, "Ian, why isn't it on your plate? Shouldn't children be your excuse to avoid trouble?" Ian was already in a cold sweat, but he continued to pretend not to care. Ian gave Grindelwald a blank look, and said, "I still have to grow taller, look at me now." Ian's words made both Dumbledore and Grindelwald laugh, and Grindelwald said with a smile, "Don't worry, you are only 12 years old, you see, this year you are taller than last year." Dumbledore suddenly remembered something, and asked Ian, "Ian, when is your birthday? We've known each other for almost a year, and you don't even have a birthday." Dumbledore's words made everyone at the table look at Ian. Ian spread his hands under the eyes of everyone, and said, "I don't know, I don't have a birthday. You can't expect an orphan to know how long ago he was born." Ian's words stunned everyone present. Aberforth looked at Ian in disbelief, and asked, "Green, Ian, you mean you're an orphan?" Aberforth always thought Ian was from a magical family from another magical world. Ian nodded and said, "Didn't Old Man Deng tell you?" Aberforth was silent, then Aberforth said apologetically, "Sorry, Ian." Ian shook his head and said with a smile, "It's all in the past. It's not a big deal." After Ian's voice fell, Grindelwald on the side said, "I have an idea. How about we make your birthday Ian the day you came into this world? It happened to be June 20th. Dumbledore smiled and nodded when he heard Grindelwald's words. "I think so, Ian. Birthdays are the anniversary of a new life for everyone. This day is very important." The words of Dumbledore and Grindelwald warmed Ian's heart. Ian pretended not to care and said, "Whatever you want." Ian's reaction made Dumbledore and Grindelwald look like a little wizard at this point. Dumbledore continued with a smile and said, "Then it's decided." Grindelwald also looked at Ian with a smile. Ariana wrung her fingers and said, "The entry age for Hogwarts is 11, and Hogwarts hasn't started school on June 20. Then Brother Ian is 11 years old now." Dumbledore rubbed Ariana's little head and said, "Anna is so smart, you're also going to school this year." Aberforth raised his glass and saluted Ian. 100 thanks Merlin for bringing you into this world." And Grindelwald suddenly remembered a fun thing. "I heard that little wizards are very concerned about age. According to the calculation just now, Ian is 1 year younger than little Hermione. Tell little Hermione secretly when the time comes. I don't know how Ian will react." Ian looked at the crowd, he felt that they were all sincerely wishing Ian. Besides Grindelwald, he still had some emotions of watching the excitement. But Ian didn't think there was anything strange about it. He still knows how bad this old man and his family is. Ian smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you." Dumbledore continued, "Then let's enjoy the food first." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he put the dragon meat in his hand into his mouth. Grindelwald also began to enjoy his own dishes. He can't wait. The delicious taste and gravy filled the mouths of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But in the next second, the expressions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald froze. Aberforth looked at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Is this dish really so delicious? The two were distracted after taking a bite. The expectant Aberforth forked a piece of two-horned bullfrog into his mouth. Really delicious. But before Aberforth had time to enjoy the delicious food, his expression froze instantly just like Dumbledore's. Chapter 227. Okay, old man, I'll go first. Remember not to miss me too much. In a Muggle community, Ian said something to Dumbledore and Grindelwald and stopped looking at their faces. Because Ian was afraid of laughing himself. At this moment, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's faces were still dark. But the sausage-like lips of the two added a lot of color to the two. The magic boiling and red body caused by the dragon's breath pepper are very easy to handle. After all, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald are legendary wizards. But the swollen lips of the dragon's breath pepper are not because Dumbledore and Grindelwald don't want to reduce the swelling, but because they can't. Potions need to be brewed to reduce swelling, after all, this is also a type of magic damage. But Ian, the instigator, will definitely not reduce the swelling for the two. Nico, the potions master, went on a tour. If they were looking for Snape, the two of them would not be able to hold back this face, let alone other potions masters. As for Hogwarts School Infirmary Madame Pomfrey, how could Hogwarts prepare this extremely precious magic plant to deal with potions far away innocent? And even if there is a corresponding potion, with Madame Pomfrey's character who loves to add ingredients to potions, they may not feel too good. After all, Madame Pomfrey had persuaded them several times not to eat supper every day. Dumbledore said to Ian with a swollen mouth and a dark face. Ian, Grindelwald and I won't go into Hermione's house this time. They dare not let others see themselves like this. Otherwise, what will be written in tomorrow's newspaper? The headmaster of Hogwarts was cast an unknown curse, with sausages growing from his mouth. Grindelwald went on to say. And don't take out your horrible dragon's breath pepper again. Muggles can't take it. Because of the swollen lips, the two talked a little buzzing. Ian suppressed a smile and said. I know this. Why did you add so much trouble to me in the newspapers? I can't read the letters every day. Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's faces darkened even more. You just look at the letter and reply to the letter, can that be called trouble? Ian pretended not to see their expressions, and said. Then I'll go first. By the way, you can figure out what to do with the Bok that Daniel captured. I'll make him an undead when I come back. Daniel, who finished his work last night, also sent Karaktaku's Bok over. Kalaktakus, who had been in Daniel's bag for days, was weak and dying. If it weren't for the wizard's strong vitality, he really wouldn't be able to survive. Grindelwald waved to Ian to hurry up. He's afraid he can't help but curse Ian. Ian shrugged and said. Then I'm leaving, old man, take care. After speaking, Ian turned and walked towards the Muggle villa opposite. Grindelwald looked at Ian's back and said to Ian. Remember to say hello to Wendell and Monica for me. Let little Hermione remember to write to me. We'll come back when it's your birthday. He really doesn't have the face to meet people like this. Ian didn't look back, and waved his hand back to show that he knew. Grindelwald watched Ian walk to the door of the villa, and said to Dumbledore. Albus, let's go too. You must not be seen like this. Dumbledore nodded with a dark face, and got into the carriage behind him with Grindelwald. After they got into the carriage, Grindelwald waved his wand inside the carriage, and the Thestrals pulled the carriage away. They are going to find out if there is a way to reduce the swelling quickly. Ian went to the door of the Muggle cottage and knocked. After a while, there was the sound of eager footsteps inside the door. As the door opened, Hermione appeared behind it. Hermione hugged Ian when she saw Ian, and said. Ian! Here you come. Ian smiled and patted Hermione on the back. Here I am, how was your summer vacation, Hermione? Hermione looked at Ian happily and said. I'm fine, Grandpa Grindelwald gave me a lot. After speaking, Hermione looked around, but she didn't find Grindelwald. Hermione asked Ian in puzzlement. Ian, isn't Grandpa Grindel here? Ian suppressed his smile when he heard Hermione's words, and said. The old man has something to do, he may not be here for 2 days. Hermione nodded. Just when Hermione was about to ask something, Monica's voice came from the room. Honey, I think it's time to let Ian in first. You still have a summer vacation to chat slowly. Hermione hurriedly let go of Ian when she heard Monica's words, secretly watching Ian's reaction with a blushing face. Ian smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Hermione's little head, and said, "Let's go see Mr. and Mrs. Granger first." Hermione glared at Ian and said, "It's Auntie and Uncle." Ian nodded helplessly. "Okay, I got Hermione." Hermione then dragged Ian into the house with satisfaction. As soon as Ian entered the door, he saw Wendell sitting on a chair looking at him, and Monica looking at him with a smile. Ian first greeted with a smile. "Hello, Wendell. Uncle, Aunt Monica." Monica looked at Ian with a smile and said, "Hello, Ian, Min has been talking about it every day during the summer vacation." Hermione blushed when she heard her mother's words. Wendell looked back and forth between Ian and Hermione, and finally sighed. Wendell forced a smile and said to Ian, "Ian, welcome to your Granger's house. The cabbage that I have been raising for more than 10 years is still being hoisted by pigs." Ian couldn't understand Wendell's complicated emotions, but he still smiled and replied, "Thank you, I may have to trouble you during this time." Monica stepped forward and squeezed Ian's face. "It's no trouble, but Ian, you have really good skin." Ian sensed a love in Monica's emotions, as a mother looks at her child. So Monica's behavior didn't make Ian feel uncomfortable. This made Ian feel very strange. If anyone had done this before, he would have killed him. Ian scratched his head and said, "Thanks, Monica." "Auntie." Monica smiled even more happily, and said to Hermione beside Ian, "Hermione, you take Ian to the room first. Let's celebrate the arrival of Ian tonight." Chapter 228. Then Hermione took Ian to the room that Monica prepared for Ian. Ian looked curiously at the decorations in the room. The room is not big, but it is cleaned very well. Sunlight shines into the room through the glass windows, and the blue-based decoration makes the room look very bright. A flash of memory flashed in Ian's eyes. This reminds Ian of his dream in the orphanage, which was to have a room of his own. The room in the dream at that time should be similar to this place. Hermione has been observing Ian's expression. She asked Ian nervously, "Ian, do you like it?" "My mom and I took a long time to set it up." Hermione was a little less confident when she said I. After all, in Hermione's impression, Ian has many followers no matter where he is. And Ian is very rich, his things are top luxury. I don't know if Ian will appreciate the decoration of her home. Ian sensed Hermione's emotion, smiled and said to Hermione, "Hermione, I like it very much. This is my favorite room." Hermione laughed very happily when she heard Ian's words. Hermione regained her confidence, lifted her chin and said, "Then why don't you praise me?" Ian smiled and stroked Hermione's hair, and said, "Then Hermione is the best." Hermione glared at Ian and said, "Don't touch my head too often." Lavender and the others said in their letter that they will not grow tall. But Hermione didn't stop Ian's hand. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian laughed and continued to knead. "Don't listen to them, it's not too long in school." Hermione snorted softly when she heard Ian's words, and said, "Ian, do you need your luggage packed?" Hermione knew that Ian usually put things in the space ring. Ian shook his head with a smile and said, "Newbie will sort it out for me." As soon as Ian finished speaking, Hermione saw a suitcase appear out of nowhere beside the bed in the room. The suitcase opened automatically, and Ian's luggage was automatically sorted to various places in the room. Hermione watched the scene dumbfounded. Ian waved his hand in front of Hermione and said, "It's not like you haven't seen it before, why are you so surprised this time?" Ian's words brought Hermione back to her senses, and Hermione grabbed Ian's sleeve and said, "Ian, can house elves be in my house? And won't he use magic without being discovered by the Ministry of Magic?" Hearing Hermione's question, Ian laughed out loud. "Of course house elves can be in your house. Hermione, you are a wizard too. As for magic, let alone newbie, you can use magic. Didn't the old man take the traces off your wand when he was at St. Anne's? That garbage from the Ministry of Magic won't bother you." Hermione froze for a moment before she remembered. Then Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Ian. But Hermione immediately frowned. She thought she would be found out when she used magic, completely forgetting that Grindelwald lost trace. After returning from St. Anne's, she hasn't used magic for a long time. How much time did this waste her? Ian sensed Hermione's disappointment, and said with a smile. There will be plenty of time ahead, Hermione. Don't be in a hurry. Hermione looked up, looked into Ian's eyes, and said. But I want to catch up with you quickly. Even if it's just a little progress. Ian patted Hermione on the shoulder and continued. There will be a day, I have said many times, your talent is very good, Hermione. And I'll be waiting for you at the top. Hermione was silent for a while, and said to Ian seriously. That's it, face hook. Ian looked at Hermione's outstretched pinky and smiled. Ian also, stretched out his little finger to hook Hermione's finger, and said with a smile. We have a deal. Yet. Hermione smiled brightly, she won't keep Ian waiting too long. Hermione. Ian. Is he all right? At this moment, Monica's voice came from downstairs. Hermione heard her mother's voice and called downstairs. Come right now. Mom. Ian smiled and said to Hermione. Come on, Hermione, don't keep Aunt Monica waiting too long. Hermione happily said again, and squeezed Ian's hand tightly. On the other side, Mundungus was finally discharged from Ian's magic injury. He was mainly traumatized psychologically. If it wasn't for Dumbledore, he knew he was doomed this time. Mundungus regretted why he hadn't listened to Dumbledore in the first place and left immediately. And his fear of Ian and others has not dissipated. Even if he fell asleep now, he would be woken up by fright. Ian and others have become his nightmare. Mundungus has lost a lot of weight, with dark circles under his eyes. Looking at the parchment bill in his hand, he kept muttering. Damn St. Mungo's, it's too expensive. There are hundreds of galleons. Having said that, Mundungus tore the bill into pieces. Then Mundungus hurriedly opened his wallet and looked at the remaining money inside. 3 galleons of gold for a sickle of silver. Damn it! Find a way to make money first. Mundungus closed his wallet, he could barely afford food now. That's when Mundungus thought of Malfoy's bag. He quickly rummaged around. After a while, a black bag appeared in his hand. It's okay, baby, you're still here. Mundungus hurriedly used apparition to find an empty corner, and he greedily looked at the bag. Baby, let me see what's in you. You must give me a surprise. As Mundungus opened the bag, blocks of black magic gemstones and alchemical objects appeared in Mundungus' eyes. Montunger was ecstatic for a while, this time he got rich. The moment of regret at the beginning didn't know where he left it. Mundungus had seen the black notebook while counting the loot. Being able to put it together with this bag at that time, we can see the preciousness of this notebook. He feels that this notebook definitely has a secret. Mundungus picked up his wand and placed the notebook one body away from him. Hurry up and show up. A white light flashed, and Mundungus stared at the notebook. Tell me your secret. Chapter 229. After a long time like this, Mundungus stared at the black diary without moving his eyes away. But no miracle happened, the notebook just didn't move. Mundungus waited impatiently. He stepped forward warily and poked the notebook with his wand. Still nothing happens. Mundungus feels like he's outwitting the air. Angrily, Mundungus picked up the notebook, opened it and read it. The parchment pages inside didn't have a single word. Mundungus threw the notebook on the ground forcefully. Damn it! What the hell am I doing? Like an idiot for the damn notebook. Mundungus was still angry after scolding, and stepped on the black notebook twice. But Mundungus turned his head and thought, the workmanship and texture of this notebook are still good. Still worth 2 sickles. And now Nocturne Alley is completely destroyed by Ian and the others. If those black magic items were not so easy to sell, he would starve to death. So Mundungus picked up the notebook and patted the dust off it. Seeing that there was no damage, he was relieved. For him now, even 2 silver sickles are still money. Mundungus put the notebook in his arms, and he was going to Hogsmeade to find out if anyone was collecting black magic items. Although he was afraid of Ian, he was also afraid of seeing Ian and others in Hogsmeade. But now that Nocturne Alley is gone, the Pig's Head pub is the easiest place to trade black magic items in the British wizarding world. Then Mundungus put the notebook in his pocket, but he didn't notice. The notebook vibrated slightly, and a trace of black mist flashed past. In this way, Mundungus came to the leaky cauldron with his notebook. As soon as Mundungus walked into the leaky cauldron, he saw Tom greet him with a smile. "Hey! Look who it is! Mundungus! Are you out of the hospital?" Hearing Tom's words, Mundungus said with a wry smile. "Don't you mention it, old Tom! But I heard you all passed out that day." Tom nodded and said helplessly. "Oh, what an unlucky day! But fortunately those who stunned us did not attack us." Mundungus nodded repeatedly, thinking. "You are very lucky indeed. Those people are demons who kill without batting an eye." But Mundungus didn't dare to say that. Dumbledore had already greeted him seriously after he woke up. If he dares to speak out, even if Dumbledore does not kill him, he will not be able to escape the pursuit of the saints. Mundungus could only pretend to be calm and said. "That's not it, old Tom. By the way, I'd like to borrow your fireplace." Tom heard Mundungus' request, and said with some regret. "I'd also like to hear from you about what happened that day in Knockturn Alley. It seems that we can only wait for the next time." Tom knew that Mundungus lived in Knockturn Alley. When Mundungus saw Tom bring this up, he said hastily. "Old Tom, I wasn't in Knockturn Alley that day. I went outside to purchase that day. That's why I went to St. Mungo's. I heard that not a single dark wizard came out of Knockturn Alley alive that day." Tom thought for a moment when he heard Mundungus's words, then nodded. What Mundungus said is indeed correct. Judging from the situation in Knockturn Alley, Mundungus really does not have much possibility to come out alive. Thinking of this, Tom said apologetically to Mundungus. "Well, man, I really shouldn't bring this up. The fireplace won't charge you this time. I'll buy you another drink when you come next time." Mundungus breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Tom would get to the bottom of it. And what Tom said made him very happy. This is taking advantage. Then Mundungus smiled and said to Tom. "Okay, then I'll go first, next time. Goodbye, Mundungus." Mundungus grabbed a handful of flu powder and walked into the fireplace at the leaky cauldron. Hogsmeade. As Mundungus sprinkled flu powder under his feet, a green flame flashed and swallowed Mundungus. When Mundungus reappeared, he was at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The first moment Mundungus came out was to see if anyone noticed him. After seeing 2 or 3 wizards around him, they just glanced at him and stopped paying attention to him. Ms. Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, was also not in the lobby at this time. So Mundungus first came to a deserted corner, put on a black robe that could cover his face, and hurriedly brought Lucius' bag to the entrance of the Pig's Head bar. After confirming that no one was following him, Mundungus gently pushed open the door of the Pig's Head bar. As soon as he stepped into the Pig's Head bar, he saw that there were already many people sitting in the bar. The destruction of Knockturn Alley made dark wizards come here to trade more frequently. Mundungus's eyes lit up. He came to the right place. Here he is sure to find a suitable buyer. Mundungus walked to Aberforth at the bar. "Aberforth, bring me a fire whiskey." Aberforth turned his head when he heard Mundungus' voice. "Mundungus, when did you leave the hospital?" But Mundungus didn't respond to Aberforth's words, because he saw that there seemed to be 2 big sausages hanging from Aberforth's mouth. What kind of weird shape is this? Mundungus suppressed his smile and asked Aberforth. "You, what's wrong with you?" After speaking, Mundungus also drew the position of his lips with his hands. Aberforth frowned and looked at Mundungus, gritted his teeth and said. "The person who was attacked by a black wizard is no longer there. I warn you, Mundungus, if you laugh I'll blow your brains out." After speaking, Aberforth lit up the wand in his hand, and fixed his eyes on Mundungus. Mundungus knew what Aberforth said was true, and he would really do it. Didn't you see so many dark wizards in the bar who didn't dare to laugh at him? So Mundungus quickly changed the subject and said. "No, Aberforth, I'm not going to laugh at you. Bring me a glass of fire whiskey, please." Aberforth snorted coldly, took a clean quilt from the bar and poured a glass of wine for Mundungus. Mundungus looked at the cup in front of him, feeling a little strange. When did the cups here get so clean big? Chapter 230. Aberforth looked at the stunned Mundungus, and said angrily. "Do you want to drink or not? If you don't drink, don't block it here." Mundungus came to his senses when he heard Aberforth's violent voice. Mundungus said hastily, "Drink." "I drink." Immediately, Mundungus picked up his glass and took a sip of wine. Watching Mundungus drink down the wine, Aberforth nodded and asked, "Tell me, what's going on this time? Don't lie, I want to listen to the truth." Mundungus put down the wine glass in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and said helplessly, "Well, I didn't intend to hide it from you. I'm coming to sell some dark magic items. You know, Nocturne Alley is gone, and I'm about to think about changing careers now." Aberforth nodded when he heard Meng 857 Dunger's words. He was afraid that Mengurgurs would lie to him and cause some troubles. Aberforth added another glass of wine to Mundungus, and just to be on the safe side, he asked again, "Which company is it this time?" Now there are many foreign wizards in the British wizarding world. He also didn't want this barely friend to be killed for touching Ian's interests. Mundungus smiled and waved to Aberforth when he heard Aberforth's inquiry. Aberforth looked at Mundungus, and although he was very reluctant, he still leaned his head in the past. Just listen to Mundungus whispering. "It belongs to the Malfoy family. And it's a good one that Malfoy sold to Borgin." As soon as Aberforth heard Mundungus speak, he thought it was bad. But he was relieved when he heard Mundungus say that Malfoy sold it to Borgin. Malfoy is said to have taken refuge with Ian, and if Mundungus stole Malfoy's things, he really couldn't stay in the European wizarding world. But since it was sold to Borginbach, there is nothing wrong with Mundungus' behavior. Nocturne Alley is gone, and Borgin must be dead too. Then there's nothing wrong with Mundungus' behavior. After all, Mundungus doesn't have the strength to steal things under the noses of Ian and Saints. After confirming that Mundungus would not be in danger, Aberforth said to Mundungus, "Go find someone to trade with yourself. You know the rules. Don't make trouble for me." Mundungus looked at Aberforth, who changed his face at the speed of light in front of him, and he knew that this friend was like this. A person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Mundungus shook his head helplessly, picked up his wine glass and sat down at a table. Then Mundungus produced a brass canute and a silver sickle stacked next to the glass. This is a code word representing a large-scale transaction. Mundungus' behavior immediately attracted many dark wizards. But no black wizard dared to make a move. All dark wizards who come here know that the owner of this bar is very strong. And also related to Dumbledore. Whoever dares to take action against his client is purely a decision of having lived enough. Therefore, the Pig's Head Bar is also a very trusted trading place in the hearts of dark wizards. Not long after Mundungus sat down, a wizard who was also covered in a black robe walked up to Mundungus and sat down. He asked Mundungus hoarsely, "Look at the goods first, Jin Jialong will pay. I know the rules." Then the black-robed wizard put a bag containing gallon on the table. When Mundungus heard the bang-bang sound of the galleons colliding in the bag, his eyes were instantly filled with greed. "Of course. My friend." Mundungus took out the bag of the untraceable stretching curse and opened an opening. "It's all here, please take a look." "Very nice." At this time, Gilderoy Lockhart was in Hogsmeade asking about Ian. He had been in Hogsmeade for a long time. Ian Grindelwald steals the headlines of his Daily Prophet time and time again. And Ian Grindelwald supporters are skyrocketing. Plus Ian Grindelwald's face is definitely much handsomer when he grows up. This made Lockhart feel more threatened than ever. He doesn't allow anyone to be more popular than him. Lockhart tried to get Ian Grindelwald's attention by writing a letter. As long as he can get close to Ian Grindelwald, he has a way to use the memory charm to steal all of Ian's experiences. In Lockhart's mind, a well-known adventurer, sure to be of particular interest to a teenage wizard like Ian. He wants to become Ian's pen pal first, and then hollow out everything that belongs to Ian. But in fact, during the many days that Lockhart waited, Ian did not reply to any of his letters. This made Lockhart extremely angry. It was the first time he had been ignored like this. In order to get all kinds of information about Ian, Lockhart asked around about Ian. So Lockhart basically ran all over Hogsmeade during this time. But obviously, there are basically no people here who know the details of Ian. "Oh, Mr. Lockhart, if you want information about Mr. Grindelwald, I have a place to recommend." Ms. Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, couldn't help but speak when she saw her idol sitting on a seat in the bar very haggard. When Lockhart heard Ms. Rosmerta's words, he looked at Ms. Rosmerta with glowing eyes. He hurriedly got up and grabbed Ms. Rosmerta's arm. Is what you said true? Ms. Rosmerta looked at Lockhart's face so close to her that she felt her whole body go limp. She blushed and looked at Lockhart cautiously, not knowing what to say. After reacting, Lockhart saw Ms. Rosmerta like this, and those wizards who looked at him at 5.5, he secretly thought it was bad. He was too anxious. His character design of Luha cannot be collapsed. Lockhart hastily let go of Ms. Rosmerta, took Ms. Rosmerta's hand, and said affectionately, "Sorry, beautiful lady. It was my behavior that was too rude. Forgive the faux pas of an anxious wizard looking for a friend." Ms. Rosmerta was immediately confused by Lockhart's remarks. She stared into Lockhart's face and said dazedly, "You." Lockhart was relieved to see Lady Rosmerta succumb to his charm. So Lockhart went on laughing and asked, "So beautiful lady, can you tell me where that is?" Chapter 231. Finally, under Lockhart's greasy offensive, Ms. Rosmerta told Lockhart the name of the Hog's Head pub. Lockhart came quickly to the door of the Hog's Head. When Lockhart came to the door of the Hog's Head, he looked at the sign of the place with distaste. What kind of rubbish taste is it to have a pig's head hanging on the sign? And the name Pig's Head, a total disgrace to Lockhart. If only he'd named it, Lockhart Fan Memorial Pub. Then hang that big portrait of him at the door of the bar. This is the bar with the best taste. Although Lockhart thought so now, he had to overcome his resistance. Because he had to inquire about Ian's news. After Lockhart had done his mental preparations, he pushed open the door of the Hog's Head. Although Ms. Rosmerta told him that there are some bad wizards here. But Lockhart is not afraid at all, he believes that these dark wizards are afraid to attack him. He is an international well-known figure in 2006. Maybe these dark wizards are still his fans. It's just that Lockhart had just walked into the Pig's Head Tavern, and the dark wizards inside all looked at him in unison. Where did this idiot come from? This is the only thought in the hearts of the dark wizards. Lockhart's bright dress, and the magic hat that emits shimmer. This makes Lockhart a walking ambient light in the Hog's Head. As soon as Lockhart entered the bar, he covered his nose. "Oh! Merlin's hair! How long has it been since you cleaned here?" Aberforth at the bar just heard Lockhart's words, and immediately couldn't help but want to punch Lockhart. But before Aberforth could attack, Lockhart showed his white teeth. "But it's okay. Me. Lockhart. Internationally renowned author. The future legendary wizard. The third-class recipient of the Order of Merlin. It even won the Most Charming Smile Award in the Three Realms. You must have read my book, Gilderoy Lockhart Teaches You How to Get Rid of Household Pests. Let me help you clean up now." After finishing speaking, Lockhart took out his wand and waved it before Aberforth and others came back to their senses. Cleaned up. Lockhart is very satisfied with his appearance just now. Those black-robed wizards who have no taste must be shocked. Then they would adoringly tell him what he wanted to know. But just when Lockhart closed his eyes and prepared to receive the worship of the wizards, he found the bar very quiet now. Lockhart opened his eyes in bewilderment. Where is the cheer that belongs to him? Are these wizards all trolls? So slow to react? Lockhart looked at the dark wizards, and he found that the dark wizards were all looking at Lockhart in shock. Lockhart is very satisfied with the expressions of the dark wizards, it seems that they are shocked. Then Lockhart smiled very brightly, and said, "I need to sign for you." Wow! Instant frying pan in the Pig's Head bar. Where did this madman come from? How dare he do that just now? Is he crazy? Boss. His name is Gilderoy Lockhart. Hearing the words of the dark wizards, Lockhart's expression froze instantly. You. Before Lockhart could finish speaking, a curse hit Lockhart directly. Lockhart suddenly felt unable to move. Aberforth walked up to Lockhart with a gloomy face, and said, "Boy, you are the first one who dared to smash my bar." It turned out that Lockhart's cleansing spell directly wiped out the glasses in the bar just now. No dust at all. The container was lost, and the wine was scattered on the table. Those are Aberforth's favorite cups. Woo woo woo. Lockhart, who was under the spell, kept struggling. The bearded old man with the sausage mouth in front of him feels really scary. It looked like he was about to kill him. Aberforth kicked Lockhart, and Lockhart was kicked out and smashed against a table. Ugh! Lockhart was kicked so hard that he almost threw up. With the pain in his back now, Lockhart looked at Aberforth with horror on his face. Woo woo woo! Aberforth looked at Lockhart, who kept making noises, and said mockingly, "Are you going to choose to compensate me for the loss, or should I call you to the St. God Magic Injury Hospital?" Hearing Aberforth's words, Lockhart kept shaking his head. Seeing that Lockhart wanted to say something, Aberforth waved his hand to release the control on Lockhart's mouth. Only to hear Lockhart say hastily, "You can't do that to a well-known figure in the wizarding world. You hit me with a spell. The Ministry of Magic will arrest you. You let me out now and we can still talk." Aberforth laughed when he heard Lockhart say, "I thought, I can do this to you. After all, they are my witnesses. Am I right?" When the Black Wizards heard Aberforth's question, they hurriedly said loudly, "Yes. The boss is just self-defense. You attacked the boss first. We can all testify." Lockhart was dumbfounded now. Seeing that Lockhart was honest, Aberforth knelt down and patted Lockhart's face, and said with a smile, "Now, we can calculate how much money you want to accompany me." Mr. Lockhart 317. Lockhart had entered the Hogshead in the afternoon. But it was already night when he came out. Only now Lockhart was thrown out bruised and bruised. "That's 800 gold galleons." Lockhart looked at his wallet with only a few galleons left, Yuan Hao said. Although it wasn't a lot of money to him, being extorted away like this still made him very distressed. It's not like Lockhart didn't want to get revenge on Aberforth. But thinking of the malicious appearance of Aberforth and those dark wizards, he thought it was okay. He is just a wizard, the sixth child, who is proficient in the forgetting curse, so there is no need to fight those dark wizards desperately. And if his incident is exposed, his character design may collapse. Lockhart thought about it for a while, and decided to forget it. If he didn't take the initiative to expose it, someone could still beat him up if someone exposed him, and enrich his brave image again. While Lockhart was wailing, Mundungus had just finished his trade and was heading home. Mundungus didn't expect Lucius' black magic items to sell so well. Mundungus, who had gained a lot, walked out of the Pig's Head bar, and saw that fool Lockhart. Mundungus remembered that Lockhart was a writer. Selling that black notebook to him might fetch a good price. Thinking of this, Mundungus walked towards Lockhart with a smile. Chapter 232. Mundungus walked up behind Lockhart and asked Lockhart. "I said, great writer, what are you doing here? This is not the place for people like you to come." Lockhart heard voices behind him and looked back. I saw a short, shabby wizard looking at him with a smile. Lockhart hurriedly straightened his torn robes. He straightened his hat, and said with a straight face, "The purpose of my coming here is to find new writing materials. You should know that a great writer is constantly taking risks." Mundungus looked at Lockhart strangely. "The adventure you're talking about is going to provoke the people in the Hogshead bar. And then get beaten up and thrown out." There was no embarrassment on Lockhart's face when he heard Mundungus's words. Instead, with a bright smile, he said, "I did it just to get a taste of what life is like for a lowly wizard. This will give me better inspiration for writing. Like my next book, I'm going to write about me and my friend, Ian Grindelwald, this little wizard. I'm sure this will be a great book." Mundungus turned pale instantly when he heard Lockhart's words. "Are you friends with Ian Grindelwald? Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep?" Mundungus said that if you were friends, he would cut off his head and play it for Lockhart. Lockhart saw that Mundungus' face suddenly became ugly, so he asked puzzledly, "Friend, are you sick?" Mundungus nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I do feel a little uncomfortable." This time, Lockhart smiled even wider, and he said, "Then I'll help you heal. I treated vampires in Romania. This little ailment can't trouble me. Come and let me see what's wrong with you." Mundungus was taken aback by Lockhart's words. He just wanted to exploit this idiot for a fortune, not to seek death. Looking at Lockhart, who was about to take out the spell, Mundungus said hastily, "No. No. I'll be fine in no time." Lockhart retracted his half-drawn wand with regret on his face. "Oh. That's such a pity." Mundungus decided not to spend any more time with this idiot, so Mundungus approached Lockhart and whispered. Gilderoy Lockhart, let's not waste time. I was the only one in the bar who saw that you were absolutely extraordinary. Lockhart looked at Mundungus in surprise, and said with a smile. Oh. That's right. My friend, you have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. Do you need my autograph? Every wizard is proud to have my Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. Mundungus was very happy to see Lockhart, and he wanted to add fuel to the fire. Actually, Mr. Lockhart, I didn't come to ask you for an autograph. Speaking of which, Mundungus looked around, with a mysterious face on his face, and whispered. I got an old notebook by chance. It is said to be an item of a legendary wizard. Lockhart was shocked by Mundungus' words, and he said hastily. Really? It's a legend. Before Lockhart could finish speaking, Mundungus quickly covered Lockhart's mouth. Mundungus pretended to be very frightened, and said. Enough. Don't say it so loud. It's a secret. Lockhart smelled the heavy smoke on Mundungus' hands and almost spat out. But don't care about this time now. Now Lockhart just wants to know about the notebook. Maybe another best-selling story. Lockhart pushed Mundungus's hand away and said in a low voice. I see, my friend. Then can you tell me where that notebook is? Mundungus was overjoyed when he heard what Lockhart said. He pretended to be cautious and pulled Lockhart into an alley. Then he took a black notebook from under his scruffy robe, and said. This is the notebook. I got it by accident in Nocturne Alley. You know, Nocturne Alley is gone now. It took me a lot of thought to get it. Lockhart was even more moved when he heard the origin of the notebook. And he felt like something in that notebook was calling him. Lockhart's breath became short of breath, and he stared at the notebook, asking. Friend, can you sell me this notebook? I promise to give you a satisfactory price. Mundungus was overjoyed instantly. It seems that Lockhart is really a fat sheep. Mundungus pretended to be very reluctant, and said. I was just showing you. But I really couldn't get to its secrets. If you want, 200 galleons. Lockhart looked at Mundungus with satisfaction, and said. Very reasonable prices. Wait first, my wallet. With that, Lockhart slipped his hand inside his robes. Mundungus looked at Lockhart as if he were a pig. Still a pig with galleons. This broken notebook can be sold for such a high price. He deserves to be the Mundungus who knows how to do business. Just when Mundungus was still dreaming, Lockhart's voice sounded again. Okay, look at your friend. Mundungus came back to see Lockhart throwing a bag over. Mundungus hurriedly caught the bag and was about to open it to have a look. Just heard a voice chanting a mantra. Forget everything. Mundungus didn't have time to react, and was hit by the Oblivion curse. In an instant, Mundungus fell into confusion. Lockhart walked up to Mundungus and took the notebook and his bag from him. Zhao Wang Zhao, the story belongs to the great adventurer Gilderoy Lockhart. I will research the secret of this notebook for you. Lockhart looked feverishly at the notebook in his hand. He was sure. This notebook is calling for him. This feeling intensified the moment Lockhart got the laptop. There must be a big secret here. Afterwards, Lockhart looked vigilantly at both ends of the alley, and there was no one else except Mundungus, who had fallen under the spell. After making sure there was no one else but himself and Mundungus, Lockhart hurried away from Lou. Just after Lockhart left, Mundungus slowly woke up. Strange, why am I here? Mundungus felt like he had forgotten something very important, but he just couldn't remember it. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go home and count those lovely galleons again. Chapter 233. At Hermione's house, Monica and Wendell have been pulling Ian in to ask about the wizarding world since the beginning of the afternoon. Especially what happened in Nocturne Alley. Although Ian had already spoken to Hermione in the letter. But Monica and Wendell are still very worried about Ian's situation. Most of the questions were about Ian's injuries and discomfort. This made Ian feel very warm inside. The time also unknowingly came tonight. Although Monica knows that Ian cooks very well. But she still insisted that Ian try his craft. Ian sat at the dining table and looked at the pecking Milan from time to time. Because this owl has the same name as Milan Ankar, the chief steward of Zarek Castle. I just don't know how Milan Ankar will feel when he finds out. Hermione looked at Ian and looked at Milan, and said with a smile. Ian, isn't Milan beautiful? He's so good. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian withdrew his gaze from Milan and said with a smile. The old man will be very glad to hear what you like. He might give a few more owls. Hermione pinched the back of Ian's hand and said, 543. Don't bother Grandpa Grindelwald anymore. Wendell, who was sitting opposite Ian, also said. Ian, we owe you a lot already. I still insist that you take back the key to the vault called Gringotts. That's really expensive. Wendell had been watching Hermione, who was stuck with Ian, very disappointed today. Hermione was most clingy when she was a child but his father. But seeing Hermione's happy appearance, Wendell also knew that he couldn't stop Hermione. After all, children always grow up. And Ian was the best kid he'd ever seen. Ian also took very good care of Hermione in the wizarding world. In fact, they already regarded Ian as their own child in their hearts. Ian heard Wendell's words, smiled and waved. No, Uncle Wendell. The old man should have told you. Galleons and gold are the most useless things to me. Wendell looked at Ian helplessly, and said. Although this is the case, they agged. Before Wendell finished speaking, Monica poked her head out in the kitchen and said. Ready to eat. Baby. Wendell. Come help. Monica's shout interrupted Wendell's words, and Wendell could only swallow the words first. Ian stood up and smiled and said. I'll go help first. Hermione grabbed Ian's sleeve and said. Ian, it's good that we come, you have a good rest. Usually you are busy. Ian patted Hermione's hand holding his sleeve lightly, and said. I'm here to help my uncle and aunt, isn't that what I should do? Hearing Ian's words, Hermione blushed instantly. But he didn't insist on not letting Ian help. Wendell looked at his daughter's glowing red cheeks and sighed with complicated emotions. Girls don't want to stay. Ian walked into the kitchen and asked Monica. Aunt Monica, is there anything I can do for you? Monica heard a voice behind her and saw that it was Ian coming. Monica smiled and said. It's Ian, just serving food. I'm going to trouble you. Ian shook his head with a smile and said. No trouble. After speaking, Ian snapped his fingers, and the dishes on the kitchen counter all flew up. Then all the dishes automatically flew towards the table, and landed slowly at their respective positions. Monica looked at Ian's magic, and couldn't help but enviously said. Ian, the drawing method is really convenient. Can Hermione learn these spells later? Ian nodded with a smile and said. Of course, these are just tricks. But Monica is still very envious. If only we could do magic. Hearing Monica's words, Ian's daughter-in-law came to a research project with him and Nico. Maybe Monica's wish will have a chance to come true in the future. But Ian didn't intend to say it. It's best not to say anything until you succeed. Then, Ian and Monica sat down at the dining table with thoughts. Monica sat down and looked at Ian with a smile and said. Ian, welcome again to the Granger family. Please treat this as your home. Wendell also looked at Ian with a smile, and said. Yes, I hope you have a good holiday, Ian. Otherwise Hermione will be whispering your name in our ears every day. Hermione said with some shame when she heard Wendell's words. Dad. Then Hermione glanced at Ian quietly, and was relieved to see that Ian didn't respond. Watching this heartwarming scene, Ian sensed the goodwill of the Granger family. He smiled and said. Thank you, Aunt Monica and Uncle Wendell. Monica nodded with a smile and said. Ian, try my craft now. Monica is cooking a table of French cuisine today. As for why they don't cook British cuisine, the Grangers, who had been baptized by gourmet food at Caseridge Castle, started to study cooking after returning home. Then, under Monica's expectant eyes, Ian forked a piece of goulash and put it in his mouth. A strong fragrance bloomed in Ian's mouth. Monica looked at Ian and asked. Ian, how does it taste? Ian swallowed the beef in his mouth and said with a smile. It was delicious. If the old man were here, he would like it very much. Monica just laughed, and then asked Ian with some puzzlement. By the way, Ian, isn't Grindelwald here today? Wendell also looked at Ian in doubt, he remembered that Grindelwald also planned to come today. Hearing Monica's question, Hermione was about to explain. But Ian said preemptively with some guilt. Old man. He has something in his spare time. It may take 2 days to come over. Wendell and Monica nodded when they heard Ian's explanation. It is understandable that such a big man is a little busy. Only Hermione looked at Ian with some surprise. Usually Ian is not a person who will explain first. There must be something wrong here. Just when Hermione was about to ask Ian quietly, an owl flew to Granger's house with 3 envelopes. Chapter 234. The Grangers watched the owl, which had just flown in, suspiciously. Will someone send them a letter at this time? Under the puzzled eyes of the Granger family, the owl threw the letter in front of the 3 of them and flew away. Although Ian is not sensitive to animal spirits, he feels that this owl is from Hogwarts. A bad premonition appeared in Ian's heart. By this time Hermione had already picked up the letter on the table, and she saw that it was written as Jack Roger. Ian, it's a letter from Grandpa Grindelwald. Ian frowned when he heard Hermione's words. The old man wrote a letter to the Granger family, but there is no letter from him. Ian immediately felt that this was very difficult. Hermione is also very puzzled now. Why didn't Grandpa Grindelwald write to Ian? Did you forget to pay attention? Hermione asked Ian. Ian, do you want to take a look first? Hermione handed the letter to Ian. But Ian didn't take it, but said. It's all right, Hermione, just watch. That's a letter from the old man to you. I feel that the old man must be thinking of something bad. Hermione looked at Ian with some confusion after hearing what Ian said. Grandpa Grindelwald thinking something bad? This made the curiosity in Hermione's heart rise rapidly. Driven by curiosity, Hermione opened the letter in her hand and read it first. Wendell and Monica on the side also heard Ian's words, and they also became very curious about the contents of the letter. So the Grangers also opened the letter and read it. After a while, Hermione's eyes widened as she was reading the letter. And the eyes kept scanning Ian and the letter. Wendell and Monica looked at Ian with smiles. Ian sensed the disbelief in Hermione's heart. And the happy emotions in the hearts of the Grangers. These emotions are all related to him. Ian couldn't help but asked. Did something happen? Hearing Ian's question, Hermione raised her head and said loudly in surprise. Ian, you're actually younger than me. I always thought you were older than me. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian's face darkened instantly. What do you mean I am younger than you? But before Ian could speak, Monica smiled and said. Ian, we can also make you older than Hermione. After all, you are usually too mature. Wendell nodded, and continued. Gellert wrote that he and Headmaster Dumbledore wanted to celebrate your birthday with us. But with your permission, Ian. After speaking, Wendell and Monica looked at Ian expectantly. Hermione also grabbed Ian's sleeve, hoping that Ian would agree to come down. The last time the family went to Ian's castle as guests, this time they also hoped to entertain Grindelwald and others. Looking at the current situation of Hermione and Ian, as long as there are no major accidents, they are destined to be a family. That Ian is also their child, and they want to spend this day with Ian. And Wendell and Monica also wanted to get closer to the magic world. Sensing the emotions of the Granger family, Ian was very hesitant. Will it bother them if I agree? To be honest, Ian has no such habit of celebrating his birthday. And Ian's birthday was only recently settled. The Granger family's invitation made Ian a little flustered. But after Ian saw the expectant eyes of Hermione and the Granger couple, Ian's heart gradually calmed down. Seeing that Ian didn't speak, Hermione was very nervous, and her palms that were holding Ian's sleeve were sweating a little. She wanted to be with Ian all the time. Let alone an important day like Ian's birthday. Hermione tentatively called Ian by name. Ian. Ian took a deep breath and said with a smile. I promise. Thank you all. Hermione hugged Ian when she heard that Ian agreed. Monica and Wendell watched this scene with a smile. It's just that Wendell felt a little sour in his heart. Ian patted Hermione on the back and said softly. Aunt and Uncle Monica are still watching. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione reacted excitedly. She let go of Ian hastily, and then saw the half-smile eyes of Mom and Dad. Hermione's face turned red like an apple. She didn't dare to look at Ian and her parents anymore, and began to focus on the food on the plate. It's just that there's a thought in Hermione's mind that keeps lingering in her mind. Ian turned out to be younger than me. Be sure to let Ian call her sister. Then Monica turned to look at Ian. Ian, no thanks, you've helped us a lot. We're just paying back a little bit. Wendell also smiled and said. Ian, what you just said about the vault key. Monica and I can't use so much of your currency. We can't even go to the wizarding world without you and Hermione around. 0. Hearing Wendell's words, Ian smiled mysteriously and said. Uncle Wendell, don't mention the treasury anymore. Neither the old man nor I can take it back. And the old man has already considered this matter. This is a gift he asked me to bring to you. After speaking, Ian yelled into the air. Kirby, come out. After Ian's voice fell, a figure quickly appeared beside Ian. A house elf with big ears and a neat tuxedo appeared in front of everyone. Dear Master. Kirby is at your service. Kirby saluted Ian respectfully. The appearance of Kirby stunned Wendell and Monica instantly. Even Hermione opened her mouth in surprise. Wendell pointed to Kirby in disbelief and asked. Ian, is this? Ian smiled and said. This is Kirby, just like my nubby. They are the most professional housekeepers. Kirby trembled excitedly when he heard Ian's words. Master praised Kirby. But the literacy of professional training prevents Kirby from losing his composure like other house elves. Hermione looked at the excited Kirby, and asked Ian in a daze. Ian, what gift are you talking about? Ian smiled and rubbed Hermione's little head. It's Kirby, I think if Auntie and Uncle want to go to the magic world in the future, Kirby can help them up the mountain. Chapter 235. Monica and Wendell feel like their lives have changed forever since Kirby came to the Granger's house. After getting up every day, you can see the cleaning tools in the automatic cleaning toilet. This saved Monica a lot of time directly. And the daily breakfast will appear on the dining table in a warm state after they get up. The lunches Wendell and Monica need to take to the hospital will also be prepared. Kirby's heat preservation spell keeps their meals at the tastiest temperature every day. Wendell's suits and white coats no longer need to be ironed by himself every day. The clothes he needs every day will appear in the most conspicuous position in the cloakroom on time. And Kirby's learning ability shocked Wendell and Monica very much. Those modern furniture and kitchen utensils just taught him a little more than one time, and he completely learned at 737. But the Grangers are determined not to let Kirby cook for dinner every day. They think there should be a sense of ritual, so Ian and Monique take turns preparing dinner every day. And Kirby and Newbie are under the strong request of Monica and Hermione. Kirby and Newbie eat together at night. In their words, even though Kirby and Newbie are not human beings, they are still their family members. This moved Kirby and Newbie very much on the spot. It was Ian who used his magic to suppress them to solve the runaway of the two house elves. And Ian's cooking skills have completely conquered the stomachs of Wendell and Monica. Wendell and Monica are now liking Ian more and more. Monica said every day, it would be great if Ian was their real son. But this aroused Hermione's strong dissatisfaction, and every time Wendell laughed, the mother and daughter would stop arguing. Ian and Hermione are always together, and Ian is teaching Hermione magic every day. Hermione promised that this was the happiest summer vacation she had ever had. And Ian also felt that the unknown emotion in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. But the happy time always passes quickly, and in a blink of an eye, June 20th is here. Wendell sat on the sofa, looked at the decorations that were automatically hung in the corresponding position in the living room, and couldn't help sighing. Magic is really convenient. Monica gave Wendell a blank look, and said. This is the credit of Kirby and Newbie. You who have been in command, don't feel emotional there. Now you are getting lazy. Wendell heard his wife's words, held his wife's hand, and said with a smile. Isn't there a famous saying? Laziness will make human progress. Monica shook off Wendell's hand in disgust, and said. It's innovation, not laziness. And that's magic. You're not a wizard. Wendell laughed loudly. Our daughter is a wizard, that's fine. In order to give Ian a perfect birthday today, the two have already asked for leave in the hospital. I heard a letter from Grindelwald 2 days ago saying that another big figure in the magic world will come. This made Wendell and Monica a little nervous. Although at Ian's investiture and at the Christmas dinner they've seen a lot of big names. But at that time there was not much conversation except Grindelwald. "Honey, who do you think Gellert's big shot would be?" Wendell shook his head and said. "I don't know, and Gellert didn't tell me. But I think it's time to discuss the procedure for the evening first." While Wendell and Monica were discussing how to celebrate Ian's birthday, Hermione quietly came to Ian's room. She gently opened the door and tiptoed to Ian's bedside. Hermione was holding a beautiful box in her hand, quietly looking at Ian, who was asleep on the bed. Ian's silver hair spread out on the pillow, and his flawless side face was exposed outside the quilt. "Bigwood, Anne," Hermione said with a silent smile, carefully placing the gift next to Ian's pillow. After putting down the gift, Hermione didn't leave, but just looked at Ian like this. The thoughts in Hermione's mind were constantly changing. She hesitated for a while, and then made up her mind. She took a deep breath, leaned down, and gave Ian a quick kiss on the side of the cheek. After doing this, Hermione's face turned red quickly, and she hurriedly walked towards the door. Then quickly shut the door of Ian's room. After Hermione closed the door, Ian opened his eyes and sat up. Ian actually woke up after Hermione opened the room. Sensing that Hermione wanted to surprise him, Ian continued to pretend he was still asleep. Just for a while, Ian sensed that Hermione's emotions were very strong. And it's constantly changing. What's wrong with Hermione? Just when Ian was wondering, he saw the gift box next to the pillow. Ian picked up the gift with a smile, and immediately understood. So that's how it is. It seemed that Hermione's particularly nervous mood just now was because she was afraid that he would wake up. But Ian still has a doubt in his heart. Since she was afraid he would wake up, why did Hermione poke his face just now? And Hermione hurried back to her room and wrapped herself in the pillow. Big log! Big log! Big log, Ian! Hermione felt like steam was evaporating from her head. She didn't know why she made such a bold move. Just when Hermione was overwhelmed with embarrassment, there was a knock on the door of Hermione's room. Boom, boom, boom! Hermione jumped out of bed in fright. Then Monica's voice came from outside the door. "Baby! Get up and eat breakfast. Wait until Gellert and Headmaster Dumbledore are coming." Hermione thought it was Ian who woke up, so the 5.1 incident she just had was too embarrassing. Monica outside the door did not wait for Hermione's reply, so she asked again. "Honey, are you awake?" Only then did Hermione come back to her senses, blushing and hastily said. "Mom. I'll be right out. Remember to call Ian." "Good mom." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Monica's footsteps coming down the stairs. Holding her face in her hands, she tried to adjust her emotions, and murmured. "It's all your fault. Bigwood." But the happiness and excitement in Hermione's eyes couldn't be concealed. After a few minutes, Hermione adjusted her emotions and came to the door of Ian's room again. This time Hermione didn't go in directly, but knocked on the door. "Ian, wake up!" Chapter 236. Soon Hermione heard Ian's footsteps coming to open the door. Ian opened the door, saw Hermione outside, smiled and said. "Morning, Hermione. I received your gift, and I like it very much." Hermione suppressed her embarrassment, hummed softly and said. "Then you have to wear it today." "Of course." Hearing Ian's reply, Hermione felt even happier. It's just that Hermione was still staring at Ian. She wanted to see if there was anything unusual about Ian. Ian watched Hermione staring at him all the time, and asked in puzzlement. "Hermione, is there something on my face?" After hearing Ian's words, Hermione's hanging heart finally let go, but there was still some loss in her heart. Then her attention came to Ian's smooth silver hair. "Ian doesn't need any grooming after waking up, his hair looks like it has been done." Although I have seen it many times, Hermione still feels a little unbalanced. Hermione pouted and said. "Ian, why is your hair always so smooth?" 08. "Mine are just frizzy." Ian rubbed Hermione's messy hair and said with a smile. "Naturally, I can't help it." Hermione gave Ian a hard look at Ian's Versailles words, but remembered that today was the birthday of this nasty guy. "Don't argue with him today." Hermione restrained herself from wanting to take a bite of Ian, and said. "Hurry up and change your clothes. Mom is calling you to go down for dinner." After saying that, Hermione turned her head and went downstairs. Watching the back of Hermione leaving, Ian scratched his hair. Did I say something wrong just now? After Hermione came downstairs, she went directly to her place. Monica looked at the angry Hermione, smiled and asked. What's wrong, baby? Ian made you angry? Hearing Monica's words, Hermione blushed, but she still folded her hands and said. No. Monica smiled and shook her head at Hermione's reaction. My precious daughter is exactly the same as when she was young. Wendell also looked at Hermione with a smile, and said to Monica. It's so similar to when you are angry. Hearing Wendell's words, Monica looked at him with a smile. But Monica's hand had already gripped the rolling pin on the table. Oh? Have I ever been angry with you? No. I'll send it. Oh. Wait. Don't do it. Hermione couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw the affectionate look of her parents. And while the Hermiones were fighting, Kirby and Nubby's living room was pretty much the same. Ian had already changed his clothes by this time and came downstairs. The difference is that there is an extra brooch on the right side of Ian's trench coat. On it is a Q version of the Blue Eagle. Monica saw Ian coming down from upstairs, smiled and said to Ian. Happy birthday, Ian. It seems that Hermione can't wait to give you the gift. A few days ago Hermione chose for a long time. Wendell also smiled and said to Ian. Happy birthday, Ian. But it is true. Hermione never took me this seriously as a father. Hermione blushed when she heard what Monica and Wendell said, but she still held her hands. No. Just picked for a little while. Ian first nodded to Wendell and Monica with a smile and said. Thank you, Uncle Wendell, Aunt Monica. I like the gift Hermione gave me. Then Ian sat next to Hermione, gently rubbed Hermione's little head, and said. Hermione, each of us has our own characteristics. Like your messy hair. It feels very comfortable. Hermione gave Ian a blank look, and whispered. If my hair were softer, I wouldn't look so sloppy. Just now Hermione's anger has subsided when she saw Ian again. And Ian had pinned that brooch to her clothes, which made her very happy. Ian heard Hermione's words, smiled and said. Actually, this Hermione is also cute. I love so much. Hermione's face turned red instantly, she looked at Ian in disbelief, and replied. Ian, you say, what? Ian looked at Hermione's reaction in puzzlement, and said. I said I like you like this. Is there anything wrong? Is this a confession? Hermione was completely out of her mind now. Wendell and Monica looked at Ian in shock when they heard what Ian said. Ian, is this too urgent? Wendell said a little far-fetched. At this time, Ian wouldn't want to abduct his little padded jacket, would he? After Wendell finished speaking, Monica slapped Wendell on the back of the head. Why didn't you say that you chased me when you were 12 years old? Wendell covered his head and whispered. Didn't you agree to? But Wendell's muttering was heard by Monica, and Monica glared at Wendell. Wendell didn't dare to speak any more, and just looked at Hermione, who was in a daze with some bitterness. Wendell saw Hermione's flushed face, and he was already imagining in his mind that Hermione would no longer cling to him as he did when he was a child. Ian looked at the reaction of the Granger family and felt very strange. Did I say something wrong? Monica didn't talk to Wendell, but asked Ian with a smile. Ian, do you like Hermione very much? Hermione also looked at Ian nervously when she heard her mother's question. She wanted a definite answer from Ian. Ian looked at Monica incomprehensibly, but nodded. Yes, I do, Hermione is my favorite friend. After hearing Ian's words, Hermione was pleasantly surprised. But Hermione realized right away, what did Ian mean by friend? Monica wanted to continue asking Ian, and she felt that it was just that Ian hadn't realized his own feelings. But before Monica continued to ask, Hermione said first. Ian, you mean, friends? Hermione stared at Ian, she was very nervous now. Now she just wants Ian to be enlightened. Otherwise, I really want her, a girl, to confess. It's a pity that Merlin didn't favor Hermione's idea. Ian nodded and said puzzledly. Yes, is there a problem? What's the problem? Big problem. Hermione looked at Ian viciously, she knew it. Can't expect this wood to get the hang of it. Chapter 237. Monica also looked at Ian helplessly. As someone who has experienced it, she must be able to see that Ian actually likes Hermione too. It's just that Ian hasn't realized this yet. Monica likes Ian very much, and she can see that Ian is indeed a person worthy of entrustment during this period of getting along. All Ian needs now is an opportunity. Just when Monica was about to help Hermione and Ian, there was a knock on the door of Granger's house. So Monica had to go to open the door first. Ian and Hermione were left staring at each other. Monica opened the door, only to see two middle-aged male wizards and a young witch outside. Monica had seen Grindelwald and others when they were young in Kesseridge Castle. That young witch is the big shot, Gellert said. This is too young. But Monica, who had met Ian, the younger big shot, didn't take it too seriously. She knows that there are some wizards who cannot be judged by age. So she laughed and said, "Welcome to the Grangers, Gellert, Headmaster Dumbledore. And this beautiful lady." Dumbledore winked at Monica and said, "Just call me Albus." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Monica nodded with a smile. "Come in, please." At this time, the young witch stepped forward, smiled and said to Monica, "Mrs. Granger, don't you know me now?" Monica felt very familiar when she heard this witch's voice. But she couldn't remember where she had seen this witch. Seeing Monica lost in thought, the witch touched a ring on her hand. In Monica's shocked eyes, the witch turned into an old man. Monica covered her mouth and said, "My God! You're Ms. Bagshot." It turns out that this Ms. Bathilda Bagshot can also freely switch in age. Bathilda nodded with a smile and said, "I recognize it now." After finishing speaking, Bathilda became young again. Monica nodded hastily, she just saw with her own eyes that a teacher just now can change her age. Grindelwald on the side laughed loudly and said, "Don't be surprised, Monica, you can ask Ian slowly about these things. I don't think this is the time to chat at the door." Hearing Grindelwald's words, Monica reacted and hurriedly welcomed them into the house. After entering the door, Dumbledore and Grindelwald saw Ian and Hermione staring wide-eyed. Grindelwald asked Wendell, puzzled, "Wendell, what happened to them?" Grindelwald's words brought Wendell back from fantasy to reality. Wendell said bitterly, "Gellert, you should ask Monica." Monica gave Wendell a blank look, and explained to Grindelwald and Dumbledore what happened just now. After hearing this, Grindelwald and Dumbledore burst out laughing. Grindelwald's laugh caught Hermione's attention, who was staring at Ian. When Hermione saw it was Grindelwald and Dumbledore, she shouted in surprise, "Grandpa Grindelwald! Professor Dumbledore!" Dumbledore smiled at Hermione and winked at Hermione's voice. "Actually, outside of Hogwarts, Hermione, you can call me Grandpa Dumbledore." Hermione looked at Dumbledore with some surprise, but Hermione didn't refuse. "Yes, Grandpa Dumbledore." Wendell looked at Dumbledore and Hermione in bewilderment. Inexplicably, he has another elder? And Ian finally got rid of Hermione's death gaze, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ian assures that even if it's another fight with Reaper, it won't be as hard as the pressure Hermione put on him just now. He felt that Hermione was weird today, poking his cheek and staring at him. Maybe he should ask Dumbledore? After all, Dumbledore claimed to be the spiritual mentor of the young wizard. Grindelwald stepped forward and touched Hermione's little head, and said, "Did little Hermione miss Grandpa?" Hermione nodded happily. Seeing this, Grindelwald said with satisfaction, "So did Ian bully you? Speak out, Grandpa will make the decision for you." Ian's face darkened when he heard Grindelwald's words. "Where are you from, old man?" Ian sensed that Grindelwald's emotions were full of curiosity. Hermione glanced back at Ian, and said to Grindelwald, "Ian, he's big wood." Ian looked at Hermione suspiciously. Why did he say he was a big log? He thought he was pretty smart. Grindelwald laughed, then whispered something in Hermione's ear in a voice only he and Hermione could hear. Ian saw Hermione look at him now and then. This made Ian even more confused. Finally Hermione said nervously, "Then take your time. Grandpa Grindelwald, I think I can do it." Grindelwald nodded with a smile when he heard Hermione's words, and said, "Let's talk about it tonight. Now you see, Ian can hardly sit still." Ian looked at Grindelwald with a dark face, and mocked. I knew you were talking bad about me. You want to grow that sausage mouth again. Now it was Grindelwald's turn to darken. Hermione looked at Ian in confusion. Sausage mouth? What does that mean? On the other side, Bathilda said to Monica with a smile. Monica, you and Wendell, just call me Ba-Naoshan. I like that kid Hermione too. Monica and Wendell wanted to reject Bathilda's words, because they knew that she was Gellard's aunt. The reason they call Grindelwald Gellard is because they don't want to somehow degrade Grindelwald. Hermione calls him grandpa, they call him brother, it's up to you. No Zhao, but let alone Bathilda is over 120 years old now, right? Bathilda's young people have no problem calling them grandma. But when they saw Bathilda's face that was so young, they couldn't yell out the sound of grandma. So Monica hesitated for a moment, but decided to say. Well then, well, Batifa. Bathilda nodded with satisfaction, now she doesn't want anyone to treat her as an old man. At this time Wendell asked with some doubts. But Bathilda, why do you look old when I see you at Christmas? Bathilda smiled and said. At Zarage Castle there's no need to show the fact that I'm getting younger. I was worried that someone would trouble Ian. The Grangers nodded understandingly. Seeing that everyone was almost chatting, Dumbledore smiled and said to Ian. Happy birthday Ian, here is my present to you. Chapter 238. Dumbledore took out a gift from the space ring and handed it to Ian. Grindelwald and Bathilda also took out a gift from the space ring like Dumbledore. Wendell and Monica on the side also handed the prepared gift to Ian. Happy birthday, Ian. Ian took the gifts from everyone and looked at the smiles on everyone's faces. This is the feeling he had been hoping for but could not get. Ian has a sore nose, but he can't show it now. Otherwise, it will definitely be recorded by the old man. This is the reason Ian gave himself. Ian's eyes were a little red, but he still smiled and said. Thanks, Tobit. Monica stepped forward to hug Ian, and said softly. Son, we all love you very much. Grindelwald also smiled and said. Yes Ian, we are all your family. The shrewd Grindelwald can't see what Ian is thinking, but he won't point out Ian at this time. Dumbledore also wiped the corners of his eyes, and stood beside Grindelwald with a smile on his face. Hermione also reached out her small hand to hold Ian's hand, her eyes full of determination. Ian looked at the people in front of him and swore in his heart that he would protect them well. He is not alone anymore. After everyone's persuasion, Ian went back to the room and opened the gifts everyone gave him. Dumbledore gave Ian 360 pensieve. But not the one in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. That was the property of Hogwarts after all. This pensieve was found by Dumbledore through his friends in Egypt. But such an ancient alchemy item is difficult to preserve. In the end it was Dumbledore and Nico who fixed it up bit by bit. Bathilda gave Ian a set of bookmarks made of fire keel. Greeting card with the hope that it will be helpful to refer to the book while Ian is experimenting. Wendell had given Ian a set of Muggle encyclopedias. His Christmas gift was a Muggle history book. He wanted Ian to learn more about the Muggle world. But he didn't know that Ian and Nico had already started studying Muggle technology. Monica sent a set of black wizard robes she had sewn herself. Although it uses Muggle fabrics and there is no fancy decoration, Ian likes it very much. The thought of a gift is far greater than its value. And Grindelwald sent mysterious magic books one after another. According to Grindelwald, it was found by accident when he was looking for the 3 Deathly Hallows in his early years, without any words on it. But he didn't unlock the secrets of the magic book, so Ian could only let Ian explore it by himself. All of Grindelwald's property was given to Ian, and the key to Gringotts in England was also closely watched by Dumbledore. So Grindelwald can only give Ian this. But when Ian opened the gift box in the room and saw the magic book, Ian sealed the room with magic with a solemn face. There is a hint of mysterious magic on it, and Ian feels that it seems to be somehow connected with the space of the god of death. This trace of magic can only be felt by wizards who are most familiar with death magic. Ian didn't plan to reveal this secret, he was worried that Grindelwald and Dumbledore would secretly study the book while he wasn't looking. Especially Dumbledore, among those he lost although Ariana returned. But there are still many important people in him who are still with death. This is no joke, they don't have as much undead army as cannon fodder as Ian. Even the tens of thousands of undead he gave to Grindelwald are just a drop in the bucket in front of the Death Soul army. Plus they don't have that much research on the soul. Without him, it would be a big problem for them to go back or not. Ian didn't want to lose Dumbledore and his family either. And Ian has a guess that space should remember his soul fluctuations. After Ian seriously injured Reaper, he has been shielding him. Maybe you can find a way to re-enter from this book. Ian put the black magic book in his hand into the space ring, thinking to himself. But this is not a short-term thing that can be done, if. The finger of death, he and Nico don't even have a clue now. Forget it, take your time. There's no need to worry about his life in Dumbledore at all. The big deal is to summon a few high-level demons to kill and fetch souls. Then Ian lifted the magic in the room. At this time, there was a knock on Ian's door, and the voices of Dumbledore and Grindelwald came from outside. Ian. Did something happen? We feel the magic wave. Just downstairs, they sensed a powerful wave of magic power coming from Ian's room. Ian adjusted his mood and said to the door of the room. It's okay. I just wanted to test whether the magic book you gave me, old man, can be deciphered. Dumbledore and Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Ian's voice. Grindelwald exclaimed. Quick then, Ian. When school starts, you have plenty of time to study. You should spend this day with everyone. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Ian shouted. Good. I'll change immediately and come down. Ian's birthday party started in the evening. Ian wore the wizard robe that Monica gave her and sat at the main seat wearing a brooch of a kitty eagle. Next to Ian are Hermione and Grindelwald. While everyone was chatting, Hermione secretly asked in Ian's ear. Ian, do you really like today's gift? Ian smiled and looked at Hermione. As long as it is your gift, I like it very much. Hermione heard Ian's words, stretched out her little hand to grab Ian's sleeve, and whispered. Ian, I don't know much magic, and I don't know alchemy. Compared with the gifts you gave me, these gifts of mine are too ordinary. And I. Having said that, Hermione didn't continue talking. Although Hermione didn't ask, she guessed that what Dumbledore and others gave Ian must be very expensive and rare magic items. Ian looked at the downcast Hermione, and held Hermione's hand holding his sleeve. Hermione, gifts are not judged by value. Your present is the first birthday present I ever received. I think it will be one of my most cherished memories. Hermione looked up when she heard Ian's words. Ian nodded with a smile and said. I still like your confident look. So, be confident, Hermione. Just when Hermione's eye circles were a little red, she wanted to tell Ian what she thought immediately. At this time, Grindelwald said to Ian with a smile. Ian, I said you liked Hermione today. Chapter 239. Hearing Grindelwald's words, everyone at the table looked at Ian. Hermione blushed and buried her head in her chest. Ian looked at Grindelwald with some doubts and said. Yes, what's the matter with you today? Is there anything wrong with liking friends? Grindelwald covered his face and said. I said Ian, are you that dull? Now Ian is even more confused, what does he mean by being dull? Looking at Ian's blank expression, Grindelwald knew that the kid must not know what he was talking about. Grindelwald put down the knife and fork in his hand, and said to Ian. Ian, I won't talk about your ability to perceive emotions. But have you ever felt the emotion of being loved in love? Everyone became serious when they heard Grindelwald's question. Especially Hermione 407 was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Ian didn't know why Grindelwald asked this, but sensing the serious emotions of Grindelwald and everyone around him, Ian still replied. You mean Uncle Wendell and Aunt Monica, old man? And you an old man dang? When Wendell and Monica heard Ian's words, they turned their heads and stared at Grindelwald and Dumbledore with wide eyes. What an exciting thing! Ian's words made Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's faces turn black. But Grindelwald knew that now was not the time to say that. He still nodded and said. That's it. After Grindelwald finished speaking, everyone was waiting for Ian's answer. I saw Ian shook his head and said. Old man, why do you think I'm such an orphan? And a necromancer who hates ghosts and evil will be loved. Ian's words made everyone feel anxious, and the Grangers also looked back at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They turned to look at Ian, and Monica said worriedly. Son, I can't imagine what your life was like before. Ian spread his hands and said. It started with the murder of Moore, my teacher. After all, he wanted to kill me too. Behind that is war and the study of magic, every day. 17. If my soul foundation was not strong enough, I would have gone crazy long ago. Wendell raised the wine glass abruptly and drank it dry, looked at Ian and asked seriously. Ian, how do you understand the relationship between people? Ian thought for a while and said. Because I can sense the emotions of the soul. I have seen a lot, so I will have some understanding. Wendell and Monica felt very sad when they heard Ian's words. They are the parents of their children, and they can better understand Ian's helplessness at that time. Such a cruel life for a child, let alone Ian as an orphan. That is, before Ian last year, he was alone. Accompanying him are those terrifying undead. Then Ian's feelings are like a blank sheet of paper. This explains why Ian has been slow to reciprocate Hermione's feelings. He had no idea what it was. Dumbledore looked at Ian seriously and said. Ian, do you feel the feeling of love and being loved among others? Ian thought about it again, then nodded and shook his head, and said. In war, I've seen a mother die protecting her child. That's why I know about family affection. Ian swallowed the word longing, he couldn't say it. Without waiting for everyone to continue asking questions, Ian said directly. But why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Also, you guys are really weird today. Grindelwald sighed and said to Ian. It's strange, it's strange. I can only say that I, an old man, have broken my heart because of your affairs. Then Grindelwald said to Wendell and Monica. Wendell, Monica, can I trouble you to do me a favor? Wendell's eyes were red at this time, and Monica was already crying. The two nodded together when they heard Grindelwald's words. Grindelwald said with a smile. Then please look at each other, the kind that loves each other. Wendell and Monica were taken aback for a moment when they heard Grindelwald's words. Just listen to Grindelwald continue. I just wanted to help Ian understand emotions like love. Wendell looked at Grindelwald with some doubts, and asked. Then you and Deng can't? Albus can. I'm afraid Ian got it wrong, after all zero. Well, it seems that only the two of them can do this. Wendell took a deep breath and said to Monica. Monica, counting the time, we have been married for 15 years. We were married in college at the time. You didn't agree when I proposed to you at the age of 16. I was sad for a long time. Monica choked up when she heard Wendell's words. I'm afraid you're just impulsive. At this moment, Grindelwald saw Ian still looking at himself blankly. He rubbed his sore temples and said to Ian. Ian, get serious and feel Wendell and Monica's emotions. Although Ian didn't know what medicine was sold in Grindelwald's gourd, he did it anyway. Ian hit the perception on Wendell and Monica. Not long after, Ian frowned. Then Ian made a surprised look. Isn't that what he felt about Hermione and Hermione about him? Ian looked at Grindelwald uncertainly, then at Wendell and Monica. Grindelwald knew that Ian understood, and said with a smile. Looks like you already know that, Ian. It's just what you think it is. Grindelwald's words stunned Ian on the spot. Ian felt his body tremble, and he tried to control it. But Ian found that he couldn't control himself no matter how. 0.5. At this moment Dumbledore looked at Ian with a smile and said. Ian, I thought you might look to your right. With that said, Dumbledore winked at Ian. Ian's body froze when he heard Dumbledore's words. On his right is Hermione. Ian turned his head stiffly to see Hermione looking at him tearfully. And the emotions coming out of Hermione were already very strong. Ian reached out stiffly, helping Hermione wipe away the tear stain on the left side of her face. Ian opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, but he was very nervous. After a long time, Ian took a deep breath and said. Hermione, would you like? Before Ian could finish speaking, Hermione rushed forward and hugged Ian. I do. Chapter 240. Grindelwald looked at Ian and Hermione, smiled and said to Dumbledore. Well, let me just say that Ian doesn't understand. Rather than procrastinating on this matter. Dumbledore nodded helplessly, and said. I always thought Ian was waiting for Hermione to bring it up first. Grindelwald took a sip from his glass and said. Do you think Ian's character of doing things as soon as he thinks of them is a person who will procrastinate? Dumbledore couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard Grindelwald's words. Indeed it is. Whether it's a duel with the god of death, or a travel to Gringotts in France. As long as they're not with Ian when Ian wants to do it. Then Ian would just do it first and then tell them. If Ian hadn't made them young. They wondered if they were going to get what the Muggles called high blood pressure first. And Wendell and Monica also looked at Ian and Hermione with a smile. They were also happy for the two of them, but Wendell was somewhat jealous. 08 Monica looked at Ian very satisfied, she believed that Ian would not let her and Hermione down. At this time Bathilda smiled and said to Grindelwald. Gale, your prophecy may be about to come true. Everything is going in a good direction now. And little Ian also found his own happiness. Wendell and Monica on the side heard Bathilda's words, and they noticed a word prophecy. Wendell looked at Bathilda in surprise and asked. Bathilda, is the prophecy you said the one in the legend? It's about predicting what's going to happen in the future. Monica also looked at Bathilda and Grindelwald curiously. Grindelwald smiled, and did not answer what Wendell and Monica said first, but said. Let's leave it to Ian and the others now. I think we can talk about it later. Wendell and Monica nodded when they heard Grindelwald's words, but the curiosity in their hearts could not be suppressed no matter what. Now that Ian was holding Hermione, he still had a feeling of unreality. He had laughed more during his year at Hogwarts than in his entire life. Now he is getting, bit by bit, everything he ever hoped for. Whether it's the old man or Hermione, Bianon is no longer traveling alone. Ian patted Hermione's back lightly and said with a smile. Thanks, Hermione, and sorry for keeping you waiting. Hearing Ian's words, Tai Sing looked into Ian's eyes. Hermione said in a crying voice. Ian, then you promise me one thing, okay? Ian nodded with a smile, helped Hermione wipe off the tears again, and said. Sure. Hermione raised her hand to pinch Ian's face, and said seriously. Call me sister. I'm 1 year older than you. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian's expression froze instantly. Grindelwald and others let out a loud laugh. Monica smiled and said to Ian. Looks like Hermione has a brother. Grindelwald laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, Ian. It's not bad for you to call Hermione sister. After all, Hermione will be 13 in September. Finally got revenge on Ian. This is the fate of daring to give him dragon's breath chili. Ian sensed Grindelwald's emotions, and glanced at Grindelwald coldly from the corner of his eye. Old man, you wait. He'll tell Dumbledore about Vendor Rozier tomorrow. And Hermione didn't wait for Ian's response, and continued to rub Ian's face, saying. Ian, come on. You just promised me. After cutting the cake at Ian's birthday party, Bathilda said goodbye. Because later Ian whispered to Bathilda when Grindelwald and Dumbledore weren't looking. Let her help sort out the history and legends about the God of Death and the Three Hallows. Bathilda agreed without asking why Ian needed the information. She believes that Ian will not pursue these things the way Grindelwald did in his early years. After all, Ian has known these things for a long time, and now Ian needs these histories, and there must be information he needs in it. And she, Bathilda, as an elder, the only thing she needs is to support Ian. After Bathilda left, Ian and Hermione returned to their respective rooms. Ian threw himself directly on the bed, feeling like his mind had never been so chaotic. Even when Grindelwald and others asked him to make a wish when he just cut the cake, he forgot about it. In just one day, I had a real birthday and an extra girlfriend. It was only today that Ian realized that he really had a crush on Hermione, and this feeling was still very strong. Ian also understood why Hermione, a proud and strong little witch, would act like a child in front of him. Although he is a child himself, he has been exposed to too much darkness. It is also because of living in darkness and loneliness for a long time, Ian does not know what to do when he is in love. Just get along with Hermione as usual? Or do you want to change the way you get along? These questions made Ian fall into deep confusion. And Hermione, who was back in her room, was so excited that she couldn't sleep. She hugged the pillow in her arms, and all she could think about was what happened today. She's really with Ian. From now on, she can stand beside Ian with her head high and her chest high, no longer just a simple friend. And both Grandpa Grindelwald and her parents fully agree with her and Ian. And Ian's reluctant sister at the end made Hermione the happiest. Hermione hugged the pillow tightly, she just hoped that tomorrow would come quickly. She couldn't wait to see Ian again. Good night, Ian, see you tomorrow. Grindelwald and Dumbledore did not return to Hogwarts immediately, they stayed at the Grangers' house. Regarding Ian, they are going to have a good talk with the Grangers. And the prophecy that made Wendell and Monica very curious. Looking at the relationship between Ian and Hermione, Hermione is destined to be one of Ian's most important people. Since they are Hermione's parents, they also have the right to know about Ian's prophecy. Grindelwald looked at the curious Grangers and said seriously, "Wendell, Monica, the prophecy you see next must not be told." Dumbledore also nodded gravely. It was the first time Wendell and Monica had seen Grindelwald and Dumbledore so serious. They suddenly became tense. Wendell asked Grindelwald, "Gellert, is prophecy a very important thing in the wizarding world?" Chapter 241. Grindelwald heard Wendell's words and said, "It depends on who the prophecy is for. Wizards with prophecy talents are very rare. It's a natural, just like me." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald pointed to his eyes. "I can see periods of time in the future. And some wizards can prophesy through crystal balls. By the way, Ian should also have the talent of prophecy." Hearing Grindelwald's words, Wendell and Monica were shocked again. "Ian, that kid can prophesy too." They hadn't heard Ian at all. Grindelwald knew what was going on when he saw the reaction of the Grangers. Grindelwald smiled and said, "Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? It's just that Ian himself doesn't admit it." Wendell and Monica looked at each other. Then Monica asked Grindelwald, "Can't the wizard's prophecy be said at will?" "Gellert. If it affects you, we still won't listen." Wendell also nodded, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Grindelwald and the others. After all, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were not so serious just now. Grindelwald shook his head with a smile, and said, "It's no big deal if the wizard's prophecy is known. There is also a room under the Ministry of Magic for collecting prophecy crystal balls. You can understand the wizard's prophecy as an affirmation of the future. No matter how the process changes, the result will definitely be as predicted. And this is bound to have two or more outcomes. So the predicted future is not unique." Wendell and Monica were a little confused by Grindelwald's words. Wendell patted his forehead and said, "Wait, Gellert, you mean the prophecy is certain to happen? And there will be many futures after it happens?" Grindelwald nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, that's it. Perhaps Albus could have spoken more professionally. He specializes in teaching young wizards." Dumbledore on the side stroked his beard and glanced at Grindelwald. "Gale, Wendell, and Monica are not little wizards. And I teach transfiguration." Wendell and Monica laughed and said, "It's okay, Albus, we really should learn some magic knowledge. Although we don't know magic, at least we can know some common sense of wizards." Hearing what the two said, Dumbledore said with a smile, "Hermione is a good boy. And the future is not certain." After speaking, Dumbledore winked at the two of them. Then, before the two of them could react, Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand and waved it, and two white clouds of smoke appeared in the air. Then Dumbledore continued, "Let me make an analogy. Someone predicted a duel between two people. But one of them will kill the other in a duel." As Dumbledore explained, the two clouds of smoke in the air turned into two knights with swords. Then the two knights fought immediately. So the future of this prophecy is two different outcomes. First, the knight on the left kills the knight on the right. Then, under Dumbledore's control, the two knights returned to their original positions and fought again. And this time it was the knight on the right who killed the knight on the left. Like this. With that, Dumbledore scattered the two knights with a wave of the Elder Wand. On the other hand, Wendell and Monica kept their eyes straight. Wendell swallowed and said, "Does that mean there are two possibilities in the future?" Monica gave Wendell a blank look, and said, "That's it, Albus has made it very clear." Seeing that Wendell and Monica had understood, Grindelwald said with a smile, "Maybe there are more possibilities. Okay, that's all for digressing. Now I have to tell you guys about Ian." The Grangers got serious when they heard about Ian. Monica said with some concern. Is that the prophecy about Ian? Gellert. Grindelwald nodded and said. Yes, you are Hermione's parents. Come and see, about the possibilities of the world. Grindelwald took out a skeleton hookah from the space ring. After igniting the flame inside the skull, Grindelwald took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. The smoke formed two clouds in the air of the living room. Then, in the shocked eyes of the Grangers, two different pictures appeared before their eyes. A barren scene with no grass growing, full of wandering undead. On the other hand, the world is full of magic, and wizards and muggles live together. Many products of technology and magic that they have never seen have appeared on the streets of Muggles. Monica opened her mouth wide. Is this what the future looks like? This. Wendell looked at these two pictures in disbelief. Grindelwald smiled and said. That's two futures for Ian. If you had to choose, which side would you choose? Prosperity and destruction, do we still need to choose? After the prophecy ends, Grindelwald and Dumbledore return to Hogwarts. Wendell and Monica returned to the room with complicated emotions. Wendell tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep at all. Honey, do you think Ian is going down that path of destruction? The scene of the undead destroying everything had a great impact on him. I don't know, but we still have time now, don't we? Monica obviously couldn't fall asleep now, and she answered immediately after hearing Wendell's words. Wendell sighed and hugged Monica. Niuli Zhao said. If it happens. Before Wendell could finish speaking, Monica's index finger was on Wendell's lips. Monica said with mixed feelings. Gellert said just now, if Ian really wants to destroy the world, no one can stop him. But right now everything is moving toward the good side of the prophecy. And Ian is already our child in my heart. Wendell, you know, Ian is actually a good boy. Wendell nodded when he heard his wife's words, and said seriously. It is true that we have to shoulder the responsibility of parents. I don't want to see Hermione sad. Monica looked at the serious Wendell, smiled and said. Of course, just stop looking at Ian with jealous eyes from now on. I do know, be careful, Hermione will settle accounts with you. Chapter 242. Just when Ian and the others were having trouble sleeping with their own concerns, an unexpected visitor came to the burrow. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. Ian Grindelwald must not hurt Harry Potter. There was fear and determination in Dobby's eyes at the same time. That day he saw the dark wizard named Moth Rozier. The huge aura of black magic on them made Dobby extremely frightened. He could only secretly hide in the corner and overhear the conversation between Lucius and Moth. Then Dobby learned that the Ian Grindelwald mentioned in the newspaper was actually the master of these dark wizards. Everyone in the wizarding world has been deceived. And after hearing that Lucius was going to join them, Dobby felt that the sky was about to fall. The legendary Dark Lord has not been eliminated by Harry Potter, and now a group of powerful dark wizards are coming. What if they were going to turn against the savior Harry Potter? In fact, Dobby already wanted to protect Harry when Lucius was looking for the Dark Lord's items last time. But because of the erratic nature of the magic world and Lucius' worry all day long, Lucius had Dobby with him all the time. Then Lucius joined the Saints, and he gradually relaxed his control over Dobby. Dobby had thought about telling Draco at first, too. But Dobby changed when he thought of Draco, but what if Draco did it on purpose? This made Dobby dare not think about Draco anymore. Dobby now has only one definite goal. He as an informed pixie can't sit still. He, Dobby, is responsible for protecting Harry Potter. So he disobeyed Lucius' orders and came to the burrow himself. Dobby sneaked into the burrow, hiding himself with magic. Searching for Harry from room to room. Dobby finally finds Harry on the top floor of the burrow. At this point Harry was sleeping in the same room as Ronald and Draco. Dobby carefully avoided Ronald's and Draco's beds and made his way to Harry's. Looking at Harry who was sleeping soundly, Dobby wondered whether he should cast a curse on Harry. No. You can't do that, Dobby. You're hurting Harry Potter. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Then Dobby picked up the book next to Harry's bed and pressed his fingers hard. But at this moment, something moved on Draco's bed. Dobby stopped his behavior quickly, and he looked at Draco's bed in horror. If Draco knew he was coming, all his plans, bad, would be over. He must act quickly. Having made up his mind, Dobby turned to look at Harry, and murmured, Dobby will use nightmares to let Harry Potter know that Hogwarts will be very dangerous in the future. Dobby did this to save the wizarding world. Dobby will punish himself when he goes back. After chatting, Dobby tapped Harry lightly with his finger. His fingertips shone slightly, and a grey curse hit Harry. It's all about protecting Harry Potter. After doing this, Dobby's body slowly disappeared in place. But Dobby didn't notice that after he cast the curse, a green light flashed between the first wounds on Harry's forehead. Harry! Harry! What to do? Malfoy! Think of a way. Weasley, the show is starting. Hurry up and call me. Harry! Wake up! Harry sat up on the bed with a grim expression. Boom! Ouch! Ouch! Harry got up so fast that his head bumped Draco's head on. Draco lay on the ground clutching his forehead. And Harry also covered his forehead and lay down again. Ronald on the side looked at this scene in bewilderment. At this time, the sound of trotting came from outside the door, and Molly's voice came in at the same time. Harry! Draco! Ronald! Are you all right? Harry and Draco were knocked dizzy at this moment, and Ronald didn't know what to do. But Molly and Arthur outside the door didn't know what happened, and they were very anxious now. Arthur took the wand and protected Mo behind his back. Molly, don't worry, I'll go and have a look first. The impatient Molly didn't want to wait, she pushed Arthur away and opened the door of Ronald's room. Children! Are you all right? Molly ran into the bedroom in a panic, only to see Harry and Draco clutching their foreheads in pain. Ronald looked at them flusteredly as if under a confusing charm. Merlin's beard! What happened to you? Arthur also saw the situation in the room, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Has someone sneaked into his house to harm the children? So Arthur hurried up with Molly to check on the children. Ronald looked at Molly checking every place on Harry and Draco. Ronald came back to his senses. Wait, Mom! Don't! Molly ignored Ronald at all, but Arthur came to Ronald. Arthur looked at Ronald warily, and said, Ronald, do you remember what just happened? Who attacked Harry and Draco? Ronald looked at Arthur in a panic, hesitating whether to tell his father the truth. Dad, this. But Arthur looked at Ronald's confused state, he was sure that Ronald was confused. Damn! Who attacked the children at night? Arthur said to Molly seriously. Molly, you watch the children. I'm going to wake the other kids up. After Arthur finished speaking, he was going to wake Fred and the others. The safety of the children is paramount. When Ronald heard Arthur's words, he knew that something was wrong. Ronald shouted to Arthur in a panic. Dad! Yes, there is something wrong with Harry. Arthur paused when he heard Ronald's words, then turned around and stared at Ronald. Ronald was terrified by Arthur's gaze, before Ronald continued to speak. Arthur chanted the spell directly. Quick imprisonment. Silence and silence. Woohoo! Ronald couldn't speak anymore, he couldn't even move. After Arthur blocked Ronald's movement with a spell, Arthur hurriedly caught Ronald who was about to fall. After checking that Ronald doesn't smell like polyjuice potion, Arthur turned pale and said to Molly worriedly. It might be the Imperious Curse. Ronald is out of his mind. Arthur's words made Molly's face pale instantly. My child. At this time Harry also recovered a little bit, and finally he wasn't so dizzy. Harry opened his eyes to see Molly hugging him and Draco. Harry heard what Ronald went through just now, so he hurriedly said weakly. Aunt Molly, there must be something wrong with me. After Molly and Arthur heard Harry's voice, they both looked at Harry. Chapter 243. Molly looked at Harry worriedly. Harry, are you okay? Harry endured the headache and said. Aunt Molly, there's nothing wrong with Shan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Draco. Draco was also recovering at this time. Draco also endured the headache and said. It's true, Aunt Molly. Molly and Arthur looked at each other. Molly frowned and said. Then let me check it for you first, otherwise we won't be at ease, children. Both Harry and Draco could hear the toughness in Molly's tone. If they don't agree to come down, Molly will definitely not let them go. Harry and Draco could only nod helplessly. Ronald, who was in Arthur's arms, also screamed woo-hoo-hoo. Afterwards, Molly and Arthur made a comprehensive inspection of the three of Harry, and they were relieved. Ronald was just plain flustered. Arthur also came into contact with the spell on Ronald. The moment the spell was lifted, Ronald almost lost his footing. Just after Ronald balanced his body, he found Arthur and Mo staring at him. Molly looked at Ronald very angrily, and growled. "Ronald Weasley! Why don't you just answer your dad's question? We thought you were under a spell. Do you know how worried we are?" Molly's roar resounded throughout the burrow. The rest of the Weasleys woke up with a start. "George, what's going on? Looks like Mom is scolding Ronald." "That's all right, go to sleep." Except for Ginny, who was a little worried about Harry, the others were used to being scolded by Ronald. After Ronald took all of Molly's growls, he bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Mom, yes, I'm too nervous." Molly wanted to continue outputting, but Arthur patted Molly. "Molly, Ronald is still young, maybe we should ask Harry and Draco first." Molly heard Arthur's words, glared at Ronald, and said, "Is he still young? I'm just worried that he will start to panic when he encounters something in the future." But Molly stopped staring at Ronald after she finished speaking. Instead, he looked at Harry and Draco, each holding an ice pack to their foreheads. Harry and Draco were already prepared to be scolded. Because after all, they provoked it. And it was Harry's problem, it couldn't involve Draco. Harry mustered up the courage to step forward and said, "Sorry, Aunt Molly, it's my problem. I shouldn't." Draco had already reacted at this time. He grabbed Harry and apologized to Molly. "I'm sorry, Aunt Molly, I was the one who saw Harry having nightmares." Before Draco could finish speaking, Molly hugged Harry and Draco. Molly comforted the two softly. "It's okay, Harry, Draco, you don't need to apologize. Can you tell me and Arthur what happened?" Harry and Draco were very surprised at this moment. Why didn't they get scolded? Arthur also looked at the two with a smile. He saw the thoughts of the two of them, and said with a smile. Molly was just annoyed at how nervous and flustered Ronald was. After all, the magic world is not peaceful now. Molly is just worried about Ronald. Ronald, who was still somewhat aggrieved behind, immediately castrated down when he heard his father's words. It turned out that his mother was worried about him. Draco looked at Molly and Arthur, then at Ronald. How could such an excellent family have such a son? Harry was once again moved by Molly and Arthur. Harry gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and explained. "Aunt Molly, that's right. I had a nightmare that someone was trying to kill me at Hogwarts. There are two people, one is wearing a black robe, and the other seems to be Ian." Harry's words stunned everyone in the room. Draco looked at Harry incredulously, and said, "Harry, there's no way Ian will kill you." Arthur also nodded and said, "Draco was right, Harry. Ian can't possibly be interested in you. There is no reason to kill you." Arthur had seen the scene where Nocturne Alley was completely blown up. In the end, it was the people from their Ministry of Magic who came to take care of them. But they didn't even find the body of a dark wizard. By the way, it is said that Nocturne Alley is almost rebuilt now, maybe you can go and see it then? Harry heard what Arthur and Draco said, nodded with a wry smile, and said, "Yes, I know. So I'm not afraid of Ian. And Ian didn't give me that cold feeling in the dream." Then Arthur keenly noticed that Harry said the word feeling. So Arthur went on to ask, "Harry, how did you feel in the dream?" Arthur had a hunch that this matter might not be that simple. I saw that Harry was still a little scared when he recalled it, and said with lingering fear, "I don't think it's a dream at all. It's like being at Hogwarts." 0. Hearing Harry's words, Arthur's expression turned pale. "Focus on the other person. And Harry, what you're talking about may not be a dream." Harry was a little taken aback by Arthur's expression, but he knew Arthur was worried about him. Harry continued thinking back and said, "That population kept calling my name. Even if I asked who he was, he didn't answer me. It's like he really wanted my life. I felt chills all over when I saw him." Arthur was startled by Harry's words, and hurriedly asked Harry, "Do you remember his voice?" Harry heard Arthur's words and quickly recalled them. Then Harry shook his head and said, "I didn't hear his voice." At this time, Draco on the side seemed to remember something, and said, "Harry, there was a hissing sound in your mouth before I woke you up." Harry looked at Draco suspiciously. Is it really? Draco nodded seriously. Harry, you may need help. In the magic world, there are also records of wizards who have such dreams. They're either prophets, or they're cursed. Draco's words made Harry's heart half cold for an instant. Arthur also rubbed his temples, and said. Draco was right. Harry, I'll write to Professor Dumbledore right now. Chapter 244. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Grindelwald have fallen asleep. While the two were still in their dreams, an owl flew into the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The owl was obviously not very smart, and it bumped into the door of the principal's lounge in a daze. Boom! A muffled sound echoed in Dumbledore's bedroom. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both woke up when they heard the movement. Albus, what happened? Grindelwald frowned at the location of the door and asked Dumbledore. Grindelwald, who was woken up, is in a bad mood now. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes and said to Grindelwald. I'm sure it's the Weasley owl. It hit my door more than once. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore with some annoyance. It's fine if you are the nanny 750 in the magic world. And now you're still the Weasleys' personal nanny. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore said with a smile. Gal, it's not what you think. It should be something urgent. Otherwise they wouldn't be writing to me in the middle of the night. Hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Grindelwald didn't buy it. Then let them handle it themselves. You need to solve everything, are they still wizards? After finishing speaking, Grindelwald covered the quilt, and he had to go to Bullado again. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald helplessly and shook his head. It got up and picked up the purple wizard robe on the hanger and put it on. When Dumbledore opened the door of the lounge, he saw a stunned owl and a letter lying on the ground. Dumbledore picked up the owl and the letter with a wave of his hand and a levitation charm. Then go downstairs to the principal's desk. Fox, please look after it for me. Dumbledore put the owl in front of Fox and smiled. Fox responded to Dumbledore with a sonorous cry. As if Fox was protesting. And Fox is already used to this owl, as long as it flies over at night, it will almost faint once. In its human eyes, looking at this owl is full of disgust. Dumbledore smiled and stroked Fox's feathers, then opened the letter in his hand. Dumbledore's frown deepened the more he read the letter. Finally Dumbledore put down the letter with a sigh. Dumbledore felt that Harry's situation should be cursed. Neither the Lily nor the Potter family had prophetic blood. Perhaps there was also the effect of Voldemort's fragmented soul. The hissing sound Dumbledore suspected was Parseltongue. A blood inheritance from the Gaunt family. And the curse on Harry was not a big deal from the perspective of Harry's situation. The situation with Voldemort's soul fragment was what he needed to worry about. Dumbledore just wanted to train Harry to fulfill the prophecy. Instead of trying to kill Harry directly. I still have to ask Ian about this matter tomorrow, there is no more professional wizard in the soul than him. Dumbledore quickly wrote a letter, handing it to Fox. Fox, please deliver the letter to Arthur Weasley for me. Oh, by the way, remember to bring this owl. In the burrow, Arthur and Molly were waiting for Dumbledore's reply with the nervous Harry and others. Molly took Harry's hand and comforted him. Son, don't worry too much. Professor Dumbledore will settle the matter. Harry nodded with a pale face, just when Harry was about to speak. A golden fire was lit in the room. Fox flew out of the flames, and saw Fox holding an unconscious owl in his paws. There is a letter in its beak. Arthur and the others breathed a sigh of relief the moment they saw Fox. Fox left the owl on Harry's bed, then handed the letter to Arthur. Arthur took a strip of meat out of his pocket, fed it to Fox, and said, Thanks, Fox. Fox swallowed the strip of meat, nodded to Arthur humanely, and then disappeared into a golden flame again. And Fox's gorgeous appearance and departure way stunned Ronald and Draco. Ronald said in a low voice. Professor Dumbledore's phoenix is so pretty. Arthur told Ronald that Dumbledore had a phoenix. Although Draco also liked the magnificence of the phoenix, he pouted and said. I think Ian's dead bat is cooler. And Harry is not in the mood to discuss the phoenix with them now. 0. He was watching Arthur nervously now, waiting for his fate. Arthur had now opened the letter and read it. Then Arthur looked relieved, looked at Harry and said with a smile. Harry, you must be under a little curse. Professor Dumbledore will be here tomorrow. And Dumbledore will also contact Ian Grindelwald. When Harry heard Arthur's words, his tense nerves were completely relaxed. Dumbledore and Ian, this combination can overturn the wizarding world. Not to mention that little curse on him. Draco also pulled Harry excitedly, and said, "Harry, Ian definitely has a way to save you." Relaxed, Harry smiled and said, "Yes, Draco, it will be all right. Thank you, Uncle Arthur." Arthur waved his hands, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Harry, now we need to find out who put the curse on you. Is there anyone who hates you very much?" Harry froze for a moment when he heard Arthur's words. If it was before, he would think of Draco immediately. But then Harry thought for a moment and said, "Just my Muggle cousin and uncle, and maybe Snape. And Voldemort counts as one." Arthur shuddered when he heard Harry say Voldemort's name. Molly said with some horror, "Harry, don't say that name." Harry looked apologetically at the terrified Molly. He knew that apart from the little wizard in Ian's club, everyone else was still afraid of Voldemort. Even George and Fred hadn't told the Weasleys about Voldemort. The sensible Harry didn't want to worry Molly and Arthur anymore, so he said, "Sorry, Aunt Molly, Uncle Arthur." Molly hugged Harry gently again. Arthur also adjusted his mood, and said to Harry, "Snape shouldn't be able to, he definitely wouldn't put a curse on you. Since anyone that Harry suspects can be ruled out. Then who would cast such a curse on Harry? Maybe there will be an answer when Dumbledore arrives tomorrow." Chapter 245. The next day, Dumbledore brought Fawkes to the Grangers' house early. "So, old man Dang, do you suspect that something is wrong with Harry?" Ian sat on the sofa with Hermione, looked at Dumbledore and asked. Dumbledore took a sip of his coffee with lots of sugar and said, "Yes, Ian, I think you can come with me to see how Harry is doing." Hermione next to Ian said to Ian, "Ian, is there anything wrong with Harry besides the curse?" Hearing Hermione's inquiry, Ian squeezed Hermione's little hand with a smile, and said, "A few niggles, about Voldemort." Wendell and Monica looked at Fawkes next to Milan curiously at first. But after they heard the conversation between Ian and Dumbledore, they looked at Ian worriedly. The curse and the name Voldemort in their conversation made them a little frightened. Wendell turned to Dumbledore and asked, "Albus 10, will it be dangerous if you go?" Dumbledore looked at Wendell and Monica's worried expressions, and said with a smile, "There won't be any danger, it's just to see a doctor for a little wizard." After hearing Dumbledore's answer, Wendell and Monica were relieved. Wendell said helplessly, "Monica and I were worried when we heard you curse. After all, cursing is indeed a bit scary to us." "And what are you talking about, the name makes us feel bad." Monica on the side also nodded, expressing her agreement with Wendell's words. Dumbledore laughed and said, "Curses are less scary to wizards, but deadly to muggles. But you have Ian's alchemy items, so you don't need to worry at all. Wizards who dare to curse you must have a miserable end. Ian is the best soul and curse expert in the wizarding world." Wendell and Monica turned pale at first when they heard Dumbledore's words. But after hearing what Dumbledore said later, they were relieved. Hermione pouted at Dumbledore. "Grandpa Dumbledore! Stop scaring Mom and Dad!" Hearing Hermione's words, Dumbledore smiled and said to Hermione, "Okay. It's Grandpa's fault." Ian gave Dumbledore a blank look. Now that the old man has been with Grindelwald for a long time, his personality has begun to be a little bad. But Ian never thought about whether it was caused by his own bad personality. At this moment, Monica seemed to have thought of something, so she rolled up her sleeves, brightened the silver bracelet on her wrist, and said, "But Gellert gave us this thing. It is said that wizards will appear when there is danger." Dumbledore looked over his head, looked at the Three Hallows symbol on the bracelet, and said with a smile, "That's right, your safety is also very important." With that, Dumbledore winked at them. Wendell and Monica realized that what Dumbledore said was a prophecy. And with how much Ian cherishes the people around him, if they have something to do, Dumbledore can guarantee that maybe Ian will go to the God of Death again. Wendell and Monica understood what Dumbledore meant, and swallowed what they wanted to say, whether it would be too much trouble for them. Dumbledore nodded to the two with a smile, and then said to Ian, "Ian, how is it, do you want to go for a trip?" Ian nodded, flashed a cold look, and said, Let's go, just in time to see who dares to shoot at Hogwarts. Hermione stretched out her small hand to hold Ian, and said, I'm going too. Afterwards, the three of Ian bid farewell to the Granger couple. Dumbledore looked at Ian and Hermione who were holding hands, and said curiously, Honestly, Ian, I thought it would take 2 days for you and Hermione to get used to this new relationship. Ian and Hermione blushed when they heard Dumbledore's words. Ian looked at Dumbledore sullenly and said, Will you go or not? If you don't go, I'll go back and watch TV. Dumbledore looked at the distraught Ian, smiled and said, Come on, Ian, don't be so grumpy, young man. Ian gritted his teeth and really wanted to give this old man a face. Dumbledore didn't give Ian a chance to explode, he put his hand on Fowen's shoulder directly. Let's go, Fox! Fox screamed, turning into a ball of flames that enveloped Dumbledore, Ian, and Hermione who hadn't reacted yet. When they appeared again, the three of them had already appeared in front of them. Dumbledore smiled to Ian and Hermione and said, How about it, isn't it uncomfortable at all? I don't apparate when Fox is around. Fox heard Dumbledore's words, rubbed Dumbledore with his feathers, and flew into the air. Ian took Hermione's hand and looked at Dumbledore who was smiling. All he wanted to do now was to cast a spell on the old man whose personality had become bad. And Hermione experienced this kind of magical teleportation for the first time. Hermione's eyes were full of curiosity, and she asked Ian excitedly. Ian, is this what you mean by teleportation magic? 610 Hearing Hermione's words, Ian looked back at Dumbledore. Ian said to Hermione, This is the innate magic of the Phoenix. But Hermione, I don't advise you to be so curious. Also, don't be curious to experience the wizard's apparition in advance. Hermione looked at Ian puzzled, she knew Ian didn't like using teleportation magic. Wherever Ian goes, he rides in a magic carriage or a car. Hermione asked Ian curiously. Ian, why don't you like these teleportation spells? Before Ian could answer, Dumbledore laughed and said, That's because Ian was trapped in space for an entire hour when he came to this world. Silence and silence. Ian gritted his teeth and threw a spell at Dumbledore. Dumbledore had long thought that Ian would definitely do this. Dumbledore, who had been on guard for a long time, turned slightly to avoid Ian's spell, and said with a smile, Sooner or later Hermione will find out anyway. Ian snorted coldly and ignored Dumbledore. And Hermione laughed as she watched the two fighting spirits. Ian turned out to have a dislike for magic, too. At this time, the gate from the burrow was opened, and Arthur looked at Dumbledore and others in surprise. Professor Dumbledore! You're here at last! Chapter 246. Dumbledore had transfigured himself into an old man the moment Arthur came out. Dumbledore looked at the surprised Arthur, smiled and said, Yes Arthur, I'm bringing Ian to see Harry. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yasuo hurriedly looked behind Dumbledore. He saw that familiar long silver hair appeared in his eyes. And Ian is holding the hand of a little witch. Arthur suddenly had an idea in his mind, it seems that this is what Ian and Dumbledore said. He also had people he valued, not the same as Voldemort. Arthur greeted Ian with some formality. Hello, Ian Grindelwald. I'm Arthur Weasley. Seeing that it was Arthur, Ian adjusted his expression, nodded and said with a smile. Hi, I've heard Bretto mention you a lot. This is Hermione Granger, my girlfriend. W. Ian and Nico were thinking about when to get Arthur over, he is a little modification expert. Now is a great opportunity. Hermione blushed a little shyly when she heard Ian's introduction. But she couldn't embarrass Ian, so Hermione confidently said to Arthur. Hello, nice to meet you. Arthur thought it was exactly as he guessed. Arthur knelt down and smiled and said to Hermione. Son, I'm so glad you're here at the Weasleys today. You can just call me Arthur. And Dumbledore on the side feels very wrong. Ian won't give the Ministry of Magic good looks. Not to mention introducing Hermione to the Ministry of Magic. How did it change here with Arthur? Is Ian up to something again? Ian sensed Dumbledore's skeptical mood, but Ian didn't want to explain it to Dumbledore. At this time, Arthur saw that the introduction was almost done, so he invited Ian and others to enter the burrow first. The kids are not up yet. Because what happened last night is making up for sleep. Molly is cooking the children's breakfast now. After entering the door, Arthur introduced the things at home to Ian and Hermione. Arthur expressed his desire to show Ian and Hermione a tour of the burrow he designed himself. Seeing that Hermione was still quite curious, Ian agreed to Arthur's idea of showing them around. It was also the first time Hermione saw other wizards' houses. Ian's Ketharidge Castle was no ordinary wizard's home. And the strange appearance of the burrow made Hermione a little curious. She wanted to see what kind of magic items would be in the homes of ordinary wizards. Dumbledore, on the other hand, went directly to the kitchen to understand the situation with Molly. After Ian took a look around with Hermione, Weasley's house was full of old items. It seems that although the Holy Family of Weasley has declined, there are still some foundations. Take Arthur as an example, the Weasley family must have some alchemy spellbook inheritance. Otherwise, Arthur would not be able to successfully transform that magic car. And Hermione was most interested in the clock at the Weasley's house that kept track of what was going on with the family. Hermione asked Arthur, "Ian, do the hands of that clock point to the location of everyone in the Weasley family?" Ian nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, Hermione, that's an alchemical clock. There should also be a function to see if a family member is injured." Arthur looked at Ian in surprise when he heard Ian's words. "Mr. Grindelwald, I didn't expect you to know alchemy." Ian nodded when he heard Arthur's words. "Just a little understanding." Hermione next to Ian smiled slightly. Ian doesn't understand what he said. The black magic alchemy products given to her by the saints are said to be from Ian and Nico. Arthur said with some emotion. "Merlin's spirit cap. I can't believe, Mr. Grindelwald, you are a little wizard. I heard from Professor Dumbledore that your magic and knowledge are already at the top. In addition to alchemy, I really can't think of anyone other than those famous wizards who can be compared with you." Hermione was very happy when she heard Arthur's words. Hermione lifted her chin and said proudly, "Ian is definitely the best." Arthur nodded with a smile, and said to Hermione, "I think so too." Then Arthur went on. "Ian, Hermione, have you had breakfast yet? My wife Molly makes a delicious breakfast." When Ian heard Arthur's words, he immediately said that he had already eaten. The food in these traditional wizarding homes is nothing but authentic British food. He has no interest in those foods at all. And Hermione also ate with Ian, and did not accept Arthur's kindness. Arthur looked at Ian and Hermione with some regret, and said, "Well, that's too bad a coincidence. But I think we can sit down and wait for the kids first." At this point, Dumbledore had almost inquired about Harry's follow-up from last night. Seeing that Arthur finished the tour with Ian and Hermione, Dumbledore said to Molly, "Molly, this is Ian Grindelwald and Hermione Granger." Molly looked at Ian and Hermione, who were holding hands, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Merlin, Mr. Grindelwald, we meet again. Is this Miss Granger Mr. Grindelwald's girlfriend?" Ian nodded with a smile, and said to Molly, "Long time no see, Mrs. Weasley." "You're right. This is my girlfriend, Hermione Granger." Molly looked at Ian and Hermione in surprise. She just wanted to lighten up the atmosphere by joking. After all, she was a bit rude when she and Ian first met, what the hell, on the train platform. But Molly didn't realize that Hermione was really Ian's girlfriend. Molly then laughed and said, "May Merlin bless you." Hermione's face turned red, and she whispered, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Ian nodded again, then looked at Dumbledore. "Old man Deng, what's going on with Harry?" Dumbledore sorted out the information Molly just said in his mind. "I think it might be a nightmare spell. And the caster shouldn't know about Harry's situation. Otherwise he shouldn't have left so easily. Just don't know why he cursed Harry." Ian nodded when he heard Dumbledore's words, sensing the soul wave coming from upstairs. "I think Harry and the others are awake. Let's ask ourselves first." Chapter 247. Harry woke up with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Even after continuing to sleep yesterday, the nightmare still accompanied him. This kept him awake all night. Draco and Ronald on the side also had dark circles under their eyes. After all, Harry's sudden awakening during a nightmare affected them too. Draco looked at Harry worriedly. "Harry, both Ian and Professor Dumbledore are scheduled to come today. They'll fix your problems." Ronald also comforted from the side. Harry, you'll be fine. Harry nodded listlessly and said. Draco, Ronald, let's go down and have breakfast first. Aunt Molly must be waiting for us. Under the care of the Weasley family, Harry and Draco had developed a good biological clock. Afterwards, Harry and the others walked out of the room, and just as they went downstairs they saw Ian and Dumbledore who were waiting for them. Ian. Professor Dumbledore. Harry woke up instantly, and he looked at Ian and Dumbledore in surprise. Draco and Ronald also stared at the two with wide eyes. Nor did they expect Ian and Professor Dumbledore to come so early. It's just that Hermione's appearance makes them a little strange. Although 997 Hermione is Ian's little follower, they remember that Hermione is a little wizard from a Muggle family, and it's summer vacation time, right? Dumbledore looked at the haggard three, smiled and said. Son, come down and let us see. It shouldn't be a big deal. Harry completely relaxed after hearing Dumbledore's words. He walked quickly towards Dumbledore. And Draco walked downstairs, looked at Hermione suspiciously and asked. Granger, why are you here? Hermione raised her chin proudly when she heard Draco's words. I'm Ian's girlfriend now. With Ian of course. Hermione's words made Draco and Ronald's eyes widen again. Harry, who had just walked up to Ian and Dumbledore, also looked back at Hermione in shock. Draco stammered a little. Granger. You mean, that kind of girlfriend? Hermione's face turned slightly red, she still raised her head and said. That's right. It's exactly what you think it is. Hearing Hermione's words, Draco smiled wryly. He had no idea that Hermione and Ian would have such a relationship. Then why is he competing with Hermione for the position of the first person next to Ian? As a girlfriend, he has absolutely no way to compete. But thinking of this, Draco became happy again. If there is no way to compete for a position, then it can be ruled out. Now he is the number one little wizard by Ian's side at Hogwarts. And Ronald murmured softly. If only I were a girl. That might be. Draco in the fantasy heard Ronald's whisper, and he looked back at Ronald with disbelief on his face. Weasley, are you crazy? On the other side, Harry also looked back, he had more important things to solve now. No one wants to have a curse that follows them all the time, right? Dumbledore looked at Harry with a smile and asked. It's nice to be young, isn't it Harry? Harry looked at Dumbledore in bewilderment, he wasn't quite sure what Dumbledore meant. Seeing that Harry didn't quite understand what he meant, Dumbledore didn't bother with the issue. Dumbledore drew out his wand, continued to smile and asked. Harry, don't be nervous, it's just a simple check. Harry nodded at Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore pressed his wand to Harry's forehead, and the wand glowed white. After a while, Dumbledore withdrew his wand and said to Harry. No problem, just like I surmised, it's a nightmare spell. There are no other superfluous curses. Molly and Arthur were relieved to hear Dumbledore's words. BBFJ, Molly asked confusedly. Professor, who do you think would use nightmares on a child in the middle of the night? Dumbledore shook his head and said. I don't know, but there shouldn't be any ill will towards Harry. Otherwise Harry should have suffered other injuries. It's just a little heavy-handed. Ian, what do you think? After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Ian and asked. Ian heard Dumbledore's inquiry, and clicked. It's not a big problem, just remove the nightmare curse. It's just that there is some enhancement in the fluctuation of the soul. It's not a bad thing. Ian gave Dumbledore a look, it was up to Dumbledore to tell Harry those things or not. Dumbledore understood what Ian meant, and said with a smile. Then Ian, can you find the person who cast the spell? Ian glanced at a corner of the burrow, the corner of his mouth slightly upwards and said. I don't know, the casting time has passed so long. Dumbledore followed Ian's gaze just now and looked over. Although it was hidden, he saw a pair of big eyes looking at them. Dumbledore knew that Ian didn't intend to pursue it anymore, and he decided what to do. So Dumbledore laughed and said. Oh well. Then Dumbledore waved his hand, lifted the nightmare curse on Harry, looked at Arthur and Molly and said. Arthur, Molly, that's about it. Just a little prank. Just in case someone continues to play tricks on Harry. I hope you can strengthen some defenses against the burrow. Molly and Arthur nodded at Dumbledore's words. We'll put a spell on Harry's room tonight. Won't let anyone bother Harry again. And Dobby, who was watching the situation secretly from the window of the burrow, felt extremely terrified in his heart. He feels that Ian Grindelwald has found him. And Dumbledore seems to trust him a lot too. No. He's going to tell the great Dumbledore that Ian Grindelwald is a bad man. Dobby will protect Harry and Dumbledore. Wait until night when Ian Grindelwald is away. Thinking of this, Dobby snapped his fingers, and then the figure disappeared in place. After the nightmare curse on Harry was gone, Harry felt a lot more relaxed. He looked gratefully at Ian and the others and said, "Thank you, Ian, Professor Dumbledore." Ian nodded and said to Harry, "If there is nothing wrong." "Oh, Ian. I didn't expect you to come so early." George's voice reached Ian from the second floor. Chapter 248. Ian looked up, saw George and Fred, greeted with a smile and said, "It seems that you have had a good time this summer vacation." Fred and George ran down the stairs quickly, gave Ian a big hug, and said, "Of course. And this summer vacation is definitely the best summer vacation ever." George put his head next to Ian's ear and said, "Ian, we bought some materials with Draco this summer. New trick candies are on sale. Jordan, they say it works great. The income is also very good. We decided to give you a share. We wouldn't have been able to make these things without your knowledge." Fred nodded earnestly to Ian, indicating that he thought the same thing as George. Ian sensed the sincere emotions of the two, and said in a low voice with a smile, "Congratulations to you first, but I don't want the benefits. This is the result of your research." George and Fred were stunned when they heard Ian's words. But the two did not intend to give up convincing Ian. George continued, "No, Ian." At this moment, Molly looked at George and Fred a little angrily. "I mean you too. You haven't greeted Professor Dumbledore and Miss Granger yet." Dumbledore waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's okay, Molly, I'm satisfied to see the students are so happy." Hermione smiled and said to Molly, "Mrs. Weasley, it's all right." When George and Fred were about to persuade Ian to accept the share, they were directly interrupted. The two looked at Molly helplessly. "Hey! Mom! We'll be saying hello in a minute." "That's right. Now we have big things to talk about." Molly didn't believe what the two said at all, and said, "Now. Immediately. Hurry up." Looking at their mother's serious eyes, George and Fred could only temporarily give up the idea of talking to Ian. Reluctantly, he began to say hello to Dumbledore and Hermione. Ian watched this scene with a smile, and the Weasley family was indeed the same as in the book. The humble house is full of family affection. Hermione looked at the funny George and Fred who were greeting each other with a smile, and said with a smile, "George, Fred, you actually have moments of nervousness." Ian smiled and said, "Hermione, they're even more nervous now than they were when they faced Voldemort." "What?" Molly and Arthur looked at George and Fred in shock when they heard Ian's words. George and Fred showed helpless expressions. "Oh! Ian! You exposed our secret. We weren't going to tell Mum about them." Hermione looked at George and Fred suspiciously. "Didn't you tell Mrs. Weasley about the Chamber of Secrets?" Arthur rushed to George and Fred, and asked nervously, "Are you really facing the mysterious man?" Molly looked palely at George and Fred. If they lost one of their children, it would be totally unacceptable to them. George and Fred looked at the nervous Weasleys and said helplessly, "That's right, our exam was exempted because of this incident. That day we were at." George and Fred told the Weasleys what happened in the restricted area that day. Molly almost fainted when she heard that Fred was hit by the death curse. And finally Voldemort became Hermione's bone dragon fodder. That would be really cool. After listening to what George and Fred said, Arthur broke out in a cold sweat. But he knew from the explanation of the two that this was the trial of Ian and Dumbledore. He believes that Ian and Dumbledore can't let the little wizards have an accident. Molly was a little annoyed, complaining that the children went to take risks. But they are very proud in their hearts, this is their child. Arthur looked at Dumbledore and Ian with complicated emotions, and said, "I should thank you first, Mr. Grindelwald, Professor Dumbledore. But as a father to my children, I worry about them too." Dumbledore heard Arthur's words and said with a smile, "It's also for the sake of the children's future. If you're scared when you meet Voldemort. Without me and Ian, the kids are in danger. Arthur nodded earnestly, knowing that Dumbledore was right. And Molly grabbed the Weasley twins by the ears. Okay. When you came back, you didn't tell me the first time. The Weasley twins repeatedly begged for mercy, saying, "Ah! Mommy hurts." Ronald knows too. Hearing George's words, Molly looked at Ronald unkindly. "Ronald, you didn't even tell me." Ronald looked at his mother's unkind expression, and shivered. "I didn't go, so I don't know much about it." Ronald lowered his voice. "But at least you know. Maybe we need a family meeting." Harry and Draco shivered as they watched the scene, hoping it wouldn't involve them. And when the Weasleys' house was very lively. Ian watched Hermione look at the alchemy clock every now and then. "Maybe make one when I get back? That's not too hard to craft an alchemical item either. A tracking spell and a detection spell, plus the magic of blood source tracking." Thinking of this, Ian smiled and said to Molly, "Mrs. Weasley, since there is nothing else to do, then we'll go first." Molly, who was teaching George and others a lesson, heard Ian's words, and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry Mr. Grindelwald. You came here early in the morning today, it's because we didn't entertain you well." Arthur also looked at Ian and others with apology. "I'll see you off." Ian shook his head with a smile, took Hermione's hand and said, "You're welcome, Mr. and Madam Weasley, then we'll go first." Although Ian now wants to dig Arthur over. But he knows now is not the best opportunity. After Arthur saw the changes in Nocturne Alley, it was the best time for him to speak. Moth and others have already begun to rebuild Nocturne Alley. At that time, I believed that Nocturne Alley would give the wizarding world a shocking answer. At this moment, George and Weasley, who were behind Molly, looked at Ian holding Hermione's hand, and whispered, "George, look at Ian's hand." "I saw Fred. I guess they're already together." "I think so too." Molly heard whispers behind her. She shouted back angrily, "George! Fred! What are you talking about?" 10. Chapter 249. After being sent off by Arthur, Ian and others left the burrow. Dumbledore summoned Fawkes, and the three of them appeared at the door of Granger's house through the flames of the phoenix. Dumbledore looked at Ian curiously, and said, "It looks like the prisoner this time is a house elf. However, I'm curious that you would let him go." Hermione looked at Ian in surprise when she heard Dumbledore's words. "Ian, is that so?" Ian nodded and said, "Well, that's a house elf seeking freedom." Dumbledore was immediately interested when he heard Ian's words. "Oh? There are elves chasing freedom?" Hermione also looked at Ian in disbelief. She knew it when she came into contact with Nubby and Kirby. If the wizard said to give the elves freedom 107, it would be worse than killing them. Dumbledore thought about it and said, "Ian, I'm worried that some house elf might hurt Harry." Ian glanced at Dumbledore. "Let Harry deal with it himself, broken bones at best. There's no need to worry too much." Hermione and Dumbledore were speechless when they heard Ian's words. "Are fractures a minor problem?" Dumbledore rubbed his aching temple and said, "Looks like it's time to chat with that house elf sometime. But Ian, your ability to predict is really handy." Ian spread his hands, expressing that he didn't want to deal with it. "You decide for yourself." Harry would suffer at most, and it was impossible for Dobby to really kill Harry. And Dobby is the property of Lucius, as the boss, he can't ask his subordinates for property, right? It's just Dobby's emotional fear of him that bothers Ian a bit. Dumbledore nodded, now he was going to find out who this elf named Dobby belonged to. "Then I'll go first, Ian. See you when school starts." Ian nodded, and took Hermione's hand into the Granger's house. Dumbledore told Fawkes, "You see, it's nice to be young, right?" Fawkes preened his feathers, but ignored Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled helplessly, and continued, "Come on, let's go back to Hogwarts." In the evening, Dumbledore was processing the recruitment letter of the Muggle Studies professor. The professor of Muggle Studies, Kerti Boobaji, rushed back last year to take over as a substitute. She hasn't finished her research yet, and asked Dumbledore to take leave of absence this year to continue her research. Dumbledore looked at the thick letters, one by one slowly. Grindelwald beside him ate the supper made by Newbie, and said disdainfully. What's good about this professor of Muggle studies? Moth and the others are more professional than them if they just pull one out. Dumbledore took off his eyes resignedly, and said. Gale, our affairs are now at a critical stage. We can't just move away from their positions. Professor of Muggle studies, I think it's better to recruit another one. Grindelwald snorted when he heard what Dumbledore said and didn't speak any more. He knew Dumbledore was right. Now I still think about Bojin, who was tossed half to death by him. Grindelwald planned to make this high-level undead himself after using torture to take out all of Borgin's knowledge in the Bok family's magic book. Ian gave little Hermione a small bone dragon, so his grandpa will give a high-level undead. His grandpa can't fall behind Ian. Seeing that Grindelwald was thinking about other things, Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. He is now going to continue screening candidates for professors. Dumbledore saw a particularly gaudy letter among the mail. Is this a letter from a wizard? Dumbledore took the letter suspiciously. Dumbledore got closer and smelled a strong men's perfume on the letter. Dumbledore waved his hand to clean up the letter to remove the smell of perfume, and then looked at the sender's name. I saw that it was written in big English cursive. Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. He still remembered this wonderful student of Ravenclaw. And he knows that with Lockhart's arrogant personality, he can't do the wonderful adventures in his novels. Rather than believing that Lockhart can travel with those dark beings, he prefers to believe that he is suffering from dementia. Grindelwald, who was considering how to concoct Bojin, saw Dumbledore lost in thought, and asked. Albus, what are you thinking again? That gaudy letter fascinated you so much. Dumbledore came to his senses after hearing Grindelwald's words. Dumbledore hands the letter to Grindelwald. Gal, look at this man. Grindelwald's result letter, looking at the name on it. Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore nodded. I feel like something is wrong with him. Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a blank look, and said. You're talking about this idiot. His experience is all about stealing other people's stories. A very good forgetting charm. When the plan of Ian and others started, the Saints had already found out the details of these well-known figures in the magic world. When Dumbledore heard Grindelwald's words, he looked at Grindelwald in surprise and asked. Gal, how do you know? Perhaps he made it up. Grindelwald didn't want to bother with Dumbledore now. His wife is good at everything, but his thinking on tactics is too bad. Grindelwald said helplessly. You think we're just like you? Moth and the others have already investigated 2.3. We are now changing the magic world. I will definitely check the information of these famous people first. Dumbledore looked at the helpless Grindelwald, smiled and said. That's still really troublesome for you. But I want to recruit this Lockhart to Hogwarts. Grindelwald rubbed his temples and said. How do you keep introducing all these weird things to Hogwarts? Not to mention Quirrell and Voldemort from last year. You even used vampires to teach defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore said helplessly. It's not that no one can use it. Now the curse has been lifted. Who's there? Dumbledore looked sharply at a corner of the principal's office, where a figure loomed. Chapter 250. Dumbledore's voice startled Dobby. He didn't expect to be discovered just after apparition appeared. Dobby was looking for Dumbledore, but when he came to the office, he found out that it was two middle-aged wizards. There was no sign of Dumbledore. And the wizard who looks a bit like Dumbledore found him. Just as Dobby was trying to escape, he realized he couldn't apparate. In Dobby's frightened expression, the middle-aged blonde wizard smiled and said. Albus, it looks like the anti-apparition spell is out of date. Hogwarts can be changed to Ian's space-blocking spell. Otherwise, any kind of small fish can swim in. Dumbledore looked at the trembling figure in the corner, and said with some headache. I think you're right, Gale. The murals on the wall also looked at Dobby curiously. It's clearly not a Hogwarts house elf. And this elf, they rated him as the most daring elf. For the first time 11 people or magical creatures dare to invade the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Phineas Nigellus Black said to Grindelwald with a very disgusted expression in the frame. Grindelwald, go get that house elf out. He's literally insulting the place. Denise Devanti blocked Phineas from speaking. Blake, shut up. Look at those wounds on him. I think he needs help. Phineas said angrily when he heard Dilisi's words. Delist Avanti! I've been sick of seeing you for a long time. I should have set you on fire when I was headmaster. In addition to being the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dilisi is also a legendary healing wizard. Grindelwald had a headache when he heard the quarrel between the portraits. So Grindelwald waved his wand and put the portraits into a deep sleep. He turned to Dumbledore and asked. How? Killed? Or first ask who sent him here. Dobby knelt on the ground in fright when he heard Grindelwald's words, and shouted. Dobby came here by himself. Dobby wants to tell Mr. Dumbledore. He and Harry Potter are in danger. Grindelwald and Dumbledore froze when they heard Dobby's words. Dumbledore looked at Dobby, and he felt that this elf was the elf who pursued freedom that Ian said. Dumbledore looked at Dobby curiously, and asked. Tell me, why are Dumbledore and Potter in danger? Dobby stood up tremblingly when he heard Dumbledore's words, and said. I will only sue Mr. Bouledo. Dumbledore nodded, waved his hand, and Dumbledore transformed into an old man with transfiguration. Can you tell me now? Dobby jumped up in surprise when he saw Dumbledore. He simply didn't think about why Dumbledore was getting younger. Dobby said excitedly. Excellent. Great Mr. Dumbledore. I finally see you. I'm telling you. Ian Grindelwald is the bad guy. And someone has their eyes on Harry Potter. The future Hogwarts will be very dangerous. Even my master. Oh. Dobby can't say that. Dobby is going to punish himself. After speaking, Dobby knelt on the ground and hit the ground hard with his head. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at each other. Ian is the bad guy? Is Hogwarts dangerous? Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep? Grindelwald frowned and said to Dobby. Get up first, I have something to ask you. Dobby's going to punish himself. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby didn't listen to Grindelwald at all, and was still hitting his head on the ground. Grindelwald was obviously impatient with Dobby's behavior, so he pointed at Dobby. The soul is out of body. Dobby was instantly hit by a grey spell, and a muddle-headed emotion appeared in his eyes. The behavior of head hitting the ground also stopped. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and said. I'm going to use legilimency. Grindelwald shrugged and said. He must have been in a very confused state of mind. That's very convenient. Dumbledore sighed when he heard Grindelwald's words, it was true. Dumbledore walked up to Dobby and asked. Why do you say Ian Grindelwald is a bad guy? Dobby said intoxicatedly. Because Ian Grindelwald controls my master. His subordinates come to the master's house, let my master join them. They're all dark wizards. He tricked Dumbledore. It turned out that it was the time when Moss and others went to Lucius' house. Dumbledore nodded and continued asking. Who is your master? It's Lucius Malfoy. There was a moment of struggle on Dobby's face when he said Lucius' name, but it disappeared quickly. Dumbledore was a little surprised to hear Lucius' name. Then you came here today at the order of your master. Dobby shook his head and said. Dobby wanted to come here. 920 Dobby can't let Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Potter get hurt. Dumbledore smiled when he heard Dobby's words, he seemed to be a kind elf. Now that he has some ideas, it seems that there is some misunderstanding in the middle. With Lucius' character, now he has no guts to bring any danger to Hogwarts and Harry. Unless he dies. But just in case, Dumbledore went on to ask. Then how do you know? And why did Lucius bring danger to Hogwarts? Dobby thought for a while and said. I overheard it. And the master sold the Dark Lord's items to Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore looked back at Grindelwald and asked. Did there be any items with Tom's magic in your last loot? Grindelwald thought for a while, then shook his head. All have been checked by the saints, no. Dumbledore frowned, it seemed that something had happened unexpectedly. But it's not a big problem. Even if Tom's Horcrux is revived, he probably won't dare to come out. Dumbledore soon put the matter behind him, it wasn't a big deal. However, Dumbledore was quite interested in this elf who pursued freedom.